全てもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
What brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer. What will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night. I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night. I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shake the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dance in time, you're one of a kind. Sound on and feel my heart. the same. With you, I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. I feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're rise. Even when I'm gone, let's circle far from near and far above the flower bed as we watch the stars. And we'll never be apart.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
You're on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel
The perfect team fight! They take it home! Here comes the Crows storm! Knockback, instant call, classic clap! This big, oh my god! Claps! Everybody! You know the story, you know the legend!
And welcome back to the third episode of GB Sports. This time around, we are playing male volleyball. I've invited 4 of the players of Team VDS to compete today. So without further ado, let's get right into it. And we are ready with round 1. It is Nuke versus Ice. Oh, I like the strategy. One keeps it close. Oh, and that
Okay,
is
Ice,
1
okay.
point over to Ice. Get the second barrel ready.
Oh my, guys, okay.
There's a lot of confidence, but not a lot of action happening right now, Nuke. It's comfort zone. Nuke trying to go forward with the flash. No!
Ice, listen to me. I gave you 4 points. I don't care. Now I'll get 5 in a row.
Match point. 5 in a row. Close to the wall this time around, though. Ice keeping a good strategy here. Nuke's trying with the flashes again. And that's a 5-0. Ice, how do you feel about that?
So easy.
And we are on to our second round of male volleyball. This time around, it's a Turkish drama. 113 Paris, are you ready? Please throw in the first barrel.
Oh, easy, bro. It's like, are you trying?
Oh, I like it with the flashes, but
okay.
getting a bit too flashy, Paris.
I want them to get a point, okay?
I like that. That's camaraderie here. We're giving pity out points.
just because it's your birthday.
Oh,
thank you, bro.
So wholesome.
But I will smash you. Stop making excuses.
Oh.
Bro. Bro, what are you doing?
Can you stop talking?
Let's throw in the fifth barrel then.
Don't talk, Paris, okay? You are distracting.
It's a bit of a comeback you need to make 113. It's adorable.
I will.
Bro, like, just go. Like, give me next one. This guy is not so good.
Why are you talking like this?
And there we have it. We are ready for the final. Ice versus Paris. Ice, who completely cleaned the floor with Nuke in a 5-0. And over here we got Paris, 5-1 as well. So 2 dominating players in the male volleyball. Well, let's get right into it. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Well, you heard them. Let's get ready. First barrel, please. Good move and close to the wall here as well. Now, Flash and Ghost is, of course, allowed. This is starting to look like the practice I saw before.
Nice. I'm gonna beat you, bro.
Oh, and it's close. It's a small mistake, but a bit too much of a backstep. 1-0 for Ice. Thank you. Oh, but a nice flash to come in. 2 flashes as well. We're getting tricky with it. But a bit too tricky. I like it though, Paris. You get bonus points for style. I mean, actually not an actual score, but like in my heart. Oh, I like that flash. It goes as well coming in. 2 flashes, 3 flashes, 4 flashes. Oh my God, what am I watching? They are on fire. Over the wall as well from Paris. Straight back into the encore. And no, he can't keep it going. That was absolutely beautiful. And we're gonna throw in more barrels faster this time around. Back to 1 barrel, they're pretty much linked up. 2 barrels again, this time a bit discohesion.
Okay, let's see who's gonna run out of stamina, no?
It's just about who gets ready with the tired with the W. Oh, I am not even gonna look at that in Insta replay. I'm not gonna make a decision. I'm just gonna say that's a point for Paris.
Good.
Trying to break the momentum, but they're... Oh, okay. Great reaction. I kind of like that. Ooh, it was on his side, so that is a 2 points to you, Paris. 3-2. Let's throw in the other barrel. Oh, and that's a big mistake. 4 points. Match point already for Ice. Let's get another barrel ready.
My fingers.
It's not actually a game about... Oh!
Told you.
So it is 4-4 now. Final point win. It is down to the last points now. Paris with a comeback. Ice with a bit of mishaps. Anyways, let's get into it. The last barrel of tonight, please. You getting out of breath, Paris?
Ice, you come in, bro.
Don't be.
You're gonna lose. I'm telling you. You're gonna lose.
I do wonder what the record of barrels are for tonight, but let's get in with another one. We're up to 3 again. Ooh, and I like this. They're kind of right next to each other. My finger is dying to hurt as well with my W button. Oh my god. I don't know how many barrels we're up. It's 5 points.
Oh, my fingers. I see. Blue, stop.
It's still going. I don't know how many barrels we have in play, but there's too many.
I got this. I got this. Oh, I got it.
Oh, and it is a comeback. Paris. He is our male dodgeball champion. Any words, Paris?
It was easy.
I don't know if that's true, but you heard, man, it was easy for Paris. Thank you very much for playing, the two of you, and this has been another episode of GB Sports.
Paris reigns supreme. He says, if I'm going to join BDS, I'm going to reverse sweep as well. You guys are getting reverse swept, well, I'll do it to ice. That's probably what he was thinking, right, GB?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I agree
Sure.
with that. That statement rings true in my ears.
It totally does. No, this is awesome. By the way, everybody, insane props to GB. He comes up with all this himself. He does like all the work. I mean, not all the work. Like our beautiful Lina was actually
given him a little bit more.
doing the Gragas barrels, but it's such a great idea. I love it every single time.
You're making me blush. I don't
What do you
even
have in
know what
store
to say,
for
but
next
thank
time,
you.
GB?
Yeah, what's the next one?
What's
Well,
the little sneak peek?
They're blind. I can say that much. They're blind.
They're
They can't
blind.
see anything.
Okay, we'll see. Hey, anyways, I'm Shox with Goldberg and with Odo as we look ahead to day 2 of the spring split, and it's SK versus BDS later. Now, BDS, I don't know how to feel about them yet, I have to say, and I feel like they might be walking into a trap with an SK Odo that has so much momentum.
Yeah. Coming into the split, I would always think that BDS, maybe this is the split where they're having the redemption, especially against SK, you know, in week 2. But now with SK having such a great performance week 1, I'm really excited to see what they're going to come up with today, because BDS performance yesterday, a little bit better, but still a little bit to be desired.
Yeah, and I still feel like, you know, they have their slotting composition where either 113 is on an Italy or on a Sensao, and either you play around the skirmishing or you play around the poke with an Italy. But the moment that 113 doesn't have that, it feels so hard to quantify BDS.
He's such a wild card. You never know, really. What I do know is that SK surprised many, maybe even themselves, and I'd love to know how they feel after that performance. So Genex and Kidui are sitting by, I think, with Laura.
Welcome to the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in with Genex and Kidui. Thank you so much for joining me, guys.
Thank you.
The stage feels great. I'm not used to being here, but you guys are now reunited on this stage together. I remember that I interviewed you two when you guys won EMEA Masters Finals. How is it to be reunited in this different setup, especially after last week?
I mean, it's very nice because we had a really rough winter split, right? When we didn't have Kiduri yet, and then he comes back and we immediately go to 0. Even though our practice maybe wasn't the greatest, we go to 0. It's like it gives really good vibes into the team. And on the stage is really nice to finally play here together, because we used to play with each other back in 2018, 2019, and now finally after so many years we play together again on the LEC stage. That's very nice.
Do you have the same vibes though, Kidui? Or of course the level is different, the teams are different, but what about the connection that you guys have in game?
I mean, I remember us being way more dominant as players in the National League scene. We kind of both need to still learn a lot and improve a lot. So we are like, as a National League, like by far the best in our roles, which is not there yet in the LEC stage. So it's kind of a different setting, but the vibe is same.
Yeah.
We obviously both enjoy playing together in one team, and yeah, I think we also have the potential to become really good together, because we know how it is.
I mean, yeah, and I feel like you guys elevated the expectations when it comes to SK Gaming after the amazing opening series against Fnatic last week. So talk me through what happened, because what I kept on hearing and what you told me is that Scrim wasn't going well, but on stage you managed to do the good things you were doing at Scrims, but not the bad things. 2-0. How do you guys make sure that this amazing start doesn't come down to luck, but that you're actually going to be able to reciprocate this every week, starting today?
I mean,
nice.
We don't know how we will perform the next weeks. We are obviously very happy with the first win, but for us it's just, or like at least for me, I hope my team is like this too, that we should just always have the same mindset, the same motivation, the same happiness while playing the game, and we should not really get emotionally affected by losses. And taking wins early in this season is really good, because this makes you go further and further. And obviously our goal is to to qualify for Worlds in summer, and for this we need to improve and use this season to just take every practice serious and actually also use our competitive games. And yeah, I mean, the game against Fnatic, you could say Fnatic didn't play optimal, they didn't play to their best, but we showed that we can play on stage when it comes down, and this obviously gives us a huge motivation boost.
Who stays the most calm in stressful situations, would you say? Between the two of you.
I think, between
between the two of you, yeah.
I think he stays more calm than me, but I am still usually the guy that sometimes says calm it down, but that's more a top lane, I think, in my opinion, where I'm maybe not directly involved, and then I realize my teammates are getting a bit like hectic, then I can calm it down. But for sure, when it comes to situations, he's the one that stays more calm, I would say.
All right, quick take on practice. How did it go this week and the expectation for today?
I think our practice went a lot better.
Okay.
We played some more difficult opponents, but past opponents that we used to struggle against, we beat pretty clearly. So we are happy with that. And also just the vibe in practice was already a different one, because now we know that we can actually be good as a team, we can win together. So we have something to hold on to, and I think that really helps in practice when maybe the first game or second game don't go optimal, you still stick into it and give it your all.
Well, I wish you the best. Hope you can bring this level of confidence that we saw from you guys last week, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What I'm hearing is that they won scrims this week. That was not the case apparently last week. So the only way is up for SK Gaming. When he talks about being calm, I wonder if he's sometimes talking about his jungler, because that guy is a psycho, GB.
Yeah, he absolutely is. And I think he's brought more than just his gameplay to the team. I actually think he's brought a bit of a macro aspect as well. So that's why I brought this clip.
Okay.
So it's around a Drake where it's about to spawn. And I really like what they're currently doing on the side of Loopy and Rika, because what you'll notice is that they're kind of just playing fake contest, right? They're making sure that they spot all the members on the map, and they've marked them. So normally, maybe the old SK would have said, all right, let's try and contest that dragon. That's not what's going to happen this time around, though. They keep having fake pressure around Drake with those members, but Bukata, not having any bot side camps up, can then say, okay, actually, let's try and go for a cross map. So he does a really cool thing, because he's going to go into this dragon pit and stand just about the corner. So even if Oscar came around, he wouldn't actually be spotted in this current position. And he's going to continue to do that. He's going to continue to be sneaky, because in a bit, the sweeper is going to come around. And he knows he's not on vision. And while this is happening, what his team does so well as well is still the fake contesting on the minimap. You can still see that Loopy and Kadui currently is making sure to match them 2 versus 3 to keep them under pressure. So when this play happens, there's actually no one on Fnatic that's going to be able to respond because of the team play that's coming through. So I think it's really nice initiative from Bukata here in this situation where no bot side camps, you manage to get a play. But not only that, you get the tier 2 turret, you get the Rift Herald, and it sets you up for the mid game.
Even afterwards, this whole time, they're just fake contesting the dragon. They're doing such a good job, because the first step to establishing good fundamentals as a team is to be like, okay, do we contest this? Do we cross map? But to truly elevate yourself, you say, okay, we're going to do a little bit of both. We're going to be dancing here, bait them in thinking that we're going to be contesting, but at the same time, we're doing the cross map while we're not exposing ourselves to a counterplay from the enemy.
Yeah, and I think it's just something we never really saw coming out from SK. You know, all of a sudden, I'm seeing cross maps, even in a state where they're at an even game state. How can we get ahead the furthest? Is it going to be around a Drake, or is it going to be around getting a kill, getting a 2-2, and getting the Rift Herald? And I really love what I'm seeing from them. I'm so excited about this SK roster.
Me too. It is super, super exciting. Can they keep it going is the big question there versus BDS. And I think BDS, they got a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, right? They want to get that victory, but it's so interesting to see SK always in Europe. We love it when the rookies are stepping up. And a reminder, after that, we'll also have our match of the week. It's Fnatic versus KC. A lot on the line for Fnatic. They need to prove, was that just a blip on the radar last week, or is that mental going to plague them? But first, as said, it is time for BDS versus SK on day 2 of spring. Let's get into it.
Thank you so much, Shocks. Let's get right into it. I'm Draco, joined by Jack Spectra for this clash between SK and BDS. And after last week's performance against Fnatic, expectations for SK are sky high. BDS will need to recover quickly from their loss against KC yesterday.
Yeah, and I'm so excited to see this kind of nearly BDS Academy against BDSA or BDS. Last year we had, you know, Paris, Kadui, and the rest of the BDS. I don't know, I completely lost it a little bit there.
Fine.
Just we had Reeker, Kadui, and Genax, from the side of BDS Academy, now on SK, and they're facing up against Paris. I'm really excited to see this kind of matchup, because both of them can kind of bring the weaknesses to the other, you know? The SK boys can say, we know, Paris, we know what you want to do, while Paris can be like, this is how I can camp mid lane to make Reeker tilt, how Kadui wants to play this bot lane matchup, and they got little secrets that they both can share.
Look, I love when there's that shared history. We also talked about Irrelevant, of course, swapped over to BDS from SK. Had some good moments yesterday. I think it's safe to say that BDS played a really great game 2 against KC.
Yeah.
Right up until that late
Yeah, it's the classic,
point,
right?
And that's the question that we're going to be keeping our eyes on today from the side of BDS, right? For SK, it's can they continue the form showed against Fnatic? And for BDS, can they clean up those mid to late game scenarios? Because that early game did look good. Now, as we enter the bans, Nidalee remaining banned against 113.
Yeah.
They're depriving us of a cherished rhyme every time they do it. But the Maokai also taken away, as is the Ivern, so not wanting to give that over to Bukata.
Curious to see if SK will also choose to ban out the Zyra third and go for like 3 jungle bans, all targeting towards 113. That's been a pick that he favored yesterday in their series. He tried to go a little bit crazy in that Zyra game, but you know, I think carries are the way to go for 113, and it wouldn't be surprising, I think, if SK just decide to fully target that out.
Definitely taking their time.
It's also still Nafiri and Gwen, which could be considered for sure.
And Nafiri hit on this patch, right? But we're just still not sure the context in which she should be picked. SK did play against the only Nafiri we've seen so far. It did not look good, but I think that was more of a Fnatic problem than a Nafiri problem.
Yeah. And I think also just draft around the Nafiri problem.
Sure, certainly.
I think now you have an interesting situation here where Gwen is open, but Jax is also open, and I think both top laners are kind of down to play the Jax into the Gwen, which is why it looks like BDS are favoring the Skarner first pick. Now, we haven't seen 113 find the best success on these tanky junglers. He likes to do more skirmish and fight in the carry style, but let's see what SK responds with.
We'll have to track that, because you're right. The Zyra in game 1 yesterday was okay, but ultimately mid-late game, just the comp, a lot of things fell apart.
I wouldn't blame him for that game.
The Zen game was incredible, and that was them coming in with a stronger early game jungler and a game plan from level 1. Now, Skarner isn't that kind of champion. You're not planning around Skarner's early clear. He is that rock in the jungle, so someone else is going to need to step up if they want to find success in the early game, and it might be a bit harder now that SK have already secured a Varus for themselves.
It's going to be the Varus lock-in here, and I'm thinking maybe just the Sejuani, just match tank junglers into tank junglers. Although it looks like they maybe want to go for the Jace here and just kind of make this full poke comp. And maybe an AP jungler on 3 so they can keep this Jace flex going.
I like the amount of poke that they have as an option. Varus still the potential to go either build path.
True.
They add one more tank to the mix. Probably makes more sense to go for the on-hit. I do think that for BDS, having this amount of reliable engage will be a boon if they can find the same early game success. It just makes playing that mid to late game so much easier.
Yeah, and Paris just seems to like favor the Rel more than anything else. Oh, and Nuke here, picking the Azir. Wow. Means they're constructing this like really easy front to back.
I feel like this,
double tank.
This feels like the sort of draft where they, if I'm a coach and I walk in and you think BDS is higher on, higher on the tier list, you go, let's just draft scaling.
Make it simple.
Let's keep it simple. We believe we're the better team. I think the downside is, right, as stable as these picks are in the late game, you're giving up a lot of power, and SK clearly have some aggressive aspirations. So the Lilia gonna run circles around 113 on this Skarner. Such a powerful jungle champ. We've only seen one game so far from it here in the LEC. No
and it was
surprise.
Yike.
It was Yike
who went crazy on it. And I do really like it here. I think into already 2 tanks, Lilia does great. She can kind of kite around, and into the Azir, she can also dodge a lot of the soldiers by just being so fast. And it just synergizes greatly with this Jace and the Varus. They can both go lethality, and now you can still retain this Jace flex. And I would like to see on the SK comp to go for a tank top so that you actually have some frontline, because it's really hard to play like a squishy jungler and squishy top and squishy mid, and you really need some frontline that can tank this like Skarner and Rel engage.
Definitely. And you still have a little bit more poke added in with the Swirl Seed as well. So time to see. Is it going to be the tank jungle angle for now? Banning out the Mbessa. This
they could be
also just be the top lane Jace.
I think they could send the Jace top, but then I feel like you don't have a great mid pick. Like, you could go for Yone, but then I feel like the overall comp is a little bit too squishy, so I'd like to just see them put the Jace mid, go Cassandra on 4, get counter pick on support, make this Varus bully. Actually, they already have the Rel locked in, so they could just go top lane last. Maybe an Alistar on 4 then would make a lot of sense for them. Also a very good like solo frontline support.
Definitely. But the Alistar, of course, banned away. VS clearly recognizing.
True.
In a world where you have to pick one form of kind of tanky frontline in the support position, Alistar does make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Now the Nautilus as well. Loopy with an excellent game 1 against Fnatic.
I think something like a Leona here would make a lot of sense. You could also go for the Braum, which other people have been favoring into the Rel, but it's just not the best with Lilia, who doesn't really want to auto-tech and stack that Braum passive up. So it looks like it's going to be the Leona here for Loopy, and I like that quite a bit. Also a very good like solo frontline option, just is one of the tankiest supports alongside that Alistar.
Also a nice bit of non-committal CC with the ultimate. You get so tanky as well on the champ, and also just Varus Leona. Just classic, kind of iconic 2v2 power lane combo. So much damage between those two champions early on.
I like
it's going to offer utility.
I like this Jhin answer because you're now able to... You already have the DPS from the side of the Azir. I would like to see a more aggressive top lane pick for Irrelevant here rather than something like the Cassandra, because they already have 2 beefy boys in the side of Rel and Skarner, so I really like something like a Gnar blind pick.
Yeah. Not the flashiest blind pick, but I think it kind of gives you the best of both worlds. It's excellent follow-up. It's like your life is so much easier when you're the Mega Gnar and you already have other people looking to bring in that CC, but you also have that nice side lane threat, and it limits a lot of the viable answers on the top side of the Rift, but with the Yone being covered, and there's still room for that flex.
It's also really smart to go Gnar here, because you're essentially saying, now you don't want to play Cassandra, you want to put Jace into this Gnar, which means that now SK end up putting the Jace top, but their composition, while having a ton of damage, and I like it quite a bit, is very, very squishy. If Paris can get any sort of Rel engage on anyone other than the Leona, they just get one-shot.
At the same time, this is the kind of draft that Lilia players dream of.
Yeah.
The lack of reliable point-and-click CC.
That's true.
The potential to dance around people. But again, the downside is if you fall behind, this is a champion that can feel super underwhelming outside of those big sleep moments. And there is pressure on whenever you're going to pick something like the Lilia into a tank jungle. We know you're supposed to get a jungle clear lead, but what else are you going to do in the context of the game? Because Skarner's impact on a game, I don't know, it feels like a sure thing.
Yeah. I think top side is the side of the map that I'm looking for this game. I think bot lane, not much action should happen, just Jhin and Varus kind of farming, and then supports look to roam mid here and there. And for me, the big question is, can Paris roam to mid and shut down Reeker? And also, how much can Bukada get done? And I also want to see this top lane matchup, because I remember it used to be that Jace could bully this matchup quite hard into the Gnar early game. But, as we've seen, it's tough to punish Gnar these days. A lot of teams have not managed to do it, and he just ends up scaling into this split pushing and team fighting monster.
Yeah, the Gnars have been on a tear, most certainly. Now it's time though, let's get into game. Day 2 here, week 2, BDS versus SK. All eyes on the top side of the Rift. We hop onto the Rift for game 1. See if BDS have any more creative level 1s cooked up after their game 2 versus KC yesterday, but for now, the answer is no.
I think if someone has a level 1 here, it could be the side of SK, with a little bit stronger bot lane on the side of Varus and the Leona, and the Lilia that could easily go for some like late invade onto Raptors, or even doing just like one camp into a Raptor invade. I think they could look for something level 1.
SK, 3 members spotted by Paris there, and it's a good call out. Something that's easy to forget when we see Lilia so infrequently is that she's kind of the queen of stealing Raptors at level 1. The second she's in the game, it's a sort of invade that has to be respected. Didn't see that ward on the top side near SK's Raptors. Did spot out Bukada or not. GenX is now retreating at least a little bit.
Bukada spotted it at least because he has a 5 gold lead, and so he pinged it. Little bonus.
Those are little differences. You like how people were so bad about team play that Riot Games literally had to give them in-game currency to...
I think they should do that more. If I type a good message, give me 3 gold. If I type good job, 2 gold.
I think your teammate's yapping up based on what I've seen.
Oh, so Bukada's going for a wolf invade here.
Wants to contest.
GenX is around.
Gnar level 1 very weak. Jace level 1 notably stronger. And 1-3 being zoned out is big here, so Bukada Level advantage. 1-1-3, I think, just needs to walk bottom side. Bukata's just waiting until he spots him on the ward to start up this blue. Excellent read from SK. Came in with a level 1 plan, knowing they had the stronger jungler in the context of this matchup, and they're leveraging it to full effect.
Yeah, and it's a disaster for 1-1-3 here, as this clear now is so delayed, and it's already quite a bit slower than this Lily is. But now I think we can easily end up in a situation here where Bukata gets all 3 quadrants of the jungle, and 1-1-3 is only going to be stuck with his little bot side.
1-1-3, path redemption might come from trying to force some sort of play bottom side. You can see that Ice and Paris for now at least have the push.
Yeah, maybe with this bot push, they could look to leverage an invade into SK's bot side. But Azir is slightly losing push in mid, which like mid lane prio is usually the most important when it comes to these types of invades. And the problem as well is that Skarner's not really winning that 1v1, so he really needs his teammate to kind of move at the same time as he goes for that invade, which always makes it a lot more awkward.
Is a bit of an awkward early game now for BDS. Skarner not too far behind quite yet, but Bukata will speed through these camps, and again, any kind of early game lead that an AP jungler gets just compounds so quickly as their clear speed increases a lot with those early first purchases.
Looks like 1-1-3 is looking here. Really wants to try to steal away this blue buff.
This is such a game. This just feels like a smite fight, though. Maybe if he lands everything, it'll be all right, but...
Yeah, it might just be a flip.
Seed.
I mean, we'll see.
This is a lot to bet on a flip. Oh! Manages to grab it from the side of Bukata.
Paris is here.
Knock back to the wall is there. Paris immediately going to fall. Ice from downtown. Bukata stronger in the matchup, yes, but not in a 3v1.
As BDS bot lane here moving first, immediately capitalizing. I love that it's 1-1-3 that actually starts this play, because it's usually always the Rel starting with the Q flash, and I think Bukata could have easily reacted to it. But it's actually 1-1-3 starting with the Skarner flash E, which I wasn't expecting, and it ends up being Bukata going down, but we got crazy trades on top.
Relevant. Boom!
It's a solo kill.
Blank. Gen X flashing straight into his face with a long-range weapon to finish the job.
And he's bullying the Gnar. He's doing it.
That's what's supposed to happen, right? You're supposed to be able to bully him. Paris on the way out now. Bloodbath on every side of the map. Both teams, seeing that they have the isolated 2v2, decide it's time to start fighting. Kadui getting
1-1-3's here.
Down, but 1-1-3 is on the way in. Ishtal's edge. Finding the knockback flash out from Kadui. Loopy will be locked up, but no ulti quite yet. Loopy set to fall. Nice lockdown, and 1-1-3 grabbing another kill.
And after a disaster early game for BDS, 1-1-3 is everywhere. It is going to be Bukata picking up the respawning Wolf camp, but still, after this level 1, 1-1-3 is sitting smiling right now.
Yeah. He shouldn't have been able to get back into the game. But I mean, this is the kind of team play that you want to see from BDS, especially support jungle, something that we were critical of in Winter Split especially. They had push, they came to back him up, spending their free resources, spending their advantage to bring him back in the game. And what looked like Bukata, I mean, just flipping it for a blue buff, ultimately cost him his life.
And it's a huge CS lead onto this Jhin, sitting at a little 400 gold lead here onto this Varus after he had to drop quite a bit of minions here, basing after that gank. So overall, BDS sitting at a 500 gold lead at just 5 minutes, even despite Irrelevant getting solo killed.
No. And I think this is one of the scarier things that could happen in an early game, is that you fall behind against a composition with this Jhin and the Skarner together.
Yeah.
The mid-game pick potential is going to be very frustrating. Nuke holding on to mid-prio as best he can. This first back from Reeker is big. Paris on the way in. Not going to use the crash down. Just going to wander out.
He's going to decide to get better of it and just run back to bot lane. So yeah, as you touched on, like, when you have this full poke comp that SK has, the problem is when you fall behind, your poke is not really doing enough damage to make a dent into these beefy boys, and they have so much more freedom of when they choose to engage, which means that they always can get a better engage.
Yeah.
While if SK's poke is doing an insane amount of damage, the BDS frontline, they get really pressured. They have to find something fast. But if they're so tanky they can just absorb it, they can take however much time they need.
Reeker just trying to crash this wave in. I think it's a good call out. The good news is Jace still ahead. Gen X still with the lead that he built in isolation, in the isolated 1v1. So good for the confidence and good for the state of the
flash
game.
here.
But Dewey way too far forward. Thought he was safe. I mean, he's going to take his time walking out of this one, but he should just fall. Shattering strike, fall up CC there. Overextending. They don't have the damage to immediately punish. Q going wide. And Ice, he's just too damn clean. Again, he was dead 15 seconds ago, but they just had to make sure the buttons were going to get hit. The skill shots were going to reload.
But it was a great sidestep by Ice there onto the Varus Q. It is going to be the grubs picked up by Bukata. But now Kadui falling there, and most likely Drake going over to the side of BDS. I mean, Loopy has a crazy cheese here.
Loopy can get things kicked off. Reeker does have ult. Q flash forward. Immediate follow-up. They're only managing to lock up one. 1-1-3 now ready to turn. Reeker doing decent damage, but will have to snap back in a second. Now taken out of the fight. Ice 4-shot going to hit the Drake, and down it goes. Reeker going back in with the Q3.
And it's messy from both teams. It's very messy, but it's... Like, Kadui is not there, so it's a numbers advantage for BDS, which means despite a good look from Loopy, when Reeker doesn't get the follow-up, it's just they don't have the damage. And that means Drake going over to the side of BDS, nearly a 1k gold lead. But the only lane that SK really have in their favor is this top lane. And Genak needs to do a lot of heavy lifting here.
One thing I do really want to keep my eye on, though, as this game progresses, is BDS hold on to a small gold lead now. Checking mid to see if anything else is going to happen. It will just be the play going down. Is what 1-1-3 in this BDS lineup can do. Because we talk a lot about the difference between BDS last year and this year, and I think it's very evident in the jungle lead. It's important to highlight here, 1-1-3 gets way more leads.
Yeah.
But they win a lot less games, right? And the context there in the story, and the stats aren't perfect, right? But shout out to Molecule for getting these stats for us. But I think that it's the idea is well reflected in that this is a BDS lineup that can get ahead early.
Yeah.
But it's not always a BDS lineup that can close with confidence.
Very Fnatic-esque, one might say.
I'm concerned that it's starting to become LEC-esque. I'm concerned this affliction might be more widespread.
Well, SK did take down Fnatic after they threw. So maybe they can do the same against BDS today.
And well, I don't think SK want to bet on throws. Look, if you start to fall behind in these comps, you know, never hurts. Have a little support from the enemy team. Again, though, that's more forward looking. Those moments aren't happening at 8 minutes or 9 minutes. And for now, it is still 2-0, 4-1-1-3, racing towards that heart steal.
Yeah, and bot lane is actually not that bad for Kadui. I think he's still able to continue farming. It does feel a little bit bad to see the plated steel caps onto this Jhin, especially this early on. Diminishes a lot of that early lethality value.
But he's faster, so he dodges the skill shots, and that's a Jace, Yone, and to be fair, lethality bars. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. It's bad for Kadui, I meant.
Oh, it's bad for Kadui.
Yeah, he feels bad that Ice has it. Because it's like, it's quite early in the game to have both Dirk and plated steel caps.
I thought you were like, Ice, I want to see full Yomus. Do not stop for anyone. Do not buy boots. Just go straight to first item.
Oh, Loopy has the flash. I mean, this is just the pressure of this support jungle right now from BDS. They're just so much stronger that any fight they look for, SK has to back off. And I just don't see how they really win around this bot side right now. I'd really like to see Bukala kind of cross-map and continue playing for the grubs, try to get this Jace further ahead. Because I do think when the Gnar is mini, if Genak is able to get some good trades going on beforehand, crush the wave, they can easily dive, and actually continue snowballing that lead.
It's tough though, right? Irrelevant also just going for the early boots too. Can just stay out of reach.
Yeah.
We're back.
Oh, they're actually swapping here. They really want to contest these grubs. So now as well, it's going to be harder. Genak's going to match the Gnar reset a little bit behind in tempo here.
Important to highlight the difference in kind of team compositions and the value of the grubs. SK already getting 3 grubs with the strength of their side lane champions is big. Them getting 6 would be a disaster for BDS. Gnar, Azir, fine on side lanes, but nothing compared to a Jace or a Yone.
Yeah. I think Gnar especially could be happy, but when he's already behind in the lane, he's most likely not going to really come back and be able to hit much towers. But it looks like SK are happy dropping the grubs here and want to look to dive Irrelevant, but he's about to hit Mega. I don't think they really have the damage for this.
It's a bit awkward because you kind of want to wait him out. As the Hex Flash takes him away. Bukata going in. Not aware there's a Skarner waiting. Excellently layered CC. Not even time to put anyone to sleep.
That's a disaster for SK, and it's so disjointed as Irrelevant gets a good little chunk here onto Reeker, but you see Loopy wants to go for the cross map onto bot and drop the grubs, but Bukata is not there, and they don't have the damage as 2, so Loopy's movement is just kind of wasted, while 1-1-3 is playing this early game fantastically, like we talked about earlier. He's able to get these huge early game gold leads through his creative pathing, his creative thinking, and I want to see, like, come on, finish it.
Agreed. We're pretty far away from there. Closing games, the struggle for this BDS lineup. But again, I think the 1-1-3 the hero of the game thus far. Falls behind a bit early because of the strength of Lilia, leverages his bot lane's push to contest, to get those early kills, and has just kept up that pace. And this is big for anyone following BDS. Hold that thought as Paris is locked up. Bukata here to follow. Paris taken down. Nice little trap there from SK to punish. But meanwhile, on the top side, the counter punch coming through as now it's Gen X who's in trouble. Forced to flat back, but will get cut down. Another TP on the way up. Reeker with ulti available, and Nuke gonna start TPing out. 1-1-3. They just try to find an angle to go into the wall, but that is a fast Yone. Nice flash to the side.
No
nice
way.
lock up to bring him under tower.
No way.
Knock back into the wall. Knock up. The kill will still come through. Maybe a 1/10 of a second off another tower shot coming out and finishing the job. Well played by 1-1-3, but ultimately Reeker gets the job done.
Not quite enough there by 1-1-3, but a really good dive from BDS. You see there that the BDS support jungle are the ones this time that are a little bit disjointed, with Paris onto this bot side while 1-1-3 is making this top side play. And it's a great dive, but because Reeker has the TP, he's able to force both Nuke TP out and kill 1-1-3. But a very well executed dive. 1-1-3 takes that last tower shot, which brings him down so low. Reeker checks the bush intelligently with W, thinking that Nuke could be TPing out. And 1-1-3 just barely, maybe if he eat him into the tower or something, he could have CC'd him for a little bit longer, but doesn't quite get up.
Yeah, Reeker holding onto his flash as well, which is big. And again, the start of that play, it's a 1-for-1 in that small context, but remember that Paris did also go down, so overall, SK trading up, getting a bit of gold back, and super close game. But BDS remain ahead on objectives, and it's likely they're going to close out the feats here.
Yone here is able to get quite a decent gold lead onto this Azir. Getting to zone Gnar here. It's a good cross map from SK.
Also, the Blade Spike definitely going to feel good. Nice bit of a trap here. Loopy going over the wall, trying to lock up Paris. Soul unbound from Reeker. Good bit of damage down, but not nearly enough to get any kills. Bukata on the way in. Now, a sleep might change the story, but the rage is starting to stack. That's one sleepy Gnar. Desperately wants to go Mega, but this fight is getting awkward fast as Paris has generated so much space and irrelevant. Now goes Mega. I don't think this dive is there. Ice on the way in, too. He's got the range. The curtains have been called. But SK are getting the hell out of dodge. Well defended by the side of BDS.
It's a great, I like the idea from SK. They want to go for the cross map. BDS are doing the Drake, but Loopy not quite being able to get onto this Gnar makes everything so awkward, and the space that Paris and Irrelevant were buying there was really key for being able to buy time for Ice and the rest of the team to come. But then SK, with their flashes, are able to get out.
Overall, good survival, weathered the storm, as you can see. Nuke just continues to push on the bottom side. Feats have gone over to the side of BDS, so a bit of extra stats in their back pocket. And it is a bit of a struggle. You can see Gen X still holding on to his gold lead over Irrelevant, but not able to stop Nuke from this immense side lane pressure. They're also going to concede bot lane tier 1.
Yeah, now Nuke will catch back up in gold onto this Yone, which feels pretty damn good for him. But I think Reeker can still be quite a menace in this side lane, winning against both the Gnar and the Azir. And we saw it in, I think it was Caps against Jojo, right? Where Caps was on this Yone and was just completely wreaking havoc against Jojo's Azir.
I don't think
Reeker can do the same.
We can go all the way back to Worlds last year, right? Where Yone was really at his peak. And it really feels like once you have Blade of the Rune King, if you're not too far behind, especially once you hit level 13 and you have max rank E, this is a champion that can always just win on a side lane or win a fight that just has so much individual playmaking potential. And we're in a situation where Reeker might just have to make one of those big plays. Might not get to just play it smooth, easy, or comfortably.
Yeah, but on the side of BDS, you do have Skarner, which is like one of the best junglers into the Yone. So I do think whenever 1-1-3 is hovering Nuke's side into this Yone, he can actually force him out quite easily.
We talked about the composition being, I would say, pretty stable and standard from BDS. Do you think it's like clear-cut as we go later in the game that their comp is stronger, or is it just more reliable? Is it just easier to see the path to victory?
I do think SK has a harder to execute comp for sure, but they can generate more pressure on side lane, and if they can play range very well, they can always poke them down and generate space that way. I would say that I favor BDS comp going like later and later into the game. I also do think it gets to a point where Gnar should start winning on side and be quite fine. And when that happens, then SK lose a big win condition.
Definitely will. Nuke grabs another tower. Traded 1-for-1 in terms of towers overall, but the Herald also goes down for BDS. So again, the second BDS got that lead off that bot side play, we've got it went down. They have been so active in getting these objectives taken out.
And it's a mountain soul, this game. And you see 5 defensive boots on the side of BDS. So if they're able to get 2 mountain dragons, they're going to be pretty unkillable against these lethality champions on the side of SK.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jin has Collector, but likely I imagine just goes crit at this point. But if they had both gotten lethality, this is the nightmare for both AD carries. You see the mountain rolled, you're like, okay, so I guess I'm not doing damage this game, never again.
That's true. But at least, I think BDS will be the ones able to get this 3rd mountain dragon, as they'll be able to push out now topside, generate a good top D push, and then reset, take full Drake control. BDS here, or Irrelevant here, able to clear out this pink ward, just hovering into mid, letting Ice catch this wave. And they just want to leverage this top push, moving Nuke into mid and then into Drake, and that way you don't need to worry about a potential cross map from SK where they could go for a tier 2 or tier 1 on this top side if Nuke can just keep up this push.
Yeah, it's a tough game. Nuke has just been a side lane monster. Still a little bit behind Reeker, but we know that Azir scaling will be big as Irrelevant. Ambitious little wall up there, just hoping to catch him. Scuttlecrab going down is a nice small advantage to the side of SK. They have mid prio. We're still 30 seconds out from that Drake, and there's still a bit of vision in the pit. So instead, the call is maybe look to punish that side lane.
SK has been able to maintain control, and you see Janax is opening straight to mid here, willing to drop this top wave that Nuke pushed in. Now it's going to be a mid lane contest here.
Ready for the full 5v5. Irrelevant will be later to the play.
Herald dropped by 113.
Keep your eyes on those swirl seeds. If Bukata hits multiple people, likely the time for SK to kick off a fight. Herald dropped, but it's awkward. There's no immediate follow-up, so it's just a chunk of damage. But BDS do leverage it to get priority position on the objective.
Par's getting poked out a little bit.
SK walking to this choke is definitely tough, but Irrelevant's backing off, so he's not going to threaten too much here. Now we've just conceded. We want full 50-50. Now that the Mega is gone, BDS are in a bit of a tougher position. Genex coming in behind. Paris will spot him, but who is spotting who? Paris finds the initial engage. Irrelevant now on the chase in. Loopy locked up. Kadui trying to fire back. Bukata, eye set on the objective. 2.5k health getting lower and lower. 113 too far away. That's the Drake already picking over, but Nuke gooping 2 up. Finding Kadui looking to chase down Genex as well. Locked out comes in from Ice. Paris gonna find the CC. 113 knocks him back. Symphony of CC there from BDS. They find those kills, but SK at least get the Drake.
It's Drake going over to SK, but BDS are able to pick up 2 crucial kills, and it's a very, very split fight. It ends up being a fight both on the Drake and over the wall, but it's like kind of strange because Genax is flanking, but Paris is not fully able to go on him. And overall, I would have liked to see BDS play more as a 5-man, as I think Paris doesn't need to flank like this. But they're able to get the engage onto Loopy. Then Ice is now left to fend on his own against Yone. Luckily dodges the Yone Q3, tries to steal the Drake, isn't able to, but it's a great shuffle by Nuke onto Kadui and Genax. A great W from Ice into the ultimate, able to secure that kill as well.
113 did knock him out of one of those bullets, or perhaps Nuke would have had another kill, but it's too far away.
There's a lot of flowers here.
Otacon has spawned. It is the Ruinous Otacon, so more effectiveness from neutrals. Again, with Mountain on the table, it's big for either side, but definitely something SK do not want to give up. They'd almost prefer the false life, I think, in this game state.
Yeah, I feel like, in general, I feel like Ruinous Otacon is better these days. Just, you get nearly 1 level lead on everybody.
Yeah.
And we've seen it, the Voracious Otacon, when the teams get the GA, it's like a 50-50 if they do something good or something really bad.
I think when it first came out, teams were good at using it, and I think a lot of that was because it was probably too strong.
It was too strong,
when it got knocked back, it was worth a little bit more money, and the withdraw was longer.
Yeah, and the duration, I think, got nerfed as well, yeah.
I still don't think, I think there has to be a higher use case, a more clear, more consistent use case to make it better, but right now, I completely agree with what you're saying.
Yeah. Oh, 113 doing a little threatening.
Loopy just walking forward. This tower is about to fall. Good VAR assault to start things off. Paris missing a bit on the Shattering Strike. Irrelevant off to the side. Reeker laying down a lot of damage, but not going to finish much here as Paris re-engages. Luke setting up the tower. Nice positioning from BDS, denying any potential fallout from SK. And again, disconnected from the side of SK.
Yeah, it's Loopy really desperately trying to defend this mid lane tower, but It's a 200 HP tower. All it takes is a few auto attacks from the side of BDS, and they take that down, and they're able to pick up a kill on Bukata as well.
And I think Nuke being the Azir, having access to the Sun Disc passive also just makes it so much harder because whatever angle you were hoping to find is removed the second that he throws up that tower.
It's an Otacon start here, but SK want a match. They want to fight.
About in 9 seconds. Lilia fast, but not fast enough to get here, so SK will need to fight if they want to stop this one or prey on some sort of miracle steal. Some sort of fumble from 113, 3K, getting lower, shock blast in, ulti goes through, and they manage to steal it! Ruin's Otacon, but the flowers are still gonna get taken down. Ice trying to clear as many as he can, but he only has 4 bullets. That was incredibly awkward. They do manage to find the steal. I guess I caster cursed it, but 113 still trying to force the fight. Jax with a knockback, but just brings his team deeper into the fight. A lonely Swirl Seed, the only sign of Bukata in this exchange. Kadui, good damage, irrelevant, not gonna get hit by the Q. SK still pushing forward. They got it, they got the Otacon out of that.
I don't know how Reeker got a 3-4-man Yone ultimate while also stealing the Otacon at the same time. I need a replay. How does he steal? What's his? I'm speechless. His ulti didn't even look like it hit the Otacon. And they had smite. Let me see. So the Otacon is 3K. Reeker goes in on hero play here, flash queuing. Does he get it with the W? Does his ulti hit? The ulti hits?
Okay,
what? That was like an anime Yone moment. What the hell? That's crazy. And then his 113 trying to continue going for the fight. But it's quite disjointed. They don't quite have the damage. And 113 ends up actually not dying here. I thought he would go down for sure. And it's Loopy the one that ends up going down.
And remember, this is a 4v5.
Yeah.
Lily is sprinting, but just as a sign of support, a kind of solidarity with the team taking the objective.
Moral support sprint. And now we have Mountain Dragon spawning in 45 seconds. Take it away, Dribbles.
A slightly more valuable Mountain Dragon.
True.
SK. They didn't get a lot of flowers. I didn't see how many they got, so...
I think BDS got the majority of them, yeah.
Yeah, so still not too bad for BDS.
Oh. Scary recall. But that's a recall 30 seconds before Drake spawns. So that means all of this control is going for the side of BDS. I'd be surprised if SK tried to retake this. Like, Leona's only the real champion that can face check. But Jace decided to offer a recall rather than continuing to push onto that top side. So SK won a face check here.
No one is responding to top wave.
Space kill away.
Relevant there. Just keeping that Meganar Rage Bar on the edge.
I think they might look to pick Janax off in rotation, this Skarner. Oh, Janax gonna TP actually.
This is a bold move, but it's a huge committal. Okay, so they want to play through the bottom side of the map. Meanwhile, BDS happy to play through mid. Nuke keeping that pressure up. No one shepherding that wave in from SK. Nuke can just keep pushing if he wants to threaten or deny some resources. Both teams 5v5, posturing, fishing for the fight. Irrelevant Meganar. Genex trying to proc it early, looking to knock him back. Blast cone there. Reeker can now follow. Full committal onto Irrelevant. They want to take this Gnar to the fight, but it does mean that they've conceded the objective. 113 immediately coming in, trying to find the follow-up. A kill traded. Loopy going for more on the engage. Kadui with the ultimate. Lockdown on the Skarner. The chain CC there, but he still manages to get down the Impale. Sleep coming through. Can they find the follow-up? Nuke going for the pushback. The team ready to go. Eyes on ice. The team ready to take over, but he just doesn't have the position. SK, more kills coming out in the play.
And it's so messy, but it's BDS picking up the Drake. And I don't think SK can really get anything off of this. It could look to start the Nash, but they don't really have anybody to tank it up. And it's a big mistake from Irrelevant to get picked off, but in doing so, SK need to forfeit the Drake, so it's overall a win for BDS.
Yeah, 2 for 2 it looks like, the final kill tally. And again, we see the start here.
Like, I like Irrelevant has a perfect fight here. He's about to hit Mega. He can be so useful in this fight, but he misses this ulti on Janax. He's too late in taking this plant, so he gets cancelled, and then he jumps when he's already dead. It's just a disaster for him, right? But then 113 flashes out, and he's just barely able to ult Janax here. Janax should ideally space a little bit further back. He doesn't get hit by the Skarner ult, and maybe they can just take Skarner down without him dying. And then it's a great flash ulti from Nuke to take down Loopy, and it ends up being, as you said, a 2 for 2.
A little bit awkward. I think Nuke giving up his flash there will make the next fight tough, and you can see Ice, despite being very far ahead of Kadui, has just struggled to match the value that a Varus ult had in the context of that fight.
Yeah. However, Nuke does have the stopwatch.
Good call out.
So that does help him for sure against this Yone, but this Yone is 4-0 with Infinity Edge completed. I think Relevant's down 2 levels here. He cannot contest against this guy.
Definitely cannot.
That was 1 Q. That's crazy damage.
Yeah, things are looking good. And again, Yone was changed this patch. The CC thing is the thing that everyone cares about. If you CC him, even as he snapbacks, the remaining duration of the CC will still apply. But the extra 10% on crit, it was normally reduced to kind of try to balance out the double effectiveness on crit chance. No longer there. Same case for Yasuo. So Reeker hitting harder than he ever has before. And Irrelevant doesn't have any CC in this form, so the nerf doesn't matter, but the buff sure as hell does.
Yeah, Irrelevant forced to burn the flash there, and I think this is just gonna keep being the same fate if Irrelevant is matched up against this Yone. And I don't know if outcome changes much if it's Nuke either. I feel like, I mean, Irrelevant is the one with plated steel caps and the Warden's Mail and the Sterax, while Nuke has a Merkats and a Stopwatch. I mean, the Seeker's Arm Guard.
Yeah.
Oh, Loopy.
Pale over the wall. Loopy locked up. CC well layered as Kadui tries to fire back. Loopy still standing tall. Curtain call coming out, but all of SK ready to follow up. Some damage coming through onto Reeker, but Reeker can just now chase, getting incredibly aggressive, unstoppable as he recalls. Loopy will finally drop. Reeker getting taken out as well. The Ignite gonna finish the job, and now Nuke on the chase. Hungry for a little bit more. Baron on the table. BDS, they can start it, but it's a tough call. Bukata does have flash. He could just look to steal. Kadui just continuing to poke. Relevant Meganar on the way.
SK needs to drop it. They weren't able to get any of the poke, and 3 versus 5 is just not good enough. And it's Loopy getting caught out, but he's actually fine. But it's Reeker that really wants to make something out of this TP, and he ends up going too deep and falling. And SK are able to pick up the mid lane tower, but it's Nash for the side of BDS.
Massive to have that Nash. Red Bull, Baron power play. And again, I think in the group 5v5, the Azir, the Jhin who is so far ahead, are just going to do more damage. Reeker, much more powerful in the isolated 1v1, but
especially when it's BDS starting the fight like that. Because you need this SK comp. They need 2 things. Either they need a crazy good amount of poke, or they need BDS to be all up in a choke where Reeker and Bukata can just wreak havoc. And if it's in open space like that with BDS starting the fight first, it's always going to favor BDS. But now, we have a Nash for the side of BDS, but I don't think they'll really use this Nash to siege any towers, because they have Soul coming up in 40 seconds. So I think they'll just tunnel vision on playing Soul, and just use this Nash to get full control over this Drake.
See what the call is. Your read on the situation seems right, though. Top wave, basically neutral. Bot wave, basically neutral as Irrelevant arrives. So no real pressure for either team to go top lane. Instead, we can play the map for both teams between mid and bot, and that means Drake. BDS getting a bit poked out. Nice start for SK, but again, if we can toggle the vision, you can see how little SK actually see around this pit. The only thing they really have, vision right outside of that objective. Thank you so much, observers.
They have some good sneaky wards, actually, so they're able to see, I think, if... Yeah, they do have the crab as well, so they can see if BDS starts out at this objective, but 113 is very isolated here.
Will that flanking ward make the difference? For now, the answer is no, but it gives SK so much more confidence to step up and poke. Nuke, though, continuing split pushing. BDS can just back away towards Nuke if they want a 5v5. Instead, play for the inhib tower. SK caught between a rock and a hard place. Again, they want the Mountain Drake, but still they're risking a 50-50 at this state, while Nuke is guaranteed to break a tower. Reeker trying to find the fight, but he does not hit Ice. Crucially, Paris finding a bit of CC. Ice untouched. Objective down. 113. Better on the smite. That's the soul over the fight. The base now exposed as Nuke's involved. And this is disaster.
It's a disaster for SK, and this was practically a 4v5. And BDS doesn't look like they can go for more, but that's the Mountain Soul for the side of BDS. And they can continue pushing. They still got the Nash, and they're 5 members still up.
42 seconds left. Nuke getting value out of the Nash on the push while his team took the objective. That is the worst possible scenario for SK. They had to make a choice. Either one, they would have lost something. And in this case, they lost both.
And that's 2 inhibitors gone. Mountain Soul for the side of BDS. You kind of have to feel as SK. It's a tough game now.
It's a tough game. And again, it started well. I like the way they use Lily at that level 1, with the Bukata overstaying a bit, not respecting the lane prio, putting them behind. BDS just executing better in fights despite how far behind Irrelevant was earlier. Ultimately, he's caught up now, has a decent gold lead for himself. 113 significantly far ahead. And at this stage with these compositions, BDS, I don't want to curse them, but it would be really hard. It's really hard to throw this one.
Actually, I just realized it's BDS, and we're saying the game is over.
you really got to, you know, you got to be Tony Stark in the desert trying to build Iron Man to throw this game. You know, that is the level of ingenuity you need to have.
That would be impressive. But I think in a lot of these fights, a completely different topic, you can kind of see the Yone nerf. Like you see when Yone misses the ulti now, he like panics and he instantly needs the E back, because if he gets CC'd, he can't like ignore it anymore. So he needs to play way more safe and way more respectful of the CC on the side of BDS.
Larson built the QSS, the Mercurial, yesterday. Just
yeah, I like that. I like that adaptation. But I think this game, QSS is not bad, to be honest. It's kind of good QSS.
Yeah.
But buying a Mar feels kind of bad, maybe.
It's a bit tricky.
But now they can just siege up for this tier 2.
Reeker. Forced to ult out, still gets clipped a little bit there. Ulti coming in from 113, but again, you can see that he just doesn't really take damage. The Mountain Soul doing so much work.
Irrelevant also to the side here. I mean, now the problem is SK really needs to go back to base.
The base is just getting hit by supers right now.
Yeah. And SK do have decent ranged wave clear with the Jace, Lilia, and the Varus. But BDS could pressure a dive, potentially. But they might also just choose to play it very safe, waiting for the Nash. I mean, that's like the ultra safe option. But I would like to see them try to play for this tower without the Nash, because I think it is possible.
And I think that, back on the subject of how do you build the Iron Man suit in the desert, aka how do you throw this game, if you let it go to Elder, I think that's a big mistake.
Yeah.
There's no reason. Relevant standing on the side with Meganar, trying to zone. Wall up goes down, knock back onto Bukata. He should just fall. Stun coming through there as well, but he buys a bit of space with the stopwatch. Nuke and Ice now ready to follow. Nice knockout coming through from Paris. Instantly, the 3-man shuffle. The Emperor has arrived. SK not going to get the chance to fight for anything. Not the Elder, not the Baron. Bukata gets one back in return. Reeker does a little bit of damage here, but it's just not enough. Minions crashing in, but BDS want to play for a few more kills. The Relevant gets another auto down. Loopy will survive. The base, however, will not. And there it is for Ice. A kill for the Jin. 4 bullets, 5 kills.
And BDS, they will remain in control of this game as they close it out with a beautiful team fight, good patience, and they didn't throw it. Woo!
I like to see it. Progression for BDS. 113, not just about the carries. Can play to support the team. Got support from the team to fill in that role. And a solid start for SK. Sent back to the drawing board. We'll see how they adapt heading into game 2. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more League of Legends.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds, something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
I wasn't expecting, and it ends up being Bukata going down, but we got crazy trades on top.
Relevant. Boom!
That's a solo kill.
Blank!
Look at him. Sorry. Jason flash.
On W.
Hit. We get go. Nice, good job. Can you play fight? Play fight. Nice mega. Play slow.
Damage.
Penta.
Help me.
Penta. Give penta.
Penta.
Kill him. Still. We die for what? Guys. Why is it so hard?
Oh, we are so pussy.
But stop micromanaging people.
But we are playing so pussy.
We are 10 minutes into game one and I have Striker with me. Thank you so much for making the time. I want to talk about BDS draft structures because it feels like you guys are going back to basics in a way, front to back, some stuff that is maybe easy to execute. I look at this game right now, playing long team fights maybe can be an option. Do you feel like with the way the team is communicating and playing right now, you have to play easier to execute stuff?
I think it's really depending on who we play, what do we expect from them. Right now, our goal is to be able to play, I would say, both styles. I think that we are able to pull both, but against a team like SK, we felt like the direction that we took today was probably the smartest. That's why we locked this one.
All right. Follow-up question would be discipline for players, because I feel like in Winter, what was tricky for BDS was the fact that players can press or not the trigger at the wrong moments. Do you feel like there's been improvement on that front?
I'll not comment on this one.
All right. Thank you so much, Riker. I'll let you go backstage.
Thank you.
Sharks, over to you.
Thank you, lore from the past. Well, he doesn't want to answer that. Did we see that in this game? Did they not, or did they pull the trigger when it wasn't apt?
The facts speak for themselves, because I'm sure that he didn't mean that kind of answer, but boy, did it work. Because I think that this was probably one of the cleanest games from BDS, this split.
Yeah, I mean, there is definitely some more emphasis around the bot side, I think around the Drake objectives in general, and I think it was just for BDS, they were going back to what used to work for them, becoming this objective team, where you're setting up for it, where you're having some good team fights around it. I will say,
Was that a clean game?
It was messy, but sometimes...
Wait, but you're saying this split, so, okay.
I mean, when I'm thinking of BDS, of prime BDS, I think of BDS from last year, where you know that at 23 minutes or whatever, there's an objective, there's a Drake solo in the game that they're probably going to be taking. So I'm always comparing it to the good old days. But even now...
When they were throwing out objectives, you mean?
I mean, hold the phone.
Okay.
BDS was a top 3 team and had been for a very long time. Their current form is a fall from grace, and seeing things like this, where I think Nuke had really good positioning around the team fights, which is something he always had. His laning phase was never his strongest suit. It was around the objectives, and I think we saw glimpses of that here as well. So in between the downtime objectives, yeah, there's a bit of oopsies, but I think in general, BDS is getting more towards that path.
Also, Odo, like recovery from 1-1-3 in this game after getting put behind very, very early. He read them like book, right?
It was great to see, because it really did feel like it was the only thing he could have done was go towards bot lane. And you know, inherently it's playing to what GB likes to say, that it's the ice win condition, because BDS, every time they had great performances was when they were empowering ice. And now, given the fact that he got so far behind, he did find the only one good play in the game, the bot lane invade.
Yeah, and I mean, it's funny, right? Because it wasn't even necessarily instinct from 1-1-3 that led him there. It was the fact that he
desperation.
Also that led him to the blue side. But his own blue side was gone. So with a bot side pressure, there's only really one play available for you, and that was that. And as soon as you got that first kill available, it's like, wait, we got kill around bot side. Let's go back here. And
so was it lucky then?
I'm not saying it's
default.
lucky.
Yeah, it wasn't default.
He had great adaptations in the game when he was playing against a fast declared jungler, and he made use of his team.
He did show a lot of restraint, to be honest, because that was his prime weakness when I think of 1-1-3 is that you approach this one of these objectives that BDS naturally likes to play very slow, and he comes into them and is like, well, I'm going to go in. And he didn't do it. He played very slow, and he just facilitated great for his carries.
I mean, we know he used to be a little bit of a coin flip. He sometimes has it as well. In one of the very first interviews I did with him this year, he said kind of, I want to redefine myself. I don't want people to have that same idea about me. So I think it's interesting that we track that. I also think it's interesting that we kind of bumped in with their voice comms. It was I saying from the first, actually really annoying, by the way.
It's
from
really
the
annoying.
first kill, whatever. But 1-1-3 going, stop micromanaging me or us. I don't exactly know what it was.
Saying each other. It was
each other.
Yeah, so definitely some tension potentially coming through with like.
It's not about. I'm not trying to build drama or anything, right?
But
it's not about the tension or the fact that they're actually micromanaging. Usually, these are good calls that you make in a game because when everyone gets in a lot of stress, what happens is that someone is like, oh, look, this guy, do this, do this, do that. And the fact that there's someone always yapping in your ear, it kind of stops you from being able to play your own game and play off of these instincts. And everything gets a bit overridden in this sort of herd mentality. And I think these sort of things are happening a lot in these stress situations that he kind of wants to get away from, I would say.
It makes sense. I don't know if like saying that in that moment is probably, but it means that it's maybe something we can ask BDS about if
it's good
we
to
get
see
to
for
talk
next
to them
game.
again.
Yeah, I think it's more of a thing for next game. Okay, let's just keep it a little bit more chill so we can have a little bit of a cleaner game.
Yeah, one more thing about this game.
Yeah.
You, top laner.
He's also top laner.
No, he's not. He's AD carry.
I swap all the time.
He's just a lot worse.
So he's bad at one thing, Saucer, I know. But Gen X on that Jace. Let's start with the build. You said you didn't like it. I have no idea what he's supposed to build, so what's wrong with it?
I feel like it was a little bit outdated. He went Conqueror. Was that his build? He had, okay, that's not a Bloodthirster, that's an Eclipse, but it's fine,
yeah,
you know?
I think so.
I thought it's a little bit, 2 years past in time build. I feel like right now everyone's going for the Shojin, but nowadays everyone's transitioning more into this lethality build because that's kind of what they needed, because I did feel like SK's team comp lacked a little bit of, space making or engage, so it was a lot reliant on Bukada finding engages with Lilia, these miracle engages, and the Jace wasn't really providing much outside of laning phase, I would say.
Yeah, and I think, I think in that situation, you also just need to be able to snowball it when you get a solo kill like that. And I think that makes it even more important when you think about the fact that they're now going to red side, which can facilitate more favorable left sides. I mean, that's kind of been the meta a little bit recently for some of our teams.
I really feel like, especially in Fearless, well, it's game 2 Fearless, so it maybe doesn't really mean a lot. But when you go into later in the draft, the teams that are weaker, they start prioritizing the counter picks.
I don't think we're doing draft. You were looking at me. I don't think so. We're not. It's the casters. They did an okay job, so we're gonna give them another try.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take okay job. I appreciate you guys giving a simulation of BDS comms by just yapping for way too long. Thank you. Thank you. We are now hot dropping into draft. Ezreal, Orianna taken out, so some stable options. Nidalee will also remain banned. BDS built an early lead despite a difficult level 1. We're able to relatively cleanly, although some few hiccups here and there, close the game out.
And an important win for 1-1-3, I say, because he got to show that even on a tank jungler, he can still have creative early pathing, he can generate a lead, and he can show some restraint in the later stages of the game, which I love to see. So I'm curious to see now if they're going to put 1-1-3 kind of back on the Xin Zhao, or if now they're saying, okay, you proved yourself on the Skarner, go play Sejuani.
Ooh. What is it going to be? More tanks? Is that what winning has earned him?
Sometimes that's how life is.
Hey man, we've been winning a lot on the tank junglers. Maybe you can maybe you just play Maokai, Sejuani, Skarner for the rest of your career. It's happened to Mini, a great jungler. Ash, final ban here. Okay, interesting. SK, first loss of the season. How do they adapt? How is the mental, the individual performances in game? What does the draft look like? For now, Maokai locked in, and your prediction was apt, Mr. Spectra. Hey, we won on a tank jungler. No need. I mean, Zyra's up, but
no need to make it complicated.
No, let's keep it simple. Things were working out well. Let's just get some tree in there.
Yeah, but a lot of those like poke options alongside this Maokai have been taken out. Would like to see here the Corki taken from SK. So now the Ashe is banned out, Ezreal's banned out, Varus and Jhin are out. So Corki's kind of Corki and Kalista, I'd say, are like the two strong laning ADCs that are left. But I don't really, Ice hasn't been a big Kalista enjoyer. So I would probably just presume to see him maybe play some hyper carry into this or some more utility. But most of the utility ADCs are out.
I mean, hasn't played any Kalista this year. Of course, it is a highly contested champion, but I think utility and hyper carries are what he's known for. Tank jungle will meet tank jungle, so SK taking a step back from their aggressive counter in the previous game with the Lilia. And we'll just match fire with fire here.
Yeah, their comp last game, I think, was, as we spoke about, quite hard to pull off, and you could see it in some of the finer details where the team fights is like all that needs to happen for SK team fighting to fall apart is one ultimate misses and then everything goes haywire.
Yeah, it was definitely tricky, but now in a much better
Gwen.
position.
Gwen is still open.
So did I.
But still, we have the Jax conundrum. Now you have Sejuani Jax, potential side on the SK, which could be a great answer into this Gwen.
Okay, what if
it's Gwen mid, or was that what you were going to say?
Well, I was thinking about, was Gwen jungle still playable? It looked
Where
awful.
would the Maokai go?
Support.
Yeah, you're cooking.
Look, sometimes this is your brain on flex picks. You know, once you consider.
To be fair, though, that would be pretty crazy if you put the Gwen jungle, because it should be great into Sejuani.
All I'm saying.
But Maokai kind of ruins that.
I'm describing a very wonderful dish. It's a Michelin star dish. Our BDS looking to make a Michelin star dish? I don't know. Last game, it was kind of stock
Are
standard.
you a Michelin star chef?
No, I'm not.
See,
no.
How can you make a Michelin star
I'm
dish?
the guy sitting on the couch watching, you know, MasterChef going, oh yeah, he clearly messed up the batter on that one. That's my role.
Ooh, a Kali. So it's going to be probably a Kali into this Gwen, which is another counter pick. I think we saw Mirwin play this into Broken Blade on Gwen. I don't fully remember, but Mirwin had some good success on it. And it's a pick that you can always look to one-shot the Gwen, and you always deal all your damage inside of her W, while also having the mobility to dodge all of her spells. But I think I would have liked to see the Jax more, as it just provides a lot more in the team fights, and it's a lot easier to execute, especially against this Maokai, where all this Maokai really needs is to W the Akali and then just one-shot her.
That's fair. I do think that Gen X clearly has a lot of faith in himself and his ability to execute these more niche counter options. Played the Yasuo last week, now playing the Akali this week, chasing game 1 as well. So see where that is going to end up going. I like it also into the MF, this immobile champion. A little bit more dive threat, a little bit more access to Ice, who's MF and Jin not the same champion at all, but obviously both can do a lot of damage without having to get into harm's way.
That's true. And also now it makes me wonder if this Corki could actually be a flex pick into mid, because you don't really want to pick another AP mid here, because then you have kind of a full AP topside with Akali and Sejuani doing a lot of magic damage as well. So you'd rather, ideally you'd have a Yone here, but Yone is already out.
Thank you, Fearless.
So curious to see what SK decides to go for.
I will say that Corki Flex is like, how do you want your eggs? You know, you're getting eggs either way, but it's scrambled poached, it's kind of the same.
That's a huge difference. What are you saying?
What?
How you have your eggs? That's a huge difference. Like, are you telling me boiled egg and like scrambled eggs are the same?
Not the same, but they're slightly different, but they're still eggs. You're not reinventing the wheel here. It's not completely different.
You're wrong, but it's okay.
I'm just saying Corki's the most boring flex pick. That's my point. Let's get out of food metaphors. Let's get straight to the point of the matter.
Okay.
Nautilus locked in. We'll just move on. Clearly we're on opposite sides of this debate that I made up on the spot. Tristana, Lucian. So a lot of bot lane focus. Also Kalista taken away.
I mean,
respecting the Corki that could go mid.
One of the things for BDS, however, is the fact that the Rel is out, which you'd really like to pair this map up with. But instead it's going to be the Alistar who can kind of tank up this Nautilus engage and this Sejuani engage, while also being really good at peeling this Akali. But he doesn't quite provide the same kind of wombo combo potential that a Rel would, that you'd love to have with the MF. Ooh.
Nuke.
This would be a crazy Cassio. I think Talia is kind of the same, but
okay.
I mean, he kind of needs to go AD here. I mean, I guess he could go. I mean, if he goes AP, this is a very heavy AP. I just thought about it. It's Talia, Maokai, Gwen, full AP topside.
I'm pretty sure that you can just go full MR here.
Yeah.
As someone like Bukata, I'd feel fine about that. MF can take over fights, but you have so many tools to dive her and take her out of the exchange. Once she's gone, full MR will feel pretty solid.
And if they answer with an AP mid here, it's going to be kind of double full AP topside for both teams.
How much magic damage do you want? Yes.
In my head, this is not good. But
you know what?
If both teams do it, maybe it is good.
Yeah.
And Gwen does a lot of true damage, and Seju does some physical damage.
Who are we as commentators if we can't just let
But
popular
Corki also does a lot of
choices.
magic damage. I think it's bad. I think it's too much magic damage for both teams. But on the bright side, there's no real bruiser in this game. That's the biggest thing. Like, imagine if SK had like an Aatrox. He goes Maw, he's unkillable, and can just clean up every fight. But there's no champion in this game that can really do that. Sure, Sejuani can get some magic resist, but she's gonna take a while to kill anyway. It's not gonna be a raid boss just because she takes a bit to kill. So it's okay in that sense to be this heavy on the AP. And you have the true damage from Gwen.
We'll see.
But it's a bit like I'm like coping for them.
And I appreciate that. Maybe they'll need that coat, maybe they won't need that coat. Maybe we'll learn something together as we get into our second game of this series. Looking at both compositions, keeping our eye, as always, Maokai Talia, lethal combo around mid-jungle. But the Sejuani Kali, can they shut down that Gwen? Bot lane, will it be explosive? The Nautilus stronger in those early levels. A lot to keep an eye out for as we get ready for game 2.
Let's play a game, Dracos. Guess how many Merc threats will be in this game?
Is 10 an option?
10 is an option. You can say 10.
I think 8. I'm gonna say 8.
I'm gonna say 7.
You're gonna say 7?
Yeah.
All right, we'll see who's correct. You can vote along at LEC on X or any other social media platform. I won't see it till after the cast, but you will have the knowledge that you were right.
True. You can just do it in your head.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Okay, so we have no flashes top lane is an excellent start to this game too.
And
from an
grasp
entertainment
on the Gwen.
perspective.
That's quite interesting. So Relevant really wants to get tankier in this top lane matchup, try to survive the Akali.
I mean, you did say
one-shot
there's
potential.
no Aatrox, but Gwen is a champion with a lot of naturally built-in sustain.
That's true, but she can't really, like, the problem is that AP champions don't have access to a really good MR
Mount
item.
Mori is
Yeah.
the best, probably the best MR item in the game.
Yeah, like you can go Banshee, but it's like Banshee this game isn't really even that
Banshee's
good.
not good.
Yeah.
Maybe see some early MR. Wouldn't be surprised to see some Mercs from all of the solo laners. It's SK once again rinse and repeating these early jungle strategies.
Loopy decides not to go for the hook here. I don't think, for me, the lanes this game that are the most exciting is definitely this top lane matchup. Oh, but 113 looks like he wants to invade Raptors here. One of the big strengths of Maokai is this Q smite damage. Does insane damage to it. That is like
Not on 113. I respect that both these players, when they have a slightly more favorable circumstance at level 1,
they just go
immediately
for it.
get aggressive and go for it.
Wow. And this feels great for 113. He doesn't even have to burn the smite. So he can just continue going here and go for the red buff as well.
Relevant going all in. Losing out a bit on the trade, but goes back in with the skip and slash. Again, the energy early levels is a big limiter for Gen X in those extended fights, even when he can proc the passive.
And this is why Gwen is back in the meta, right? Because now she can do this E-start again, and she can just spam it for trades. Although the trades didn't actually end up going that favorably for Relevant. Now he gets, I mean, you can see it, right? He just continues to be able to E forward and get good trades. And they could even look for a dive onto Gen X here. He might stay level 1.
He has to be really fast. 113, it's a bit of a split call here. Gen X does take over to level 2.
He's too hard now. Gen X is going to be able to take the W level 2 and then buy so much time under tower.
Yeah, but even forcing the W maybe feels okay for Relevant. Stops any potential trade back. Nah,
it's a bit too scary. And towers do too much damage these days.
Accepting a Reeker control mage battle in the mid lane.
Now the question is, can Bukada look to cheese some of 113's bot camps? It looks like he's going to be able to maybe sneak out this red buff.
Nuke running out of mana rapidly. Both top lane and mid lane are an absolute fist fight, and pressure is in favor of BDS. This is a sneak. Bot lane pressure is what's allowing Bukada to get this done. It's Loopy. Do we have the wave in a slightly more favorable position?
Curious to see if Bukada is able to go for more here. He ended up using the smite on the red buff, but it's a bit surprising that 113 didn't think to just wrap back around into his bot side to defend his bot side camps. He just decides that it's fine, I suppose.
I guess spent a little bit too much time laying in wait for that topside gank. It was only a few seconds, but wanted to just maintain the clear speed he had, even if it means not having that camp advantage. He does tick over to level 4. Scuttle Crab traded for Scuttle Crab, and the map still divided.
He is still one camp up, as he was able to pick up the Krugs and Sejuani was not. And maybe now, with the fact that he didn't waste any time, he can... Oh, look to gank top here. I thought he would go for the respawning Raptors, but Looks like he wants to punish GenX on this.
If GenX burns the Shuriken flip, this is pretty easy. Otherwise, it's tough. The Shroud.
I think Irrelevant can just start fighting GenX here and try to make him burn spells, and then 113 can wrap in from behind. As GenX probably feels a little bit safe with this ward.
Oh, he's no longer safe, however. Exhausted, Irrelevant now going in, 113 committing, Gwen immune as GenX tries to get a bit more damage down. Irrelevant trying to find the snip on a GenX, nice Shuriken flip, but still, that's first blood for BDS.
And that's the cost of not having flash. As soon as you use that Akali W, 113 is behind, he's ready to punish. And this is the creativity that has gotten 113 so many of the early game leads that we talked about last game, and one of the big strengths of him. But we have Loop here.
Hook connects, follow-up CC there. Reeker, good follow-up damage. Nuke still has his flash, holding on as long as he can. Ignite ticking. Doesn't even burn it. 96 HP, walks away, hits him with the thumbs up. With 1-3 on the way, he might even stick around for the next wave. This is insanely risky.
It's good discipline not to burn the flash, but catching this wave is very scary. All it takes is one Hwei spell, and he could end up going down.
Waiting for the Severing Bolt. Is Reeker going to get punished? Reeker desperate to get the wave in, but 113 is right here. They'll spot Reeker. Paris coming in as well. Nuke has to be careful not to overstay. It could be in trouble. Combo there. Easy kill pickup. Solo lanes from BDS. Finding massive advantage.
It's a disaster for SK. Reeker knows that Alistar is roaming from bot side, so he feels safe walking into the top side. But there he is again. 113 with his creativity. He finds another play, and it's 2-0 for BDS.
Why do you keep rhyming? All right, the 113 creativity, but for now, in bot lane, Ice and Paris. He's getting a bit aggressive, and 113 continuing to find these angles. GenX isolated 1v1, pretty far behind on items. Level 6 to level 6. GenX forced to dash away. SK at the very least are going to get this Drake, and BDS not in a great position to get something else on the other side of the map, so they might just try to fight this, but they're at a man disadvantage. Can't quite see. Nuke is level 6. Can ult into the fight. Paris only level 5. It could be tough. 113 in the midst of everybody. The lockup, the CC is there. 113 set now to fall. The flash forward into his teammates. That is not what you wanted. 200 health or more taken away from every member of BDS. Right as you praise him, it all starts to fall apart.
113, what was that? He has the Hwei ult on him and flashes into his whole team. No, it ends up being only one member going, no, 2 members going down. So it's not the end of the world, but still. 113, you know, you get some, you lose some.
Yeah, the creativity is there. Not always successful.
Glad I'm looking for a top lane gank here, but he's going to be spotted out. Now it's a grub fight as both teams posture to contest.
Neither side got the dragon, but 113 is here to match. Irrelevant first move. Mid lane prio contested. Nuke relatively low. The Reeker, of course, with no ultimate does make it pretty hard to finish a kill.
It's going to be Grubs just going over to the side of BDS with that top and mid prio. Feeling pretty good about that one. And as you said, due to the fight on Drake, nobody actually got Drake, which means BDS could look to be able to now play for that as well. And a huge top lane lead here, with GenX being forced to recall and no TP. And demolish for the side of Irrelevant.
This top lane matchup, so volatile. You talked about the potential of this counter pick, but when you start to fall behind in this matchup, it's just so difficult. It was that single use of the Shroud, the patience from 113 that has put GenX so far behind.
I feel like that's been, like, in their game against Fnatic as well. It was GenX trying to do a creative Yasuo counter pick into Oscar in Snar that he got solo killed and ended up struggling a lot in. And I think I would like to see GenX more just go for these kind of like easier counter picks. You know, you don't need an Akali, you could just have a Jax, where it's like, yeah, you're not going to stomp him, but you're just going to scale up and be as useful, which I much prefer rather than this very volatile Ignite Exhaust. We need to fist.
Yeah. And it's clear that GenX wants to be that kind of player, wants to leverage these picks. And in game 1, to be fair, the Jace pick did pay off. They did find some early leads from it. It just didn't transition into anything more meaningful. But Irrelevant very rapidly becoming a problem as this fight breaks out. Ulti in from the Hwei. Kadui free firing. 113 goes forward and will get taken down. Ulti over the wall from Ice. Loopy's still walking away as the Drake falls for SK.
And again, it's a mistake from 113 as he really wants to contest this Drake, but his team is not in position. They're not around him. When he gets hooked, he ends up just going down, and in a desperation, BDS tried to get a kill back onto Loopy, but they just don't have the damage.
What's your Twitter handle so that people can flame you for catch cursing 113?
No, I will not say it. But how's it my fault?
Just saying, super sports superstition goes a long way. Follows us to esports. And all I'm saying is this didn't happen last game.
I was praising him last game as well.
You praised him a lot more this game. So.
Maybe. That's because he did it last game.
Sure.
Ooh, Loopy is on a crazy flank here.
I like this. This is bold, trying to get Gen X out of the little bit of a hole that he has.
Problem is
900 gold lead.
Immune.
Hook. Gen X taking his time. Patience on the Shroud. Only level 5 now uses it.
Very well played by Relevant. Dodges out on the Akali E and immunes the Nautilus hook. It's so hard to punish this Gwen pick, especially when the Akali doesn't win 1v1. Like, you can send members up to help her, but Gwen is immune.
Yeah. It's really tricky, right? Especially against the Nautilus, too.
Yeah.
One of those situations where Cassante always feels so broken because his W makes him unstoppable, but Gwen Mist does something very similar in this kind of matchup where it's, if they want to shut her down, you're so reliant on those long-range Sejuani engages. You're reliant on Akali landing that Shuriken flip, and so much of it is just mitigated by the Mist.
Yeah, I do think Sejuani can interact a lot more, as if she just gets a passive broke. Then all Akali needs to do is auto-attack at least, but especially when it's that Nautilus or the Hui, it's like, can't really do anything.
Nope. If you're in range to do something, that is a very bad sign for how the team fight is going. Reeker and Loopy grouping up to try to get this mid push out. 3 minutes till Chemtech. We'll see what the soul spawn will be. 40 seconds to the next grub spawn.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a grub fight once again. I think the side of SK really doesn't want to give 6 grubs over to this Gwen that is already winning lane and with Demolish. Now Riftmaker finished up. But I think it's hard for SK to really fight this. If Gwen can have ultimate up for this grub spawn, she's going to be so damn strong.
See Bugatti close to taking over to level 8, but still behind. It's Ice and Paris getting the push out. Early lifesteal for Ice. Pursuit of that Bloodthirster does mean that any of the poke that Reeker had landed earlier ultimately does not matter at all. Okay, SK first on the objective. Set to be a 4v4, but Nuke is recalling. Can get there pretty quickly with the Weaver's Wall.
He's going to look to TP in, I think, just on the pink ward, and they just started up.
They don't have push topside either.
I mean, Relevant can kind of 1v2 here and just keep them at bay.
Ready for the full-on 5v5. Flashes up across the board for SK, except for the Akali, who does not have one. Same story for BDS. BDS being pushed back. Loopy, decent flank, but they're just going to try and turn and burn. He doesn't even get a chance to proc the Aftershock. He's just instantly deleted. In the meantime, Irrelevant trying to 2v1 here. A single grub. All that's left. BDS already got 4. They're going to get 1 more as well. That's 5. The Gwen still standing. Irrelevant dashing back into 113. Count up is Genax. Down he goes. Ice on a killing spree. Complete and total disaster. The Weaver's Wall coming in. Reeker running for his life. Bukata taken out as well. BDS demolishing the fight.
And it's clean from BDS. They immediately turn on first target and they use the All-Star combo in combination with the Taliyah beautifully to get pick after pick after pick. And once this All-Star ends up falling here, it all collapses for SK. You can see Loopy tries to go for a flank, but he's so isolated from the rest of his team. Beautiful combo by Paris and Nuke to get onto him, and then 113 onto Genax. Genax gets chunked. Irrelevant is able to 1v2 because he's so far ahead. And then it's another combo from Paris onto Genax, into the Taliyah combo. And then 113 is going to say, I want more. Get him. And they get him. Beautiful.
Thank you. They certainly do get him. Look, that was pretty disastrous. And this is the downside of the Nautilus, right? Is you have that reliable point engage ult, but you're not the Alistair. You can't just immediately ult at the first sign of CC and prevent so much of that damage. It is possible for you to just get 100 to 0. And now it's only going to get easier for BDS as their gold lead continues to grow. 2.1k in their favor, 13 minutes into the game. They did get 5 grubs as well, which will only make that Gwen more frustrating to deal with.
Reeker is quite far ahead here with the completed Deathfire Torch, but it doesn't really feel like it matters that much. The MF has the BT, the Gwen is so tanky, you can see now she's building towards Merc Treads as well.
Let's count the Mertred's count. 1, 2. Wait, there's a Ninja Tabi.
There's a Swifties and a plated steel caps.
Plated steel caps could do it. Come on. Oh,
he's at 7. Reeker caught out. Flick comes in. That's all the gold lead. That's the only strong position on the map. Deleted. The ulti's still going. Ice now ready with the setup. Just a few seconds away from the ultimate. Kadui waiting over the wall. Lays down a rocket, but not much else. BDS pushing in bot side, getting that pick, looking to knock down this tower.
Yeah, great play from BDS here. They're able to shut down the one member of SK that is actually strong in Reeker. And now they're going to get this bot tower as well. And wow, BDS are looking pretty damn good.
Definitely are. But for SK, I mean, this is tough. Game 1 was much closer than this. Game 2 has been complete slaughter thus far. Have to hope that they can rally in this mid game, find some angle to come back. Because we were hyped, right? They beat Fnatic.
Yeah.
We wanted to know how much of this was them outplaying, how much of this was Fnatic fumbling. But if you go from such a monumental upset into a lackluster performance, people are not going to give you that benefit of the doubt when you're such a rookie lineup.
So was Fnatic the problem, is what you're saying?
Yes. That's what it's starting to look like. And again, that's confirmation. That's, that's not fair to the context of the game, but in general, people like to keep it simple. So I think that is the conclusion a lot of people will make.
Well, Fnatic are playing today against KC, so we'll really get to see.
And KC did beat BDS pretty handedly.
But then if KC loses to Fnatic and BDS beats SK, oh, a little wall hit for Nook.
We have the circle is coming back. I'll just leave it at that. Reeker, nice fear. Bit of poke damage down. This is a very hard 1v1 to win. He's dead. 1-1-3's on the way. Threaded volley to finish. And again, caught on a side lane.
Yeah, it's rough. Rough on the side of SK. And it's like, especially when it's your one Fed member this way and he can't even do anything. What hope do you really have? I think they really need to get a... Oh, it's a good cancel from Loopy at least. Get a bit of tempo. But I think they need some really good Sejuani engage. Ice doesn't have cleanse, so maybe Sejuani can engage on mid, and it's happening.
Hey, flash out from Ice.
Great minds think alike.
It's like you can see the future. Now they just need to do it one more time.
Yeah.
When Ice doesn't have flash, he could be more vulnerable in the coming team fight, but BDS already have mid-prio and are set up on the objective first, so it looks like SK will concede this one as well.
Yeah, especially now you already used that Sejuani ulti. You did get the flash out of it, which feels good, but with Corki no mana, no Sejuani ult, you definitely have to give over this Herald. I think that what I want to see from SK is when it comes to this Drake spawn at 3 minutes, I think they should try to cross-map it for gold, and before that Drake spawns, they should just try to look for individual picks and numbers advantages, because equal numbers fights, I don't think they go in.
You're not going to win.
Yeah.
The only gold lead that's close is the mid lane gold lead, and that's still a 600 difference, and there's a Seraphs there. So that is a hard target to pick off. Nuke is not an easy option. Herald will be used mid lane. Okay,
6 Mertred so far. I'm just going to say that.
You want 7 or 8, brother. We accept nothing else.
Gen X is going to get me.
Ulti coming in for 1-1-3. Setup is good. Flick is good. Follow-up kill is instantaneous. SK asleep at the wheel. Control ward covering that Raptors pit for BDS, paying dividends.
It's just unplayable for SK. You can see it. If they ever try to match numbers, all you need is a little... Oh, Nuke.
Nuke. Another flick. Reeker's going to die again. Root
does have
there.
flash.
Is flashing out, following up with an ult of his own. Uses the Severing Bolt probably for a bit extra poke, but just gets the Seraphs.
He's going to be able to survive, but it's flash now down on Reeker, and it's just so easy for this BDS comp to play. You can just have the Maokai ulting, and then layer the Talia combo and this MF ult on top of it.
No.
And it's just always going to work.
Definitely pretty rough. And again, Ice also quietly just amassing a humongous gold lead. Some of that kills, some of that CS and plates. 4-0-1, 1.7k lead. The Gwen, still a huge problem. And again, you mentioned it. When you have this kind of lead, you get objective set up first. And then on top of that, you have this incredibly powerful Maokai ultimate and stronger champions.
Yeah, the thing is, like, how BDS could throw is if they go too deep, right? But when you have this Maokai ultimate, you can just put it down, and then if it hits, you MF ult, and if it doesn't,
you walk away.
No biggie.
Ah. Prepares as well on the Alistair. He's a tough target to pick off, especially with the Celestial opposition.
Does SK can't really get any form of control. That's the problem. Like, ideally, you'd really want to be able to push out one side and then generate a numbers advantage that way, but Irrelevant is going a bit deep here. But he's so strong, I don't know if they can even...
A bit of poke. Irrelevant just has to eat that damage. Dashing away, the flash burn from Loopy. Desperate to keep that one going. They get the ulti at least, but now it's Reeker who's going to be in trouble, and I think it might be time for the same exact play we saw mid. 113 can just ult to zone away. Might not even be forced to do it.
Yeah, they don't even need to ulti. Wow.
It's 19 minutes, it's a 6K gold lead.
Yeah.
Right? I just don't know what the angle is here for SK. It's so hard.
Yeah, GenX is here, but he's going to be forced out.
Weaver's wall comes out. Reeker again, the target. Split fight though. BDS could lose on the bottom side of the fight. Nuke finding the initial kill onto Reeker. Paris now trying to retreat. GenX looking for a bit of follow-up. Paris will get taken down.
Okay, a 1-for-1 for SK as they're able to actually find a 4v5 as Irrelevant was stuck pushing mid lane. But still, it's a 1-for-1 where you get enemy support and your mid lane dies.
Cheers in the studio for SK. I think they need that momentum. I think they need that faith. It's the start of something, potentially. But still a long road. Because Nuke, the thing is still only continuing to get further ahead. May even be able to go for the book this particular game.
The book?
The book. Magi's. I guess there's a lot of books. I guess you're right. I have to be more specific.
Just feels ominous. I mean, it's a good wall here by Nuke. Reeker has no flash. Powers and 113 are a little bit caught to the side, and mostly it's just due to the fact that Gwen is mid lane. If Gwen was here, SK would not be able to do anything, but it's a nice little punish. But now they're gonna have to give the Drake. And what you'd really want to see from the side of SK here is that they're able to pressure this top side. But
Reeker,
instead it's Reeker that's caught.
Again. One more combo.
No flash.
No flash. Nuke unstoppable.
Yeah, and that's just a mistake from Reeker, right? He face checks into enemy strong side. He knows they're there on the Drake, but he wants to pick up the blue buff. Gets baited by it. And the problem is SK just doesn't have any response play. They can't pressure the Otacon, can't pressure top tower. You get a little crab, but...
I mean, in a perfect game, or in a perfect level of performance, there's so few plays, is GenX is rooted up. Chain CC there, ulti going in for the MF. GenX forced to retreat. Kadui just desperate to clear the wave, and the tier 2 will fall.
A little bit slow ult there by us. I think if he ults earlier, he could actually take down GenX, but to be honest, doesn't really matter as you're about to get this tier 2 bot and build up to an 8,000 gold lead.
I mean, how do you keep focus in this game if you're SK?
I think we just saw Reeker lose focus.
100%. I think the last two, maybe even 3 side lane deaths, it's a situation where, you know, not to speak to his mental state, I'm sure he can do that on his own, but it does just feel like he's not thinking what the next step ahead.
It's also difficult when you're like, in this game, he was kind of like the only Fed member. You feel like you should be able to still play like you're strong, but you're not because the map is on fire and you can't go into any bush.
Yeah, and you being strong in your 1v1 matchup stops mattering once you're out of your 1v1 matchup.
Yeah.
113 might be caught here. Kadui now following. They have to be careful not to overchase into Nuke. Nice start, but Bukata eating a lot of that damage. Not bad for the side of SK. Reeker now here could potentially look to follow up. Irrelevant off to the side, zoning away GenX. Reeker trying to get an angle to get a bit more damage down. Otacon leash, but it's hitting BDS a decent amount. GenX dashing over the wall. Nuke now dominating. That's a single kill. SK, do they want to keep going for this? They're down a man, but a lot of blinking health bars on the side of BDS. Nuke half HP, 113 healing nicely, and Ice isolated on his lonesome.
Irrelevant is coming.
Irrelevant looking to herd them. BDS hoping to find the setup. Weaver's wall goes down. Irrelevant trying to find the angle. Paris immediately going to fall up. It's a split fight, but BDS are winning both of them. Irrelevant now on the chase. The needlework making quick work of Kadui. Bukata nowhere to go as the flick back does manage to land, and it's complete and total disaster.
And it's an ace for BDS as they play it nice and slow. They know that they're stronger, and they get the GA Otacon with a 10,000 gold lead. My goodness.
And earlier we said we think the other Otacon is stronger, which in most game state it is.
Yeah.
But in this game state, that might not be the case.
I think they can just go in live and then end the game. I would like to see them end without getting Nash.
It would be impressive. The BDS scorecard. And for SK, this is not the moment that decides the game, right? Ultimately, they were never favored to win this fight. We could nitpick small micro things, but it is that early game where things fell apart. It is this massive gold deficit that made this fight look so one-sided.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is, like, Gen X ends falling down, and then you can see, like, I think however BDS plays this, they're always going to come out on head. Like, the fight started with BDS at half HP, and the fight ended with BDS at half HP. Yeah. He said it best.
Yep. GG's.
Did he say easy?
I couldn't hear that.
There was a syllable. Maybe he said GG easy. That would be crazy.
Ease, but I'm
I
not
feel
sure.
like only noobs say easy, you know?
I don't know.
I've never heard a pro player that says GG
The second I got hired
easy.
by Riot, I stopped all chatting. I decided it was
Fair
never
enough.
worth the risk ever again, and I just turned it off.
Would be funny if I said GG easy, but...
Yeah, I don't want to put words in his mouth. People can scrub back and decide for themselves what was said in that moment. BDS hasn't been easy, but it has been very clean. 7-0-8 for Nuke, 6-0-3 for Ice, Irrelevant 3-0-3, 2.2k gold lead. This Akali pick not working out at all.
They can get all imps here. Gen X might be in trouble.
Falling. Irrelevant ignoring Gen X completely to just hit the tower. Will finish it in the face of the Akali and is now finally forced to withdraw. So 200 gold back as Loopy's now going to give his life in exchange for very little. Not much else to say. Bukata starting the fight. Nuke. Paris now running. Paris gonna die. Hits the cowbell. He's withdrawing. Guys, like,
I think he said GG easy.
Yeah, just to be clear.
That's crazy.
This is the point of the game where
wow, that's the most
you just gotta
thing I've ever seen, I think.
You gotta call it like you see it. This one is cooked. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to SK, but we're past the point. There's no counterplay left. They're just too far. It's a 24-stack Medjais, guys.
As far as I go, I don't think I've ever seen someone do that. That's so good.
I like the turnaround. Yesterday was a bit of a rough day, but today he's been having a good one.
Yeah. That's the confidence boost that I think 113 and Paris really needs, because they're both quite crazy players that really like to push the limits of every play. And I think we've seen them in these two games when things go right, while they're still able to retain some of that discipline, it can really take over games.
Definitely can. Could be the final setup now for Baron. Irrelevant is just split pushing. SK, if they kill 113 and secure a Baron, we're still 3 or 4 team fights in their favor away from this game swinging back. As this is not going to be good for them. Paris finding the initial knock-up. Loopy locked up. But we'll get the hook out to safety in time.
I think another big problem as well is that I think Irrelevant can eventually make progress on side and maybe get this inhib tower.
I mean, double super waves, it's just really tough to handle. There's so much pressure topside.
Only one super wave, actually.
One super wave. Oh, he's right. Yeah, good call. Missed that. Just assumed they got it, but it was only the tower that Irrelevant got.
That's going to be the Nash started up here. They don't do it that fast, but...
They're only 2-manning it, so...
I think Nuke and Paris can kind of 2v5 here. Whoever face checks dies.
Got it going in. SK, last hope, last fight. 8k on the Baron, getting lower. Bukata knocked up, knocked towards the pit, a little bit risky, but BDS just turning their attention now. Ulti unleashed from the NF, Irrelevant on the side. They're desperate to kill this Gwen, but he's still standing. Shield coming in from the lock of the Iron Solari. Gen X going back in, but he's exhausted, he's tired. Little ninja and the shutdown coming out as well.
Yeah, you have to think that's going to be game here. It's going to be Gwen recalling, being able to TP back a 4 versus 2. Kabui is going to have to make a miracle to try to hold this.
I think the kit of Corki is just not enough. You need a 4-item Aphelios if you want to turn this one back, but maybe Kadui can get it done. Paris with a quick combo. The answer is no. No, he cannot. It was short-lived. SK completely decimated. BDS can feel good about this. Huge confidence win for them. For SK, you just hope that they can adapt coming into their future series. Hope that this doesn't stymie their momentum too much from that first upset against Fnatic.
It was a very clean game from BDS. Super happy with the glow up from 113 in Paris. A nice little 2-0 and no real big throws. Little bit messier game 1 while an incredible clean game 2. And 113 showing that he can carry on tanks too, baby.
That he can. Both games, that was the case. Congratulations to BDS. Game 1 a little bit more tense, but game 2 completely and totally one-sided. KC versus Fnatic coming up after this are a match of the week. But in the meantime, vote for your Kia player of the series. 113, Nuke, or Ice.
113. let's give him the opportunity.
You're a fanboy, bro. I like this. It's just you're so excited.
Well, he said he got irrelevant ahead. He got bot lane ahead.
Did. Well, bot lane kind of got him ahead in game 1.
That's true.
But we can rewrite history.
In the second game, he got bot lane ahead.
Sure.
The only thing, I mean, he flashed with the whale into his whole team.
Into his team.
But that should, for me, that should be player of the series just for that. or Paris with the Alistar cowbell. That was pretty good as well.
You want to reward him for the BM. The cowbell on the retreat.
Sometimes it's about being memorable.
That was memorable.
Yeah.
That much I can say. Foul from the BDS lineup. Oh yeah, and a good series. Look, the momentum feeling good. They had a nice game 2 against KC, even if they couldn't close it out. Very confident series today against SK. And this team progressing, I don't want to say, really rapidly, but clearly making week-to-week progress and improvement. And I hope that when we look ahead towards SK's next match, we can say the same about them as well. Really excellent spark, excellent start to their season with that upset against Fnatic, and today just could not replicate that success. Things falling apart very quickly in those earlier stages of the game.
Yeah. I think SK, for me, I didn't think these roster swaps that they made coming into the split would change much. I'm familiar with Prada and Kadui from ERLs, and I thought they were good players, but not like carrying a team like this to playoffs or something like that. But they had a great showing against Fnatic. But I think maybe a bit of a reality check today against BDS. I think BDS as well just keep getting better. I'm really excited to see how how 113 in general keeps progressing, because he's a centerpiece for this team and so exciting to watch.
Yeah, obviously the other person that we're excited to talk about is Paris as well. The other kind of addition, the other big change, relevant also on a list, but less so. I feel like top laners exist on an island.
Yeah.
And speaking of him, Lore standing by with Paris. Let's see how he feels after that win.
113.
Easy question, easy transition. Thank you so much, Guy. Welcome to the Marriott Monvoy post-game check-in. How do you feel, Paris?
I feel good. We did 2-0 against my best friends. There is 3 teammates that I play with.
Yeah.
I was happy to play the game, and I want to win as well. And we did fine.
Okay.
It's good.
Is it always better when you smash former friends and teammates? Does that feel special?
Yeah, it feels better, but the worst part is when you go to hug them, like you see their faces, but like it's just fun, and I'm happy we win.
Enemies on the rift, friends of the rift. That's how it works usually. At the end of game 1, we played something around Team BDS, around communication, and there was a bit of micromanaging, I think, from your side. I want to talk about communication in general, and like, why do you think that sometimes you feel like you need to tell your teammates what to do? Or is that something you feel, at least?
Usually you don't.
Okay.
Micromanaging people is usually bad for you, or bad for your teammates as well. It's kind of toxic.
Okay.
But in that position, I tried to micromanage because I felt like my teammate was not confident. So I want to give him confidence and like give calls so he can just do it and not too much thinking. But it was still bad what I did.
Yeah. But I still think it's a good thing, and we've heard like the way you guys were chatting together, and I feel like it's really healthy because you're being honest with each other. What is the most healthy way of communicating? Because from what I've heard in scrims, sometimes players are gonna shoutcast their own games, micromanage, as you said. So what do you think makes communication healthy and good in game?
Like, I was never in a team that communication was perfect. I think it's really hard to achieve. Like, I believe if you have good communication, like really good, you are like in top 2 already, and you will finish most of the games easily when you have a lead. Sometimes we don't, and like that shows our communication is not good. We are trying to improve on it, but like usually everyone needs to contribute to communication. But sometimes when people are behind, they don't talk too much because they're not confident. They don't want to int more. But it's like if you have confidence, it will help the communication. Usually, yeah, like confident team, they have a good communication.
Would you feel confident right now? Would you feel like you're confident in game and confident enough in what you're doing in terms of personal progress, Harris?
Today, yeah. Today our opponent was like closer to our level. I think we are not at KC level right now. To be fair, we are not playing well. We have issues. We are trying to fix them, and like getting this win is like relieves us a bit. But we are looking at our front next weeks, and we are trying to improve.
And it's a long split. There's going to be a lot of games to make up for it. 2-0 again today. I feel like it was a good performance. And 1-1-3 was the Kia player of the series. So anything you want to tell your jungler about what he did today?
No, I'm happy my Turkish brother got it. I'm proud of him.
All right.
Good job.
Shout out to him. Good job, 1-1-3. Good job, Paris. Thank you so much for joining me on stage. And we're going to take a short break here, but after that, we'll be right back. Match of the week, KC Fnatic. You don't want to miss it.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
And welcome back to the LEC ahead of our match of the week, KC versus Fnatic. I have Grabs with me ahead of the game.
Hello.
Hi. So, simple question. Do you remember when you came back to the job, you were happy, you were excited, you were stress-free about everything? How do you feel right now?
I'm feeling good. I mean,
nice.
yeah, I'm always happy still to be back. Of course, last week an oopsie happened, and we're happy to be able to rectify that today.
Yeah, is that what we call it, an oopsie? How do you guys reflect on this?
I had different words for that backstage, but I don't think I can repeat them here.
All right.
I think the players also are really aware.
Yeah.
It's not the showing we should be showing, not even close to it. So today, again, big chance to show the fans and ourselves how good we can be.
You know, I'm going to be honest, usually on Tuesdays, this is my day off, this is your day off as well. Last week I opened my PC, I opened the Fnatic subreddit, and I saw you bravely jumping in there to answer the fan questions. What were the main things that fans were wondering from that AMA that you had? And also props for doing that.
Of course, I think fans always tend to find one person responsible for it. But the way we played, just the entire team wasn't there, coaching staff wasn't there. We never really got to the game mood, which is my bad. And I just think it's really important to show the fans that we're all working together and not one single person is responsible, even though that's always the easy solution, right? But that's just not how real life works. So.
And that's the thing that we've talked about at the beginning of the year, looking at this roster, a lot of experience, but also a lot of different voices. Do you feel like that's one of the issues right now, and how can you
I mean,
solve this?
absolutely, yeah. The thing is that we all want to play the game as good as we can, which also means that we agree on certain details. We disagree, so we don't agree. And that these discussions can go very long and very draining for everybody. So the consistency, which was a big part I want to bring, isn't there yet. I mean, that's very visible, right? But I think it's good for us also to not just band-aid something. I think this is something that teams do normally in spring, summer, and then you cap yourself. We still are very open about the disagreements and try to just at some point actually agree.
And I know that when you were working with G2, 2019, of course, this iteration that we often talk about, it was about being honest with each other when it comes to the players. At least that was the public perception about this. Is it a culture that you're trying to implement here? And how can you do this as well?
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it's ultimately we all want to win, right? That's the thing why we are in this org in Fnatic. And getting there doesn't really matter how much pain we suffer as long as we do it. And ultimately also realizing that we all have the same goal. We might have different ways to getting there. We are different people, different personalities, but we have the same goal. And as long as you can respect it, I think every argument basically can end in a way where you agree, okay, this person just has their own way of winning. So that it becomes personal. I think that's the most important part.
Closing thoughts here. Actually, I'm going to let you ask the last question. We have Shox and the guys on the other side. They're going to talk about match of the week. You guys against KC. Do you have a question you want to ask them about the matchup?
I mean, people always talk about consistency with Fnatic, so I would ask them what they think is the most consistent aspect of our game, actually.
All right. Grabs, thank you so much. And Shox, over to you. Let us know what you think.
Thank you very much. Throwing gold leads. As you can see, we've moved here. He asked a question. We're going to answer it seriously as well. But we've got KC fans. We've got the Fnatic Dragons because it's our match of the week. Always nice, right, to have them behind us. They'll be in the studio in a second, but we can leech off their energy for this match of the week.
No, absolutely. Our audience has been incredible this spring split, actually.
Yeah.
Already, man. You come in, you hear them while you walk into this one, to the green room. The energy, you just latch onto
But
it.
answer Grabs' question. What has been the most consistent aspect about Fnatic?
I mean, first off, when
Without
we talk about
flaming them.
consistency, without flaming them.
Ooh.
Okay, hold up. No, I think no. Sorry. I think Upset actually has been the most consistent part of the roster so far. I think he's always so good in different team fights. Actually, finding him in a position where he can actually still do something and contribute. And I don't think he's really been making too many mistakes either.
And on the other side, the other thing that is consistently still their struggle is that their communication still doesn't seem to be on point. I still feel like we see plenty of times where they're just being caught separated. Mickey from Razor, still the synergy is not really there. And in winter, when it worked well, it was when they were always there together holding hands.
Yeah, I said they weren't making noise for the Mickey that being consistent, but they were cheering for Upset. Yeah, Mickey, let's go. And then let's move over to KC as well. I think obviously for Fnatic, we have that framework of, was it just a blip on the radar, what happened versus SK? But to make up for it versus KC is difficult. KC are our reigning champions. They did great at first stand, and yes, the play hasn't been super clean, but I'm really happy from what I've seen from them. A lot of teams, when they come from an international event, they take a little bit, right? But they haven't dropped the game yet.
No, I've been super happy with their gameplay. I think you have Kana gunning for best top laner, Vladdy gunning for best mid laner, the bot lane's finally coming in, so actually performing again. And I think Yike is just really trying to cement himself as the best jungler after the G2 play.
We do have upset here. He has been on Kikor before. He lost his job to Kalis. You know how it goes. But now he is the Wounded Tiger. He is here to make a statement. And he, for me, is the guy who's going to bring it back for Fnatic today.
Love that. I love that. A little bit of stake setting, a little bit of storytelling between the two. So as we head over to our match of the week, come on, make some noise. Fnatic fans and the KC fans, and KC versus Fnatic, our match of the week.
I'm Zvairo and I'm here to tell you why you should come this Sunday to watch LEC Fnatic against K-Corp. So let's go back to last season when there was best of 5 between Fnatic and K-Corp won this. Can K-Corp do the same in best of 3 against Fnatic? Let's find out.
Upset cleansing, Yike going in, trying to finish the kill. Yike maybe giving away too much, but the Nexus is exposed. Kalist, plenty of bullets left in the gun. KC look likely to end it, but Fnatic are on the way in. The Aurora ult stolen away. He got Poly, just wants to end it. KC, they're going to finals!
K-Corp right now is the best team that LEC has. The second one would be G2 or Fnatic. However, Fnatic lost last series to SK, so we are not really sure about their level. Can they keep up to K-Corp? I think we will just find out. You should keep your eye on Vladdy, because Vladdy is actually the best mid laner in LEC. Can Humanoid keep up, or can Vladdy keep up to Humanoid? This will be insane mid matchup that we should watch. The second player that you should keep your eye on is for sure Kana. Kana is one of the best top laners in my eyes in LEC. And the third one would be Kalis. Can Kalis just beat Upset? Or how it will look? We will find out on Sunday, so just please come and let's watch together.
And here we go, Fnatic versus Carmine Core. A battle for today, Vedius.
A rematch of the semi-finals of Winter Split.
That's true.
It was a tense affair the last time they met on this stage. A full-on 5-game series, some even touting it as the actual final of Winter, given that KC, they delivered a shellacking to G2 in that final. But we'll see, because right now it feels like KC are on the up and up, whereas Fnatic, question marks still surround this roster.
Question marks have surrounded Fnatic for the last 6 years.
Not wrong.
7 years, in fact, I think you could say. For Carmine Core, as you say, definitely on the up and up. Yesterday, they managed to pick up an easy enough 2-0. The second game a little bit closer than they would have liked it to, but they had a great flanking wombo combo team fight to round things out against BDS. For Fnatic, they haven't played yet this week, and this is the only series that they play this week as well. After losing to SK 2-0 last week, I'm sure they will want to right some wrongs.
Yeah, we heard from Grabs earlier about their concerns, about their awareness of the issues. The question is, have they been able to fix those issues? This is a tough opponent. And as these two organizations are fighting for the top 3 spots, obviously still very early in the split, but that is where their expectations lie when it comes to the end of the regular season. This is an important series because it's single round robin best of 3 as the teams fight for top 6 in playoffs. We jump into draft, Vi and Gwen on the side of KC, and Yone plus Kalista being removed by Fnatic. Some of the power picks like Maokai, Skarner, we've been seeing rise in priority, I mean, pretty consistently high in priority, but not really making its way onto the ban table. Nefiri has definitely fallen through. It seems that teams are a lot less scared of the champion, especially after the nerfs, but there is that follow-up Maokai ban that we often see against Razork. The Maokai-Vi combo is very common.
Yeah, Nefiri feels, she is still really strong, but she feels very solo queue strong, if that makes sense. Like you're relying on getting a lot of kills early game, being able to really carry as the game goes through, and we don't see junglers like that played too much here in the LEC. Have seen some Nefiri still in the LPL. There's the Skarner ban that you were wondering if it would come through, and looks like Carmine Core might be going towards mid for their first pick, Azir, their current hover.
I mean, Azir and Varus are very high priority here in the LEC. Of course, though, you do have Kana on the roster, and Jace is open, so he's going to look to lock that one in. Fnatic don't have to respond. We just talked about the Varus being available. Varus Pantheon is a common 1-2 that we're seeing throughout the LEC, and it was championed by Fnatic at the beginning of the spring split. Wouldn't be surprised to see that come through as they discuss the remaining drafts, because seeing that top lane priority, it does then shift where your first half rotation shifts in terms of your own priority. Do they want to go for a counter pick now? Do they want to potentially save more top laners for later and just lock in a strong bot side of the map early? We'll see where they go, as right now Pantheon would be my early expectations for Razzle.
Obviously, the expectation is that Jace does go towards Kano in top lane, his most played across his entire career. There's always the possibility that you flex Jace into mid, but we haven't seen as much of it out of Vlad. He's only played it 13 times throughout the course of his time playing League professionally.
Now, with the Azir locked in, you imagine Vladdy's Talia is going to come through. A champion that we've seen consistently used into the Azir. It has a very high win rate against the champion. It gets you early priority. It feels incredibly safe to play. And if you pair it alongside the Ezreal, then you've got a great poke composition already, the great foundation. Things like Ivan can then potentially synergize with the comp. You're looking at an easy Rel or Leona lock-in for Targamas, a simple Engage lock-in. And so already KC have a solid topside draft.
I mean, that's a very KC draft, right? They're very happy with how this has gone so far. Kalist on the Ezreal hasn't played it yet this split, but very comfortable on the champion. As you say, poke to the 9s from Carmine Core. What are Fnatic going to look for? Likely that top lane answer, and then we'll have the solo laners and ADs picked for both sides going into the second phase of pick ban.
Well, you could put pressure on the jungle pool if you wanted to, but as you rightly said, like the counter pick on the top side of the map is an easy response, and so Oscar going to be getting himself the Ambessa, something that both of these top laners are, of course, very familiar with. Now, of course, support and junglers are available. If I'm Fnatic, given that I would get first pick of support here, I would consider just focusing that pool, trying to give Mickey something that he can have success on, or potentially you can guarantee a more winning matchup. Given that you already have the Varus locked in, maybe you want a little bit more engage, given the fact that they have a lot of reach right now with the Varus and the Azir. But instead, they're going a very different direction. The jungle pool is going to continue to be pinched. Sejuani on the side of KC, Pantheon on the side of Fnatic. Maybe an Ivern ban going to come through from Fnatic to pinch that pool a little bit more away from Yike.
I'd really like the Iron ban, as you say, just facilitates that poke really well. Obviously, you have Daisy as well to face check, which is something you can lack a little bit of when you're playing a poke comp. None of Ezreal, Talia, or Jace really wants to face check into bushes. They can use those skill shots to try and scout ahead a little bit. Poppy is the ban from Fnatic. Carmine Core looking for their final ban here. We have lost a lot of junglers already. Skarner, Pantheon, Poppy can jungle as well. The Sejuani, Maokai, and the Vi all taken out of that jungle pool.
What direction? I mean, honestly, this is a tough one for me to predict, and I don't need to. Xin Zhao going to be the ban. KC going to look to remove that one. So Fnatic, what are you now first pick? When I think about junglers that are available, it really is things like Lilia, Nefiri, because all of the typical meta junglers that we're so used to seeing have been removed in the ban pool. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 jungle bans? Wukong, okay, that's a... Makes a lot of sense.
First time in the LEC this split as well. Haven't seen it at all. As you say, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 6 most picked junglers have been banned away, Betty.
Yes.
So we are going a little bit further down into that pool. Wukong does give you that engage potential, can get onto the backline, obviously, with his decoy, jump in with that Nimbus strike. The problem is, if there's an Unraveled Earth there, you're jumping into a stun, and then you can't get your Cyclone down on the backline. So a lot of Fnatic's game plan in these fights is going to be playing around that Unraveled Earth.
Alistair going to be the front line and engage for KC. Something that Targamas has leaned on. So far this split, we haven't actually seen him pilot the Rel or the Leona. Not that he can't, but it's not really been their priority so far this split. KC now looking around at with their jungle pick. We know that Yike has a very deep pool. The question is, what direction does he want to go in? Is he thinking of the Nefiri himself?
The Baja Boys? It's gonna be Nefiri locked in, okay. Okay, was nerfed slightly on this patch and had hotfix nerfs to follow up. Very aggressive assassin jungler here for Carmine Core. Very much the opposite of what Ivan wants to do out of the picks. So I'm very excited to see how Yike pilots this. We've only seen it once already in the LEC this split. That was...
Nicky is teasing us with his Twisted Fate support.
It's not gonna happen.
I don't think it will. It would be awesome if it did.
Or Pike, though. Oh, no. We all got baited. It's Rakan, guys.
I mean, Mickey, very well known for his Rakan, a career favorite of his, something that he's found a lot of success on throughout the years. I will say, immediately, Fnatic's composition does lack a decent amount of frontline. Yep. While they do have solid poke, and I think that poke Varus makes a lot of sense for Fnatic here, given that KC don't have a huge amount of frontline themselves. It's going to be eyes on the engage. I'm really fascinated as to how Naafiri is going to work in this composition, because Naafiri rising in priority, rising in popularity. We've been seeing it around the world to varying degrees and varying success. But in a poke composition like this, how does the Naafiri function? What is her primary role? I'm excited to see Yike pilot the champ. And in contrast, Fnatic, they do have a lot of skirmishers, scrappers. Wukong, Ambessa, Rakan, great at diving onto the backline. Really good utilization of their mobility to find flanks, ways to lock down that range. But KC do have a lot of range, and as you highlighted, the workaround could be very problematic for Fnatic as we get closer to those objectives.
See how well they can engage. Only one Naafiri so far in the LEC before today. That was Razork last week against SK. He struggled immensely to have an impact, ending that game 1-4-1. So Yike perhaps trying to show up his opposing jungler as we jump onto the Rift for the first game of what is hopefully 3 between Carmine Core and Fnatic. As you say, a rematch of the semi-finals. And a bit of a grudge match for Upset as well, obviously having played on Carmine Core last year, being replaced by Calist.
Fans are out in force today. You saw them in the pre-match, and you'll hear them in the arena. Very dedicated fan base that want to see the success of both of these organizations. Fnatic, they had a mixed week 1. They had 1 win, 1 loss, but that loss was to SK, which I think caught many by surprise. And it wasn't just, it was a 2-0, which was shocking.
And it wasn't close.
Yeah, I think the second game was quite close, but the first game was not. So, meanwhile, KC have been in the opposite end, where they probably should have lost more than they have, but they've been able to find ways back into the games, right? And I think that that is a crucial distinction, because KC, champions of winter, international representative, people have a much more, I guess, well, I'm thinking the word scrutinous eye on them, but basically...
In particular, you're looking for smaller mistakes.
Exactly, and because that's the caliber they're being held to now. The people are expecting them to be contesting for a title position, and so you're held to that standard, whereas Fnatic fans are just like, can we please show a degree of consistency?
Yes, please.
And, I mean, as casters, we've been saying that for not just weeks or months, but years now, given the roster variations that we've seen. And we're hoping that with this infrastructure that they have with their coaches, assistant coaches, and this roster, they can eventually find it. But let's get into game. Junglers starting on opposite sides of the map. Early vision invested to try and spot their opposing junglers out. Vladdy naturally going to get the early push, as you would expect, as we see in this matchup. And the Varus in the bot lane against an Alistair as well means that Mickey and Upset going to be able to get that early priority.
Vladdy actually denying half of the first wave from Humanoid there. Obviously, Azir, you want that attack speed to help your soldiers farm up underneath tower, but Humanoid missing out on 3 of the first 6 minions, whereas Vladdy's only missed 1 of the first couple of waves. Kana hits level 2 first, and immediately starts his work, forcing Oscar in away. Oscar has played quite a bit of Ambessa, 5-1 on the champ as well, even beat Carmine Core on it in winter. But Kana, as we said earlier, most experienced on this Jace. I mean, played a huge amount.
For years, EU has had the moniker of EU Jace, but now we've got our own Korean Jace. And Kana is definitely our Korean Jace. Yes. He is very, very good at the champion. And I mean, we even saw that game where he was put so far behind against Koi, and he still bounced back, right? He was still using, he got 2 triple kills in the end of that game. So he's a man that you can't afford to underestimate on the champion, and so far he is exerting a lot of pressure on the top side of the map. So Yike can feel very comfortable on that side, and it makes sense that he's pathed that side of the map, looking to get that early grab. He's completed his full clear.
So quick on Naafiri, that first clear. Has 20 seconds to play with before that Scuttle Crab comes up. And he can use that to look for a dive on Oscar in it.
Skip the blue to make sure that he's here in time.
That's true.
They didn't catch the wave, though. Yike gonna call off the dive. Looks like he was just here, I guess, to a degree, he was here to cover in the event there was a potential early gank. But yeah, he's gonna get the Scuttle Crab. He'll path down, secure his blue. And he should be fine. So he's going to be a little bit behind Razok in terms of clear speed, just because Razok has been able to complete his full clear.
Put some vision into the Carmine Core side of the jungle, and then we'll just base. Actually, Yike's going to be miles behind. Got the Scuttle Crab. Now Razok is backing. Yike path down towards him. Is skipping his blue on that first full clear. So he's just going back to the Razor Beats, constantly resetting the gold on these, getting them on towards that respawn timer. It's an interesting strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off as Mickey looks for the grand entrance here, dodges away from that trample stun. Targamas down to about 300 HP. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Kana doing Kana things. Oscarin able to dodge away from that shock blast.
So, a slower start for both these teams. What I think is interesting is when we look at Yike so far this split, obviously his pool has been something that has drawn a lot of attention, mainly because he has become a friend of the forest. But right now, Kana could do with a friend of his own as Razok looking for a gank in the top lane.
Kana does still have the flash here. Oscarin going forward, looking to try and cause Kana some consternation, but no cons will be stonated in that top lane.
Consternation?
Yeah.
That is a new word. Define it for me.
I mean, it's been around for a while. Concern, worry. I think. I'm going to have to Google it now
so
to make sure.
So you don't know? Well, you did a classic British thing of using a word that sounds right. You've got a rough idea of what it means, but you don't actually know.
The problem with being in Germany is it has translated it to German for me. Bestrüstung.
Okay.
Bestrüstung.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So,
okay, now give me a definition.
Okay. You have to, my Googling skills. Feeling of anxiety or dismay, typically get something unexpected. So I was right. Worry, concern.
Consternation.
Yeah. There we go.
The English language does a very good job of making somewhat useless words for words that already exist.
We blame Shakespeare for that mostly.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Specificity.
Good poet, though.
He was. Were they his poems? Who knows? Not going to get down that conspiracy theorist rabbit hole, Betty.
Yeah, we're not. We're going to talk about these early objectives that are spawning on the map. Targamas already making his way up as the swap has come through, as Kalist already finds himself in position to begin the grubs. Fnatic have been zoned away from the Dragon, looking to try and start that objective off, but junglers on the bot side of the map. Upset here to match Kalist on the top side.
So it should just be 3 grubs for Carmine Core. As you say, they moved Kalist and Targamas towards the top side. Razok was forced away from the Dragon. And Carmine will get the first 3 grubs. Vladdy with some good damage onto Humanoid as well in the mid lane, but Humanoid will answer. Puts a soldier down and chunks out Vladdy a little bit.
Now, we've been talking a bit about Kana and how well he's been doing in the matchup, but really look at the advantage that he has gained now. He has the equivalent of 2 kills worth of gold over his lane opponent. With the plate that he's been able to farm in the top lane and just the CS advantage that he's been able to build, Oscar is struggling in the 1v1.
Yeah, Targamas going in there for the headbutt pulverize combo. I think he was more baiting than anything else, hoping that Mickey and Upset would see that he was a little bit out of position and go in. Yike was on his way up, right? And Fnatic know that Yike's on that side of the map because he's just finished the Void Grubs and now can once again look for a little bit of damage themselves. Yike resetting, has that level 6, building up towards his first item, likely an Eclipse on that Nefarious. Once again, Kana winning out the trades.
Vladdy a little bit low on mana, as he's likely going to have to go back to base. TP up relatively soon, but I don't know if he needs to expend it here, as Razok now hovering around the top side of the map. Of course, that Dragon still available. If there was a way for either of these duos to get that push in, they could look for an early swap path towards bot and then maybe look for a play for that objective. For now, though, doesn't look like anything too crazy. If anything, the fact that Razok has been spotted on the top side of the map means that there should be an easy objective secure for Yike.
They're going to dive?
I don't think they can.
So Targamas isn't level 6. Kalist still has the barrier. It's a cannon wave coming in. Grand entrance in by Mickey. They get to TP out and flash away from the oncoming Alistair. That's 2 flashes burnt for a teleport.
Yes, it is. That is not good for Fnatic. I think that was extremely overzealous to commit to the dive. I guess you did get a TP out from Vladdy, which is a small victory. Allows the bot lane to go back to base without any significant amounts of farm being lost, but
look at bot lane though, Betty. KC know that there's no one here to help Oscar, and he goes in. Not going to be able to do anything though, as Kana and Yike pick up first blood. Humanoid on his way across. Yike still full HP. As the reset on that ultimate as well. The Hound's pursuit back up for him if he wants to dive in.
An easy play on the bot tower. Executed well by KC. The cross map, they were able to defend the top play. They were able to get a kill on the bot side of the map. And just through patient play, KC not overexerting anywhere on the map. Just keeping it calm, keeping it very cool. And now they find themselves with a 1.7k gold lead. A lot of it sitting on top of Kana.
Yeah, Kana's in such a strong position on this chase. Mickey going in with the grand entrance, has the quickness as well. Will pull Targamas back. The Cyclone follow up into the double knockup. Upset looking for the damage here as well, but Targamas still has flash, remember. Razzle falling low. Mickey in the midst of 4, and he will fall. Kalist with his first of the game.
Fnatic tried to force a fight onto Targamas, but they didn't quite have the damage to lock him down. And remember, all those flashes were just burnt on the top side of the map, which means that Targamas, still having his flash available, was able to get out of harm's way, and KC could turn it in their favor. I mean, this early game is looking to be a stomp so far. Fnatic have found no plays on the map. They are falling behind in the matchups. Vladius had constant push in mid. They got the early swap into top lane, meaning they can secure the first grubs. They've now converted it into another dragon. Fnatic, their early game is being run around by KC.
Yeah, we're not lacking a shellacking here from Carmine Core. 2,000 gold their lead, 1,000 of that sitting on Kana's shoulders. And we saw Yike as well, just using the fact that they knew where Fnatic were to make plays onto that Ambessa. 53 CS, 10 minutes into the game for Oscar Rinin. He's had a whale of a time on this pick in the past, but really struggling to have much impact on it right now. Obviously, we'll scale up into the game. We'll see if Fnatic can actually get into a position where that Ambessa has scaled.
I think that Fnatic's comp, fortunately, still has scaling elements.
Yep.
They've still got side lane threat with the Ambessa. It's just going to take them a little bit longer to get there now that they find themselves at such a deficit in the early game. And they've got to be careful with how they approach these objectives now, because from a position of weakness, it's much harder to fight. The good news is they're playing against a triple tier composition, so a lot of that extra gold has been invested into that tier, which means that in terms of actual power, Fnatic could still contest. The problem is, and this is a big problem, you don't really have control over your waves.
Yeah.
Any lane that Kana is in, he keeps it pushed underneath Oscar's tower. Vladdy and Kalist still have strong lane presence to be able to get that push.
TP behind here. Humanoid's looking for the play onto Kana. Yike is on his way as well. Kana does still have the flash. Public execution coming out. Humanoid there with the Emperor's Divide as well. And Kana will fall now. Yike out of position, but he can always jump across the wall with that Eviscerate. Fnatic turn their eyes towards one solitary grub that is left for them. Does mean that they stop that objective from going towards the feats of warfare for Carmine Core. And they get on the board, and they get some gold back into Oscar Rinin's pockets. He TP back to the bot lane to try and get away pushed in.
I mean, a much needed play for Fnatic. Good use of the teleport to capitalize on Kana's extreme aggression in the 1 versus 1. That man was looking to proxy, and Fnatic saw a window where they could get themselves a kill. The problem is, in the 1v1...
Oh, Oscar. He backs in not the best spot, and Kana's like, anything you can do, I can do. Solo, it seems. Humanoid has to flash away from the seismic shove. He'll get himself to safety, but with Oscar dead on the other side of the map, Carmine Core are looking to maybe make a play. They use the True Shot Barrage back down mid as well, which means they spot where Upset and Mickey are. Humanoid has no flash, and Yike continues to chase him down. No Hound's Pursuit. Humanoid will slide his way to safety.
A lot of gold is being lost on the map right now because Kana getting that solo kill means that Oscar's return to the map is very delayed. He has no TP available. Plates are being lost in bot. Plates are also being lost on the top side of the map. Yike knows that he can commit his resources there because Kana just got a solo kill. So getting a bunch of plates, but now Fnatic looking to respond.
This is fully 2v3. They go in with the quickness, but they're stopped by the Unraveled Earth. Immediately dive onto Yike, and they will get one kill. Targamas trying to shepherd Vladdy out of here, but they can turn it back around. Look at the damage coming out from Vladdy. Headbutt pulverized onto Mickey. He's ignited. He'll fall. Razzle caught up in the Unraveled Earth as well. Seismic shove just wide. Humanoid finally joins the play. Upset on his way across as well. Fnatic will find 2 in exchange for their support.
While it is a good response from Fnatic, we have to turn our attention to the map once more because Kana secured the bot tower. Mid is left completely exposed as Fnatic commit all 5 members towards the top side of the map. And this is going to be, if I calculate right, plate number 13 now secured for KC. They've got 30 seconds, well, 40 seconds left until these plates fall. This is just going to be a full tower.
Is that 14 plates?
14 out of 15 plates secured for KC.
And that's why they have a 3,000 gold lead. Fnatic so far have picked up 5. That's slightly less than 14.
That's, yes, it is. And I mean, look at how low that top tower is as well. KC can invest their resources towards that side of the map. But of course, all of the bot side jungle camps are up. Yike looking to do a full clear. Targamas mainly looking to provide cover for Vladdy on the top side. And it's something that Humanoid has to respect. Mickey though, maybe he's found an angle.
Kalist has Arcane Shift. If Mickey had the quickness there, perhaps there was a possibility, because Kalist has gone Barrier instead of the Cleanse. But they won't be able to find anything. Humanoid had to back away because he didn't know where Targamas was, so they will give up all 15 plates, or 14 and a bit it seems, as Yike flashes away from Mickey and Razork, the red buff stolen away. I think that top lane tower fell just after the plates had despawned.
Yes, it did. But still, 3 towers secured for KC. A 3.3k gold leads with Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. Fnatic should have better position. Oscar did just go back to base. The resets are now coming through as Razork starts this one off. Kana can push this bot wave out though, and I think that they should have enough time to contest this. He's going to abandon the bot wave. Yeah, and I think Razork has to abandon the Dragon as well. He recognizes his team is not going to get there quickly enough. He's going to get collapsed on before his team would arrive. Kalista's here, all 5 members of KC are here.
A lot of weight on Mickey in this next fight. He's the only one of the engagers with Flash for Fnatic. I mean, Oscar could go in with a public execution as well, but he'll be looking for Yike if he can find it.
Face checking.
Face checking right now, knocked back with a seismic shove. The Guardian keeping him alive for the moment as he dashes back to his teammates, hit with an accelerated shock blast, but now Kana all by his lonesome down towards the bottom side. Good knockback, flashes away from the public execution. Upset eats a true shot barrage. And now Carmine Core can turn it around. Accelerated shock blast to the back as Mickey falls first. Upset's keeping Humanoid at bay towards the bottom side of the river. Oscar Inning trying to get away and will escape for now.
I mean, the fight was over before it even began. The fact that Mickey was trying to drop a ward in the entrance to the river on KC's side meant that he got way too close to a brush that was completely denied of vision. The control ward in there, Humanoid threatening a play on the mid, won't convert into anything, but the moment Mickey gets chunked out, the engage is gone and KC can just play with their food.
Fnatic are going to try this. Oscar spots Kana. Kana spots Upset, misses the accelerated shock blast. Razork doesn't have Cyclone here, but Oscar has found the enemy top laner. Upset coming in as well, and Kana doesn't really have anywhere to go. He'll get taken out by Upset. Almost 400 gold into that Varus's pockets.
So a bit of the aggression from KC gets punished. Of course, they still lost some valuable HP in making that chase onto Fnatic, and while they do still secure... Ooh, Kalist.
As the flash, will have to use it. He gets away. And Mickey will dash with that battle dance. True shot barrage. Oh, Mickey has the flash as well.
Good response from Kalist. That's a flash now gone from the Rakan. Mickey gaining that initial advantage, utilizing the quickness to force the flash out from Kalist, but then Kalist says, you ain't getting that for free. Forces him to trade back. Now, of course, the Riftchild is alive. No quickness, no flash. Support has to go back to base. We look back at this play, and it's a situation where this was the attempted steal back coming through from Fnatic. Of course, KC had already used a lot of their resources in the prior fights. Targamas is low, but he still has his ultimate available. The problem is Kana's too deep on the flank, and there's not really a way for KC to bail him out, so he ends up losing his life.
Oscar did have to burn his flash in killing Kana towards the bottom side of the fight, so that's another cooldown that we'll have to keep track of. Riftchild secured by Carmine Core, though. They have got the first 2 Drakes, 5 of the 6 Grubs, and the Riftchild, and 3 towers. And Fnatic have got 1 Grub in terms of those objectives so far. Targamas going in with a Hex Flash immediately onto Razork. That tower still standing as well. The trample will get the stun. Razork has to flash away. Humanoid trying to put the damage down onto Vladdy, but Vladdy flashes the Emperor's Divide, and Yike takes a bite out of Yuma.
Nice outplay there from Vladdy. Good patience displayed. I think he was a little miscoordinated with Targamas at the start of the play, because Targamas got such a great knock-up onto Razork. If he'd kept the shove back, then they likely could have gotten a kill onto Razork as well. In any case, they find that kill onto Humanoid, who realized in this situation, I'm better going in rather than out. Maybe I can trade 1 for 1, but Vladdy with a good flash is able to find an outplay.
Problem was, he didn't shake it all about afterwards.
You're
you got to
right.
do the hokey pokey, and
classic
then the
mistake.
quick turnaround, yeah. But Humanoid unable to get through all of the motions of the hokey pokey in time, and was killed off by Yike, who was 2-1 and 2 on this Neferi. I was thinking a little bit about how Neferi works with poke comps as well, and actually, with the Hound's Pursuit, if people are already low, you're just getting reset after reset through it, right? You jump in, immediately kill them, ultimate. If you kill someone, you get a reset.
once.
Yeah, but you just, oh yeah, reset after reset is wrong, you're right. You get a reset. So you get a couple of resets, which is really nice, you know?
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's the value of poke, right, is that you do the damage beforehand, and then once you've done enough damage, you can then commit to the play. That's why Targamas then becomes really important in his engage responsibilities. And right now, the way that KC have controlled objectives has been very clean. A lot of it has come off the back of their, quite frankly, superior laning. You can put that down to the matchups, admittedly, like the Jason to the Ambassador and the Talia into the Azir. The fact that they constantly had push made it so easy for both Vladdy and Kana to build these leads in the 1v1s, and they've translated that really well into the mid-game with how they've been able to control these objectives. Fnatic being pushed back onto their side of the map as KC set their sights on the tier 2 towers now. No Dragon for a minute and a half, so they're looking to fish what they can. With the Rift Herald, they should be able to put some serious damage down onto this tier 2. The TP is coming through. That's very far away, though.
Trying to get in behind them. Oscarwin is spotted on that control
Who's getting flanked here?
I believe it might be Oscarwin and get flanked. Razzle jumps in. Yike immediately dives onto Oscarwin. Quickness coming out from Mickey as well, but he can't find the engage. Can't even get onto anyone. No one's charmed by Mickey right now. True Shot Barrage coming out as well as Razzle falling low. Yike looking for a bit more damage. Targamas almost in range for that trample. Chain of Crushing will come down. He'll pop the Unbreakable Will. Get himself the hell out of there. Good seismic shove from Vladdy again onto Humanoid. Yike behind the tower, looking for those Darking Daggers. Can't find them yet. How's Humanoid gonna get out? Targamas! Oh, he's greedy, he wants it. Okay, he's dead. That's roast beef if I've ever seen it.
He had the Ignite, so he thought that if he could just get in range, you can see the smile on his face. He knew he overstepped, but hey, not the end of the world. Handing a kill over to Humanoid could be problematic, but we'll have to see as the game continues. 2 items now completed for Humanoid, a much-needed purchase as Fnatic continues to fall further and further behind. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. Kana needs to get back to base pronto as his TP is unavailable, but we look back at this play and it's Oscar with a very deep flank. TP to that ward in the river, which, I mean, KC was able to spot out, allowing them to get the 3-man collapse thanks to Vladdy's ultimate. Fnatic really can't do much to respond. And again, we talked about how Fnatic's composition doesn't have a very reliable engage in the sense that, sure, you have a Wukong, you have Rakan. Speaking of Rakan, Mickey.
And put Pulverize immediately onto Mickey, into the seismic shove, into the trample stun, and into him. 6 feet under. Yike looking for more fighting as he jumps onto up, takes him down to half HP. Razzle coming across the wall, but Carmichael have already got what they wanted out of this. They kill off the enemy support. Drake is up, and Ocean Soul Point beckons.
So we saw a great example of what makes things quite difficult for Mickey. The Unraveled Earth is just so problematic. Every time it gets thrown down, your engage options become very limited. And again, like, it's not a very tanky front line, so the value of the poke, when it hits Fnatic, it really does stick, making it that much harder to find these flank engages. And if you really want to give credit to KC, it's in their vision control. Every time you see them setting up for an objective, their use of control wards, the fog of war that they capitalize on, make it even harder for Fnatic to approach these objectives, has mean a slow but steady advantage gained in favor of KC at pretty much every single turn.
I really like the itemization choices as well by Targamas. Going for the Solstice Slay here on the Alistair. If he engages, people then get movement speed towards the target he's engaging on, which allows you to get closer for the seismic shove. It's a Fnatic game, guys. We all knew it was going to happen. It allows you to get in range for the seismic shove, allows you to get in range if you're the Neferi as well, if you just want to chase in. Just one of those things. I think Celestial Opposition is kind of the go-to on Alistair because you want to be tanky when you go in. But I really like it. I think it's a nice little
adaptation.
Extra bonus. Adaptation, yeah.
I think it's fair. And I feel that for Fnatic, they're very quickly running out of options. Oscar has not been really able to get into the game.
Yeah.
Just because of how far behind he felt in the laning phase. Fnatic, it's a situation where they had a lot of control in the draft. Because remember that they could have chosen to prioritize their jungle in the first rotation and then allowed a few top laners to go through and then picked something else as an answer into the top side of the map. Instead, they prioritized getting the Ambessa, which has then not proved fruitful for them at all.
Yeah.
The then jungle options that they went for, along with Mickey on Rakan, meant that against this poke position, I feel like their engage was just very limited. So we're seeing a lot of these fights and a lot of these early options just not really pan out for Fnatic. And sure, they definitely have some scaling elements. I see the value of the Varus, but if the Varus isn't stomping this lane, like they just had no winning lanes.
It's also poke Varus as opposed to the on-hit Varus, right?
Which
yeah.
makes sense in the context of this comp, right? But how do they really utilize it, especially when his mana item still isn't fully stacked into the Morana? And so Fnatic are just conceding more and more and more. And honestly, from this position, it feels like that this is Casey's game to lose. Obviously, that might seem quite obvious for the gold advantage they have, but I don't think that the 2.7k gold lead that they have is really reflective of how far ahead they are.
Yeah.
It feels so impossible for Fnatic.
Also on Soul Point as well, which you have to put into your calculations. There are audio issues with the headset on the Fnatic side of the Rift. We are just swapping out that headset, so as soon as that is rectified, we will be Riftified as we jump back in. I see some ready checks coming through from Fnatic. Hopefully, we'll jump straight back on into the action. Fnatic had a moment to breathe, because they haven't had many in this game, especially with Kana absolutely bodying Oscar in on the top side of the map, with help, obviously, from his jungler, from his team. I will say, Humanoid has about a 1.5k gold lead. It's not massive. He is at 2 items, has a Seekers as well, I believe. He's just about to go back and grab that. So, we'll be in a pretty strong spot overall. There we are, there's the Seekers in his inventory. So, what can Fnatic do? How do you set up around here? You spot Targamas, you jump in, Unraveled Earth coming out, Razzle still with a Cyclone, but look at the knockback onto Mickey. He gets in with the quickness, Chain of Corruption coming out as well as Targamas in the middle of the team. Mickey down though to a Mystic Shot. And now Razork is running for the hills as Yikes begins to chase him down. But Targamas and Yike have gone a little bit too deep. Razork healing up with the Sundered Sky. Upset core out on the top side, but the Ember survived from Humanoid will knock Kalist back. He can't get the damage down in time. Oscarinin and Razork having to retreat. Oscarinin, he's met with a full HP Kana. Kalist is very low if he can get close enough. Does have the flash and he misses it across the wall, trying to get to safety. Kalist knows that's his opportunity to jump in.
A scrappy fight that falls apart for Fnatic as Razork tries desperately to get an engage onto Vladdy. But again, we see the value of this Unraveled Earth from the Taliyah. The moment that the Wukong goes in, you'll see him get stunned. And then as Mickey tries to follow up, Targamas is there to protect him. So while the knockup does come through, Razzle gets chunked out, Mickey's engage doesn't provide any value, and the front line gets obliterated. Immediately on the retreat, things get a bit sketchy here as Casey divide. And unfortunately for Yike and Targamas, they don't quite have the damage to actually get the kill onto Razork, especially with the assistance of Oscar. But either way, once the fight becomes more regrouped and Casey bring back their carries, they're able to convert it into a 4-kill advantage to 2.
Really well played by Carmine Core, as you say. A little bit eager from Yike and Targamas down towards the bottom side, but they do manage to pick up those kills in the end. Atakan, their current target, as Humanoid will put down the Sun Disc, but Fnatic are a mile away. Upset just coming around the walls right now. Razork looking for a long flank. He'll be spotted out by this far side alteration, that little ward down towards the bottom side.
Okay, the kill isn't important. It's all about the flowers.
Kill goes down. Razork immediately jumped on. Kalist going to dash across the wall there as well. Humanoid having to base. Goes in with a Cyclone, though. Oscar is able to kill off Kalist. Now Targamas on that front line. The quickness coming out, but a great knock-up from Targamas, I believe. With that pulverized, Humanoid TP's back in. The flowers secured. A bit of a mixed bag,
I would say, yeah.
I will say, even if you don't get all the flowers, you do get that buff to your neutral objectives you've taken. So still nice for Carmine Core that they did manage to.
I mean, based on what I can tell, Fnatic actually got more value out of the flowers than KC did. But yeah, of course, the buff that you do get from Anakin is still very valuable, but not really the point. The point is that Fnatic got a pretty good fight considering their position. Remember that Humanoid wasn't even there, so they got a kill onto Kalist. They were able to force them back, and if that tier 1 tower in the bot lane wasn't there, I think Fnatic could have converted that into a lot more. So you can see how their team fighting, if they can find the right angle, then there are ways in which they can come out ahead. It's just about being able to find that angle. And As we know, Arakan is always a very dangerous place to fight, and that was definitely one of Fnatic's best opportunities. The question is, can they find another play like that in this game?
Is the question. Currently sitting about 2,000 gold behind. Humanoid, the only one with a gold advantage for Fnatic, but still unable to break that tier 1 in the bot lane. Fnatic, well, neither team's really taken a tower since very much the early portions of this game. It was pre-14 minutes for Carmine that it took 2 of their 3. Third falling just after. Drake up in 40 seconds time. Razzle trying to farm up in the meantime. Has done a really good job of not dying this game, but you can see how hard it is for him to actually find the engage onto that Talia. You kind of want a flank fight. You kind of want to be able to catch, like pick someone off towards the top side where Vladdy's not there, but Carmine are doing a really good job of having everyone in the same sort of vicinity.
In terms of itemization, Fnatic is in a pretty solid spot, but with the Dragon spawning, and Casey looking for an engage.
And Vladdy going in. Weaver's Wall, immediately they jump onto Humanoid in the Emperor's Divide. Will buy him no time at all. Great catch there from Carmine Court.
Humanoid had Zhonya's, he had Flash available, and he just didn't respect the collapse coming through from KC. This was a really important moment, especially with Soul spawning. Upset, nice sidestep.
Razzle goes in onto Vladdy. There's the quickness follow-up as well. Out there with the piercing arrow, chain of corruption onto Targmas. TP coming out from Kana as he looks to join the action. Mickey so low again, but Fnatic will walk away, limp away wounded. They'll lose the Ocean Drake for this.
I was going to say how great of a pick that was for Fnatic because it would allow them to still contest the Soul, but unfortunately they got shepherded in towards the topside river, completely exposing the mid lane, meaning that the Dragon really can't be contested, and so KC, even though they end up trading 1-for-1 mid laner for mid laner, it ends up being a 1 exchange for KC. Soul secured, mid tier 2 locked down as well, and KC back in the driver's seat.
Now Baron, the objective that comes into both of these teams' minds. How are we going to play around it? It's a little bit of vision for Fnatic in towards this jungle. You can see Mickey on his way to try and get some vision for himself. We'll have another look at this play.
So again, Humanoid, he should have just lashed here. Instead, he tries to use his E to get over the wall, and he gets interrupted as a result of that, which means that just disrespectful play results in the cost of his life, and it opens up that Dragon for KC to secure. The Baron now alive. KC, they don't have to be too aggressive when it comes to forcing it. They still have Kana in a side lane, just generating huge amounts of pressure. Getting control of the waves is more important before looking to set up for that objective.
Importantly for Fnatic though, Oscar is at 3 items and Kana is at the same. He's upgraded his plated steel cap, so he's definitely stronger and obviously has the Ocean Soul, which helps you out a lot when you're doing these prolonged skirmishy trades. But Oscar has scaled into the game a little bit at least. Mickey's going to have to jump away from the oncoming Yike and Targums here. Razzle looking for a flank position. He's been in this jungle for a very, very, very long time. Dodges away from the Mystic Shot. Yike still searching to see if anyone's here. Razzle does have that good flank position. Mickey jumped on by Targmas. Grand entrance used. Now Razzle spotted. He'll dive onto the cow and then just use him as a taxi to get out. Flash forward from Targmas. Gets the knocker. Mickey's going to flash himself as well. And Fnatic able to walk away from this one. They have Oscar pushing in the bot lane while all of this happening. So the more time they can buy, the better it is. But Carmine Court trying to call their bluff will start up the Baron.
They have the numbers advantage. Ambessa with the TP is going to come through now.
Targmas might just be dead. He pops the Unbreakable Will, but might die immediately. Oscar in, able to get away from the seismic shot. Targmas going in. Quickness popped by Mickey as well, but you can see how apprehensive he is about the dive. Fnatic get one, as you say, might be the Baron for them. The problem against an Ocean Soul, though, is you now use the quickness. You have Cyclone. Weaver's Wall coming out from Vladdy. They'll go for Upset, who does still have the flash and dodges away from the seismic shot. Fnatic on the Baron, it's down to 7,000 HP as Kalist starts to poke them down. Humanoid can look for the engage, has that flash in the Emperor's Divide. Upset coming in as well. There's the Cyclone immediately into the public execution, and Kalist is enemy number 1. Vladdy falls second. Fnatic found 2. The dogs chasing Mickey down will kill him off. Upset being chased out by Kana. Doesn't have flash, does have the barrier and has a blast cone. Kana dodges it well though. Now he'll turn his eyes back towards the Baron. Yike still available to steal this. Has the flash, has the smite. Can he do it? Yike, the smite king of the LEC again! And he dodges the Emperor's Divide, eviscerates them. Dodges across across the wall, and now Kana and Yike are hungry for more. Razzle dashing in, but Kana's here, and he's ready to party. Humanoid and Oscar, juicy targets. Razzle falls first, Humanoid short to follow. It's double Darkins, and whoop goes Yike for a triple kill.
A breath of life comes to Fnatic, and immediately Yike with a gut punch to win them back into a deficit. The Baron is stolen away, and KC deny the comeback from Fnatic. Beautiful play from Yike. Nice follow-up from Kana as they now set their sights on the base of Fnatic.
Who let him out, man? Yike on an absolute tear this game, this split. And now the inhibitor, they target for Carmine Court. They have a pushing lane in mid as well as bot. As Calist is put down into that bot lane due to the upset, healing most of his HP from that accelerated shot blast. We'll see the resets come out from Carmine Court. Calist slowly building this wave up, was dead when the Baron fell.
So, Calist, he oversteps. The knockup comes through from Razok, and the follow-up from Oscar Renin is beautiful. After he's gone, a lot of the damage disappears, and Kana turns his attention onto trying to kill Upset. The good thing about doing that is it divides the fight, but Yike finds himself at a 1v3, and even though Humanoid tries to ult him out of the pit, you're invulnerable when you do that, which means that it's easy for him to get over the wall, get the smite steal uninterrupted, and Razok gets out-smited by Yike. Baron secured. Kana regroups with his jungler, and they're able to clean up the fight.
Huge play from Yike and Kana. Also isolating Upset, forcing him away towards the bottom side, meant that Fnatic didn't have him at their disposal for the Baron fight, and now everything collapsing around Fnatic. As you say, they had a small moment of hope, and immediately it was extinguished by Carmine Court. Inhibitor in the top lane already dead. That wave a while away. Mickey eking a bit of damage from Vladdy here, could look for that quickness. Targamas goes into the engage, double pulverized, double seismic shove, and double dead. Humanoid and Mickey are gone. And now Vladdy looking for more, jumps onto Razzle, the Cyclone at more of a small squall, I think, Vladdy. As Razzle falls, Carmine Court knocking on the doors of the Nexus. Targamas looking for more. It was close until it wasn't, and most of the game, I'm going to say, it wasn't here for Carmine Court. They will demolish Fnatic in game one of this best of three.
I really like the draft from KC. I like the way they executed it, and while the Baron was definitely a bit suspect, Yike was able to clutch up and close out for KC.
Great stuff all round from the Carmine Court players. For Fnatic, a small moment in the mid game where you thought they might get back into it, but weren't quite able to. We're going to go to a short break, but if you want more of this exhilarating action, make sure you stay tuned.
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Lord, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What's this?
Wow, that escalated quickly. What do we do now?
Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this.
What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Give me chaos. Never gonna settle for those boring plays, no way. Give me chaos. Never gonna feed, but we will create some space. Give me chaos. Greedy for the glory, so we're only chasing dreams. Making titles, trophies, highlights, international memes. Give me chaos.
You feel my pain. My soul is yours. Two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows up.
Wake up in the morning feeling like...
Following though, Betty. Casey, no, that there's no one here to help Oscar, and he goes in. Upset East, a true shot barrage, and now Carmine Core can turn it around. He want to try to put the damage down onto Vladdy, but Vladdy flashes the Emperor's Divide. Can he do it? Yike, the Smite King of the LEC again, and he dodges the Emperor's Divide and eviscerates them.
Honestly, maybe Yike is just the best jungler in Europe. Is he?
He is. That's not maybe, he is.
He is. I
He
mean,
is.
come on. This was a situation where Fnatic was regaining a semblance of control. They picked them off a couple of times, but he said absolutely not. He sent the dogs in.
Yeah, I mean, he's already gotten to pick up Mickey as well, just with a couple of those dogs as well. And then with the Baron, I mean, it's a rough position currently for Fnatic. It's desperation at this point. They have to go for it. They don't have the tools to zone Yike as well, so it has to be a 50-50.
I cannot give any fault to Fnatic. You usually want to send one person to zone off the dog outside of the pit,
This
but right
guy
now...
don't miss domestically.
He doesn't.
And this is just one of these smite steals that just seals the game, because from this on, I think in 3-4 minutes, they just closed out the game and it was just clean.
What are they going to do? They can't run away either. Like, it's just, okay, enemy of Baron, you know.
It was sick to see. I have no way to talk to my producer, but I think we're on program, so we don't actually can't see program on currently on the analyst desk. But that's all right. Don't worry about it at home. Sick from Yike, and I think those are the kind of performances where you know, that's what makes an impactful clutch player. And I mean, Skewmund even said it. You brought it up, right? It's why he ranked him so highly in his tier list of junglers, so to say.
Because his consistency is just so good, and it's not even about the early game, it's just whatever he provides for the team in general is just amazing. Just playmaking, setting up his carries for success, and even individual carry performance and clutch moments like these are just something that Yike consistently does nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just the context, right? This guy's champion pool is just expanding. We came from a draft where there was 7 jungle bans. Yike had to find the pick of the litter after Wukong had been picked on 4.
And I mean, dogs
lick, I guess.
They do lick.
And I hated the Nafiri. I thought he was not going to do anything, but he made it work.
Exactly, and I think that really speaks to his strength as a player, the fact that he is capable of pulling out a performance after all these things have been put against him.
I'm glad you owned it up, because my God, they were hating the Nafiri. They said this isn't going to work, this draft isn't going to work out, and it did. But I think, Odo, you want to take a closer look at the top lane, like really, really in depth, because there was some hoodwinkery up
He
there.
sealed the deal. So the Nafiri, I hated it, but it's just because you had such a god in the top lane, such a power pick within the Jace, it was insane. Because starting now with this laning phase, he gets the war level 1. And for me, this laning phase just was pixel perfect, no mistake. Every time Oscar is walking up, Kana is in a position to just punish him. And now he's just taking over the lane, gets a great W trade. And now Oscar will sure make some mistakes. But the fact that the laning phase starts and 30 seconds in, Dambessa is 1 HP, losing gold, losing plates soon enough, and being behind in XP, this is just something amazing to witness, because Kana made no mistake at all. He's playing so safe, respecting the jungle timers. Yike is also here at the critical moment to keep punishing the top lane. And from this on, now it's just been constant snowball.
Yeah, for Oscar's purpose, this was probably a horror movie.
I mean, it absolutely was, but he picked into this as well.
Yeah.
This was first pick Jace. When is Kana going to get the respect he deserves on this champion? And it gets worse, because now he's just capable of taking all the plates away with Demolish.
And yeah, after this is going to be a big blunder from Oscar, because now he's bleeding in the lane. He's asking for help. The Wukong will come and gank soon. But after this, a big mistake will happen where Kana is just going to be TPing bot, and then Dambessa just starts falling behind super hard. Because at this point, Kana is 20 CS ahead. Ambessa is gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna TP top. It's fine, I have a freeze. But Kana just gets ahead of the play, TP's bot, zones the enemy bot lane, 1v2, freezes, and now Oscar, after this, he has to do the walk of shame to the bot lane. And if you look at the CSD, it's already incredibly high. It's only gonna get higher, and Kana just puts on a masterclass performance.
He smurfed it. I mean, how much we kind of talk about Yike, I think, is correct, because you gotta, in the clutch moments, perform, but he laid the foundation for this blue house that we saw in this game.
I mean, absolutely, and I think that what makes KC so scary in general right now. You can pick any player right now, and they seem scary on the Rift. So yeah, really difficult to play against Karma and Core.
It is, and maybe that is why, was it forced errors then from Fnatic? Because until they kind of picked off a couple of members of KC, I didn't know what I was watching. They seemed so disconnected from each other. They didn't seem on the same page at all. There were useless deaths. There was, I don't know, man. And on top of that, right, you have, if we're talking about foundations anyway, I think back to last week, they had the issues versus SK. They needed this to be a confidence game. This is how the game goes. And then they get some semblance of power back, and then Yike slams it. I think that's hard for anyone to deal with.
That's a tilter.
That's definitely a tilter, and it's, as you said, it's back to the drawing board, because even though in this game I prefer the draft, it's just, it gets, the deal gets sealed quite quickly early in the game, just from the fact that the Ambessa counterpick just wasn't doing enough. And for me, I want to see a little bit more lane power, especially in the top lane, because Kana, for me, is the guy to watch and is the guy to shut down on K-Corp, because every time K-Corp is getting ahead, is through him having a good matchup that impacts not even necessarily in the early game, but going into the mid and late game.
I mean, I think for me, that's playing to a weakness. I want to see them play to a strength. I want to see them play for Upset and Mickey. I want to see them try and pressure the KC bot lane, because I do believe that Fnatic's bot lane has the capabilities of doing so.
I think it's something that you set up before we got into this match of the week, right? Upset used to be on KC, now Kalista is there, but it's kind of an afterthought right now in this best of because of the pressure Kana has set. But we know in Fearless, things can change very much on a whim, right? So what have to be the active changes that Fnatic make? The winning lane, you agree. So all on bot, all ganks bot, all setups bot?
I would say so, but it has to start with Oscar picking a bit of a neutralizer champion, and especially now on blue side, I feel like it's going to be a little bit more difficult, but you get forced into this position where you won't get the power pick. You need to pick something that is going to be able to survive the onslaught of Kana.
Is there one for him versus Kana?
Hey, you know, listen, every time in doubt, you can just pick Asante and everything's going to be going okay, you know? It was Kana's best champion, so now the onus is again on Kana. What can you pick up new to keep, you know, beating up on this top lane, on this big hole in Fnatic's game plan?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's much else. I think for me, still bot lane. I mean, I don't want to repeat Odoamne at all whatsoever, but I mean, it is scary, and I think you can't really do anything against Kana. I think that is the answer. He's the better top laner.
Okay, he is the better top laner for now, casters.
For now.
Oh, for now.
Question?
Yeah.
Or reality?
I mean, it's reality.
Yeah, it's reality.
Yeah, it's
you're
100%.
right, Sharks. You're 100% right.
I mean, maybe in the future, Oscar winning will be better than Kana.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I think Oscar had a phenomenal winter. I really think he played super well. But in this matchup, in particular, Kana is kind of making fun of him. And we'll see how the matchup shifts. Because remember, now that Casey's on the red side, Kana can just get counterpicked.
That is true. I mean, but Oscar had counterpick last game, Betty, and that didn't seem to work.
You're quite right, yes.
Obviously, counterpicks are overrated.
Potentially.
Yeah, that's how that works.
We shall see how things pan out as we enter the pick and ban.
That we do. Fnatic with another wake-up call after the series against SK last week. Now game one against Carmine Core. They seem to have slept through so many, it's like snoozing your alarm clock in the morning, you know? Just 5 more minutes, please, guys. 5 more minutes. We'll wake up for the next game. Well, hopefully they wake up for this one as Carmine Core took them to the cleaners in game one. We have the Maokai, the Yone, and the Kalista banned away by Fnatic. Rumble and Vi removed by Carmine Corp. And we'll see where they go with their final ban. Skarner is the one that immediately springs to mind. We saw that banned out by Fnatic in game one.
I'm surprised Gwen isn't higher on the list. But yeah, it's just going to be another Skarner ban. So they're really looking to pinch this pool. Will Fnatic just insta-lock Sejuani is my question. I think it's a good pick. I think that when in doubt, you can just slam a tank jungler.
Just sedge it out.
Yep, just sedge it out.
And then if you do want to pick the Gwen, if it's not picked by Carmine Corp, you get that double melee synergy as well.
I'm saying.
Yeah. Nope, Zyra instead.
I don't trust Zyra anymore.
I trust Yike to play Mundo.
So that's part of the reason too. I think that teams have gotten really good at figuring out what's good into Zyra, and so first picking it, I think runs a lot of risks, which, as you rightly said, Dr. Mundo, I think is a great pick into it. And I have seen some people asking why, and the really easy answer is Mundo is a stat check champion. He just generates so much health that you basically need to do more damage than he can regenerate health, and mages can't really do that, which is why Zyra, even with her plants and her burning, like, it really doesn't phase Mundo very much, and he can ignore her roots because of his passive.
Where he pleases.
Exactly. So it's quite a good matchup for the Mundo. Ashe going to be the lock-in, though, for Calist. Ashe, mixed in terms of priority, I would say. I feel like there were some changes to her not that long ago that kind of made her laning phase, I would say, a little bit weaker than what it was, but still a strong AD carry, especially depending on what support is paired up alongside.
I am interested to see Ashe and Corki picked this early, though. You've got double ADs already. You're already indicating that Corki's going to go into the mid lane. You could play Ashe support. It's been a while.
I'm assuming AD carry.
I assume AD carry as well. Rel is going to be the pick into it from Mickey, but I expected a jungler, is what I'm saying, basically. I wonder if Carmine Corp will leave that jungler for, well, R3. We'll see if that's where they go. Miss Fortune. The lock-in for upset.
The last time we saw Miss Fortune for Fnatic, ironically, was Game 5 against Fnatic versus KC in the semifinals of Winter. And that one did not go quite the way that they wanted.
Yeah, but Ice won on it earlier today, so it's a good pick again, Vetty. That's how that works.
I mean, I'm sure that's not their logic. But, I mean, in terms of powerful laners, I think it does do a very good job. You've got already great wombo combo teamfight potential, and now they just need a little bit more engage, I would say, potentially either to follow up on the Rel or to provide an alternative option so that you're not solely reliant on the Rel.
I agree with that. I do think, like, playing Rel MF into Braum, I'm not a very happy camper if I'm the Rel in that lane. You jump in, you're immediately CC'd, the Unbreakable comes up, so your Misfortune can't actually do any damage to the enemy AD carry. It's going to be a tricky, tricky sequence of events down towards that bottom lane. Does mean that Fnatic get to ban out some of those junglers if they want. Cassante and Gwen, the first two bans in this second phase.
You know, the thing that Braum also does is, like, I saw the Cassante ban, I see the Gwen ban, and immediately I'm like thinking, like, oh, this could be a Fnatic Ornn game.
No, it can't.
Braum makes the Ornn that much harder. So, what direction do you go as the top pool continues to get pinched? The Jack's being taken away. I think the reason why Gwen is so valuable is because of AP top laners, which means that Rumble probably... Oh, so the Nidalee ban, they're attacking jungle, but you've got to remember that Rumble is still up.
Yeah, you can just go Rumble and then tank jungle or scaling jungle like
you could do like a Rumble Sejuani, Rumble Amumu, if you really want like AP jungler.
Yeah, but Oscar playing into the Rumble, what do you pick?
Rumble
Maybe Galio? We have seen Oscar Galio already.
But the thing is, they don't even have to pick Rumble now.
Yeah, true.
They could just wait. It depends how concerned you are about it.
Brand, okay, I was wondering if we'd see Brand again. He was buffed on 25.07, the patch that we are playing on, live patch. And I did
clear, right?
Yeah, I did. It was the passive damage, I believe.
So his clear speed.
Yeah, his clear speed is increased. You're 100% right. But I was wondering if we'd start to see it a little bit again, because it was a favorite of many junglers before it got relatively nerfed. Vixer and Gnar, the final two picks for Fnatic.
So, I mean, Fnatic have a very safe and solid teamfight composition. Ooh, Karna's hovering the Aatrox. Please don't do Yasuo.
Yeah, but it's Karna's Yasuo.
Yeah, I still don't like it here. I really don't like the Yasuo.
But you have another Wind Wall, Eddie. Two walls.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, okay, so Casey's comp, very little engage. I would even say that they don't have really any engage.
They have Ashe Arrow.
Yeah. Do you constitute that as engage?
Yeah.
I don't know if I agree.
I can understand, you know, I think it is an engage tool.
Sure.
I wouldn't count it as a primary.
Like, I think of it as a way to, like, get picks.
Yeah,
or
but
like,
how do you... If you're going to kill someone, Betty, you have to engage onto them.
Okay. Well, then let's align on my definition of engage.
Okay.
And then you can tell me if you agree or not. So when I think of engage, I think of a medium with which a fight can begin that allows champions to do what they want to do.
Okay, so if you want to pick people, you can use Ashe Arrow.
Yeah, 100%.
So you engage in a fight.
I don't know if
I agree with
if
that.
you engage in warfare, you are trading shots.
Okay, yes.
We'll see if Fnatic can trade some shots in this game, Betty, as it's game 2 of this best of 3. Carmine Corp with minimal engage, as we said. Fnatic with a lot more very solid team fight if they can get towards that stage, but in game 1 it was all about the top lane. Kana having a massive lead over Oscar in here. Oscar on his Gnar, a little bit more comfortable, has range, but Kana did decide to pick the Aatrox into it.
And I think that the Aatrox can be a fantastic matchup for Kana. Something that we saw from KC at the end of winter was that they want Kana to have agency. It's really important that he's in a position where he can be a carry. But the reason why I harped on about the engage comments is because when I look at Fnatic's comp, I think that Rel and Mega Gnar really set up for what Fnatic want to do.
Yeah.
Victor's damage, there's a lot of AoE, likes to hit lots of people with his Chaos Storm and with his Death Ray. Upset wants to get a beautiful bullet time across the entire KC lineup.
That is true.
And Razork, it's much easier for him to follow up when the engage has already come through, providing a lot of zone control for his team. So he's got 2 forms of CC in both the Rel, Crashdown plus Ultimate, plus the Mega Gnar in order to start these fights off, and Fnatic have a good composition to follow. KC's composition, they don't really have the utility to get a huge amount of value out of Brand Ultimates. Aatrox doesn't really have much to follow up on.
Sure.
He just kind of has to walk at them menacingly. And while the Ash Arrow may connect onto a single target, how do you then deal with all the other things that are going to stop you from approaching? Which is right now my concern for KC.
I 100% understand that and can agree with you, especially since it's here in the LEC, low engage compositions, we tend to struggle with them a little bit.
That's true.
You know, Carmine Corp have been playing exceptionally well, and if there's any team in the LEC right now that I would trust to play a composition like this, it would be Carmine Corp.
That's fair. Let's see how they do. When we look at early laning phases, you expect Oscar to actually have early push in this matchup towards the top side of the map. Aatrox has very long cooldowns, which means it's just very difficult for him to really trade in the early laning phase. So once he gets a few levels under his belt, he can start to be a lot more aggressive. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Braum, if you ever connect that Q, you just generate so much pressure. And with the Ashe slows on her passive, that makes it that much harder to have to deal with. Right now, the race for level 2 is on.
It's just so hard. Mickey and Targamas will have level 2 first, go in with the Shadowing Strike. Targamas the one locked up and ignited, but Upset needs to get away from these concussive blows. Has the cleanse. Kalist trading back well. Support help for AD carries help.
Well, that was a decent number of summoner spells traded, but ultimately it was a win for KC's bot lane 2 versus 2. While they do have the pressure in terms of the push, you can see Fnatic gaining push in the top lane and also in the mid. So this time around, Fnatic having a lot more laning agency compared to what we saw in game 1.
Definitely are. You can see Mickey here body blocking those Winter's bites as well, making sure he's the one taking the damage, because of course when you crash down you get that shield. Humanoid and Vladdy trading in the mid lane. Humanoid coming out on top of that. The Siphon Power, that Q, when you get that shield back, makes it so much easier to trade. Obviously, don't want to stand in the Gatling gun for too long because of the resist shred, but it's all right for Humanoid so far. Wave not in the best of spots for Oscar Rinin, as Kana will jump forward. Infernal Chain's dodged, just walks out of it immediately. Oscar puts the ward in and realizes, yep, Yike was looking for me, but Kana again has that wave in a very precarious spot for the Gnar.
Yeah, I just realized that we're in a Brand versus Zyra matchup again, which was the jungle matchup, I think, summer last year?
And Yike's gonna have to flash.
Yes, he is, because the problem with this matchup for the Brand... Oh, hang on, I'll hold my tongue.
Mickey does mount up, then crashes down. Make it rain for the slow. Flash forward. Targamas looking for a little bit more. Mickey just out of auto range for Kalist. Flashes burnt across the board.
So we have decided there will be no summoners in the bot lane. Kalist, while he still does have his cleanse, 7 out of 8 summoners between the bot laners have completely gone. So junglers should be setting their sights on that side of the map. Should be some easy pickings potentially as the top lane continues to trade and mid lane relatively even though Humanoid has been able to find some nice trades in the isolated 1v1. Good push in of this bot wave as well from Kalist. But I think with MF's move speed, he's still going to
He's going to strut. He'll lose 2 minions. Should be able to catch this first one with a double up. Yep, nice. But yeah, this is one of the struggles of playing into Ashe, especially, but also very much alongside Braum. If you are ever trying to push the lane out and you get clipped, that is a long way to run while you're very, very slow. Vladdy with the Valkyrie out here. Mickey will look for the Shadowing Strike, gets the stun, and Vladdy's still able to survive. Razork, meanwhile, in the top lane, catching out Kana, who has already burnt his flash, trading into Oscar in, and Kana down, first blood to Oscar. And Razork making amends for Oscar Rinin, struggling in game one by going up there early.
A lot of flashes committed in that top lane play, but ultimately it results in first blood and Fnatic with control. I think this game, in contrast to the last game, just shows you the power and value of having pushing lanes and how a jungler can utilize them to find those early advantages. Targamas stepping up aggressively.
Mickey has the ignite. He's going to jump away with that crash down. Can eat the concussive blows, just trying to get the wave in here. Kana needs to be a little cautious. Oscar Rinin very far away from Meganar. Will get pulled back. Kana yet to use that Darking Blade. There it comes. Q1, Q2. And will decide against using the Q3. Oscar's going to get towards Mega. Yike is on his way across. Is he going to go around for a gank? Are they going to tower dive a Mega?
No. He's just fishing enemy jungle. He's looking to see what camps are up, see if he can gauge. I think he should be able to gauge the desired bot side of the map. The threat of the dive is definitely coming through from Fnatic. There's not much of a way for them to dive off of, though. Maybe they just convert it into the Dragon instead. It looks like the most likely option.
Arcane Storm used by Humanoid just to force Vladdy out a little bit. Isn't going to kill him, he knows it, but that wave not in the best of spots for Vladdy.
This wave, yeah, in a really good spot for Humanoid. He's already got that level 6 and the wave is pushing into him. Humanoid leveraging his level advantage as much as he can. They're naturally not going to contest the Void Grubs.
Oh, nice here from Kana. Oh, Oscar Rinin down to 100 HP. Yike is here. Doesn't quite hit with that Seer. Will hit with the Pillar of Flame. Oscar Rinin just trying to get out. Dodges away from everything. Yike even looking for the Smite Seer there for the stun. Couldn't find it. Did get the grubs. Razork, as you say, will get the Drake on the bot side as compensation. Now has that Stranglethorns. Can look for a little bit more. You gonna dive? Gonna dive a Braum and an Ashe. It looks like it. The dive's been called. Ignite immediately onto Kalist. Stranglethorns coming out as well. He'll get Mickey. For what cost? Only one. 80 carries exchanging kills.
I think this is a worthwhile trade. There was the option for Razork to move into the enemy bot side jungle and consider stealing away camps, but they thought that investing into Upset made more sense, and it's very much what the analyst desk wanted to see, try and funnel those resources into Upset, put him in a position to carry, and getting that kill onto the MF is valuable. And while Kalist did trade the kill back, he lost a lot of farm as a result of losing his life. So we look back at the dive. Mickey, he's able to connect the stun. The cleanse is instant from Kalist, but he still gets knocked up. And unfortunately, he doesn't have his flash available. So while he is able to trade 1-for-1, again, you see all that farm that ends up being lost. It's Mickey trying to clear out that ward, going to be zoned away. What is super interesting is the mid lane matchup. I feel like Humanoid has done a really good job of pressuring Vladdy, but Vladdy has not shown really much of a deficit at all.
It's going to be a plate. You can see Vladdy's done a really good job of farming. He's about a wave behind, 4 or 5 in total as Humanoid catches that wave under tower. The plate for Humanoid is a lot closer than the plate for Vladdy in terms of tower health. I say that with the wave going in, it's actually evened out mostly. So it's, yeah, very well done by Vladdy to stay relevant in a difficult matchup.
The craziest thing is he hasn't flashed.
Also true, yeah.
When Mickey was there, he was able to gauge the damage that was being done, and he realized, oh, they don't have enough to kill me, so he doesn't flash. And then again in mid, we saw it in the little pip that was happening, that he walked away with like, I don't know, 50 HP, and he still didn't flash. So he still has that objective available. And again, you look at this health discrepancy, he's going to take a chunk of damage.
Has the Valkyrie, goes forward with it. There's the Arcane Storm. Targamas coming across as well.
And this keeps happening.
Yeah.
So he's going to be zoned away from a lot of farm, and maybe now we'll start to see a CS discrepancy start to build.
Humanoid shoves it in, so Vladdy catches it immediately.
We'll just catch it, you're exactly right. Targamas now on the rotation towards bot. Will be spotted by Mickey, but looks like there's no real follow-up. However, they've done the job of zoning Kalist away. Look at that CS discrepancy really starting to develop in the bot lane now. As Upset continues to find advantages.
Yeah, gets himself a plate as well. TP is going to come out from Vladdy. Arrow in the mid lane. It's an engaged already, and they engage perfectly with it. Humanoid has the flash, but doesn't really have anywhere to go. Kalist gets the kill.
A much-needed kill for Kalist as the arrow connects into the mid lane to set up for the pick onto Humanoid. Well done from Casey. They look to try and equalize the gold a little bit. Grub's going to be spawning in 50 seconds, and Kalist already finds himself in the middle of the map. No TP available for Vladdy. Means that if he wants to come along and contest those grubs with the rest of KC, he's going to have to get this shove in and make his way towards that side of the map. Kana has his TP. We'll see what KC decides to do, as the TP actually does come through from Humanoid towards the bot side of the map.
It's actually a nice sequence from Karma and Core, right? They move Kalist to mid off him being forced out of the bot lane. Vladdy then TP's bot, so no waves, no extra waves are lost there. And then Kalist gets a kill on Humanoid, who's not expecting the arrow just to come straight down the mid lane. So really nicely done from Karma and Core. Don't lose too much on the map, while still moving their AD carry and support towards that mid lane. Vladdy and Humanoid will match up in bot, so it's going to be a 4v4 on the top side. Flash Shadowing Strike into Upset's follow-up. The Unbreakable down from Targamas. Razork flashing forward as well. Strangled Thorns, good Glacial Fissure from Targamas to get the knock-up on Upset, stopping the end of that bullet time. Yike forced away though, as Razork already has the Fated Ashes and the Haunting guys. Kana on his way across. Oscar will say, hey, my top laner is not here, guys. He wants to shove one more wave in, maybe get himself a plate, while Carmine Core play around this mid lane.
I mean, I really feel like Fnatic's bot lane is locked in this game too. They're making so many proactive plays, both in bot lane and now in mid. Skurt going to be the target from Kana. I don't think he's in much danger.
CC into the hyper movement speed away should be fine. We saw Vladdy moving towards mid lane as well, but Humanoid's actually been able to push in that wave. Targma stepping forward, doesn't have that Glacial Fissure, and Mickey does have the Magnet Storm.
Fnatic just have much better health advantages right now. Upset's been able to push in the mid wave. Yike really can't contest this. Overall, nice play from Fnatic. No TPs from the mid laners means that they're going to be left isolated on the side of the map. Kana trying to put some trading down onto Oscar means that with Oscar's nice sidestepping and mobility, he's going to be able to avoid that and also set up a nice wave freeze. So a bit of revenge for Oscar after what happened in game one.
Much nicer laning phase for him overall. Much nicer start to the game for Fnatic overall. They managed to get the first Drake. They've split the grubs 3 apiece. They've got some plate gold as well, 2 in the bot lane, 1 in the top, and 1 in the mid lane so far. About 800 gold ahead or so right now. And Leandri is already complete on Razork. He is in a very strong spot. We do see Humanoid going for the Rod of Ages build on the Victor here. Catalyst was buffed slightly for the laning phase, so it was only a very small buff, but it's still something.
Yeah, it's more so that I just don't really like Rod of Ages on Victor.
I mean, I get that, but that's what he's going for. Shadowing Strike from Mickey. He'll look for the Magnet Storm here as well. The Enchanted Crystal out onto Upset. Doesn't force out his cleanse, as it was really a disengaging arrow rather than an engaging one.
Right now, there is a lot of fighting over control of this mid wave. Now, remember earlier we talked about how cooldowns make the matchup quite hard for Kana in the early laning phase. That's much less of an issue now. So you'll start to see Kana winning out a lot more on these short trades, especially that Oscar in. As much as he'll try and utilize his range, you'll see he has to use some of his mobility to sidestep some of the poke that can come through from Kana. So if he connects that initial Q, it's much easier for him to then set up for the follow-up trade. So with the Electrocute and the Sundered Sky, he's going to be finding some very nice trades in that top lane matchup. And the team fighting is what we'll have to keep our eyes on. Aatrox can be a menace in the 5v5s. The only problem for Kana is this wave is in a bit of an awkward spot, but I don't think Oscar Renin can keep the freeze.
Yeah, pulling the Drake out here. It's Razork in the area. Vladdy has first move from bot. Upset and Mickey trying to get that midway pushed in. Will be able to do so. Kalist has to take the long way round to join up with his team. Drake down to 2,000. Humanoid coming in from the bottom side. Mickey goes in with a Magnet Storm. Immediately the Stranglethorns as well. Razork falling low, so is Yike. Both will fall down. Vladdy almost taken out by the laser, but Humanoid just doesn't quite have the damage yet. Siphon Power coming out as well as Kana joins the play. Pops the World Ender. The slow onto Humanoid. Gravity Field, Kana flashes over it, and now Humanoid is all on his lonesome walking through the river. But they don't have enough to chase him down. 1-for-1 the exchange. Drake to Carmine Corp.
Fnatic with a nice engage. But it's overall a relatively even trade. Jungler traded for jungler. A lot of blinking health bars as Fnatic holds onto the gold lead for now. We saw what will soon be the replay coming up in a few moments, and here it is. As the engage initially comes through, the objective secured by Yike, but then the engage comes through, and it ends up being a storm of storms. As we see a Bullet Storm, we see a Chaos Storm, stacking on top of each other. Now, if he had Fated Ashes, Humanoid would have gotten a kill there.
Yeah, that is true.
However, Vladdy's able to live with a speck of HP, and the bonus movement speed that Humanoid is able to get off of his Q actually allows him to walk away to safety here. Maybe that's actually water walking. I'm not sure. I think it's his Q. In any case, point is that Fnatic end up a 1-for-1, losing the Drake.
Timeless, yeah, very much out of position here. Stunned up with the Shadowing Strike, but can stand beside me to Kalista, and that's what it would do.
Dead?
I mean, they don't have a huge amount of damage yet, but it's Bloodthirster, MF, and Rod of Ages with 2 stacks.
Fair enough.
Maybe if that Dark Seal had 3 stacks instead of 1.
Well, I mean, there are resistances on Braum as well from his W. There's all sorts of things to help him keep him alive. In any case, let's take stock of the situation as Fnatic found themselves with a much different early game compared to game 1. A much healthier advantage with it pretty evenly spread across the board. They're now setting their sights on this bot tier 1, committing even 4 members. I don't really think they can secure the objective, but just chipping away at it after securing the top tower makes a lot of sense.
I mean, part of the risk as well is if you see Carmine Parkour moving that way, Stranglethorn's coming down. Okay. Just trying to gain control and, as you said, go for the tower. But if you see Carmine Parkour starting to shadow the bot side, there's always the risk that Kalist just enchanted Crystal Arrows and Humanoid gets caught out, right? So you kind of want to shadow him to make sure that if Carmine Parkour find that engage tool, they can't then fully engage to follow up, or if they do, they're going to overextend into your counter engage.
Completely fair. So we find ourselves returning to somewhat standard lanes for the mid game as the AD carries fight for control over the wave. Top lane is left in an island as we see a quick back from Vladdy coming through. Maybe this is an opportunity for Humanoid to finally get that tower.
Yeah, I think he should take it. He might push the wave and back.
He's got very good vision though, so he should feel safe enough.
Targamas face checking. He didn't have good vision at all. Kalist stays around, but Targamas tried to stand beside me and was pulled back by the Magnet Storm. Targamas is a goner. He's sleeping with the fishes, and Mickey gets the kill in the end, I think, with the Ignite. And that will be the Rift Herald going over to Fnatic. A very solid early game for them. They take first tower bot. They manage to get the Rift Herald. They have the first Drake. And they have 3,500 gold lead betting.
The next challenge will be breaking open this mid-tier 1, but fortunately they've just made that challenge a lot easier with the acquisition of that objective that you were just talking about. Dragon spawning in about 1:30 as well. They could potentially get 2 birds with 1 stone. Utilize the pressure that they have with the Rift Herald into the mid lane and then convert it into the bot river to set themselves up nicely for the Dragon.
Yeah, but why are we throwing stones at birds, Veddy? Birds are beautiful, kind creatures.
Sure.
Don't have to throw stones at them.
That is valid. However,
get 2 Ferrero Rocher with 1 hand. Just grab them both.
That's called theft.
No, they can be yours.
So you'd have to buy them and then...
Yes, yeah. I'm not saying just steal Ferrero Rocher.
Again, it's a metaphor. No one's actually throwing stones at birds.
Well, metaphors have truth to them often.
If anything, the real metaphor probably has nothing to do with stones and birds.
Yeah, very true. Well, no birds on the Rift this game.
Quite right.
Corky's thrown stones at them from his helicopter.
Technically not true. Hawkshot does have a bird in it.
That is true. Oh man, you got me on a technicality.
Yes,
That's rare.
I did. Yes, I did. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels bad.
Yep. Now you know what every day is like for me.
Just stop being wrong, Betty. It'll be fine.
My bad.
Okay, next Drake up in 30 seconds time. That's why both the teams are playing for this mid lane priority. Bot wave relatively neutral. They're just going to keep crashing against each other, but Fnatic do have the larger wallets and so get the luxury of walking in here first.
They've set up really good vision control. You can see that, well, I guess it's better to say Casey can't see anything, as highlighted by our observers. The chip damage coming through from Fnatic, proving valuable, keeping Casey on their side of the map. But again, it comes back to that conversation around engage. While they do have the Ash Arrow, does their composition really reliably follow up on it? And who does it have to hit for you to really garner value? Because if it hits Upset, well, he's got the cleanse. And let's say you do hit Humanoid, sure, that is a very valuable target. But assuming he's positioning correctly, he's a very difficult target to hit.
That he is. Oscar Renin just went back into mini Gnar form, so Carmine Corp might think, well, now's an opportunity to step forward because Oscar can't TP back in with that Mega Gnar. Targamas forced away, as Fnatic have total control of the river right now. Kana looking for the flank angle here on Oscar Rinin. He'll try and sidestep out of the Infernal Chains, but still be caught by it. Targamas getting caught by Fnatic. Bullet time as well, and with Targamas not there, there's no Unbreakable to stop them. Mickey turned on by Kalist and Targamas, but they can't take him out. It's just Yike falling. The Drake was stopped by Fnatic, but now with the Rifthold charging in, they should be able to take the mid-tier 1 and the Dragon.
Love the confidence that we see from Upset, standing his ground, even in the face of Yike, looking to try and stun him up. He knows that he has the support from his team. They're able to get a kill onto Yike. And now with the Herald, they're looking to get as much as they can. The HP's getting low. Oscar likely gonna die.
Yeah, he's dead. He flashes.
Can he
He's
get
still
one
dead.
back, though? Kana's very low.
Kana? I don't think he can kill Kana. He cannot kill Kana, I told you, Ben.
You're right, you're right.
Cannot
The sun in the sky and the Aatrox passive, I think, proving quite valuable there. But it was a close one. Gets the flash out from Kana at the very least. We look back at the play and Casey think, hey, we should be able to enter here. Mickey and Upset say no. Upset does get stunned up, his ulti does get interrupted, but that does not dissuade him. He commits to the cleanse, he commits to the fight, and they convert it into a nice pick into a mid-tier 1. Now, of course...
And tier 2.
Now, after losing Oscar on the top side of the map, it did leave that top tier 1 open for Vladdy to, at the very least, cross map. The thing is, the Dragon didn't go down.
Yeah.
And now on the map resets, KC is first to the objective. Razork is on his red buff. TP available for Oscar. I'm expecting another fight.
Razork has the Seekers here. Crashed down over the wall by Mickey. Doesn't have that Magnet Storm up yet, but Oscar on a good flank position here. Kana in towards that bot side. TP into mid lane by Vladdy as he'll go to the to the minion wave there. Fnatic's trying to mark Kana. They'll get the mid wave. 6,000 now on the Dragon. Magnet Storm off cooldown. This is Mickey's prime time to find a fight. Targamas going to be trying to stop that bullet time from getting in. Oscar in and stepping forward, about to go Mega Gnar. It's Yike the secure, it's Kel Surprise as he's able to get the smite fight. Vladdy flashes away from the Gnar. Targamas on the retreat here as well. But Kana and Yike are in a good position to flank Fnatic. Or are they being flanked by Fnatic? It seems like it might be the latter as Yike is down to a 3rd HP and Humanoid puts him in the dirt. Upset chasing onto Vladdy here as well. He'll go forward with the Valkyrie, but he won't be able to take down the Zyra. Fnatic find 2 kills.
I mean, it's a one-team fight for Fnatic. They continue to extend the gold lead. While they did lose the Drake, they're looking to get an even greater prize in the Atakan.
And with the scenic view of the Rift, let's take a scenic state of the game, Betty. 5,000 gold now the lead for Fnatic. 1 Drake to 2, as you say. But they are in prime position. All blue at the bottom of the scoreboard. That's a blue wall Fnatic are quite happy to be a part of. 1,000 gold lead for Razork, 1,000 for Humanoid, 1,000 for Upset.
So we look at how easy it is for Fnatic to re-enter the river. And again, another great smite from Yike. But then what does KC do? Kana on the flank gets completely ignored. The Ash arrow comes through, but there's no follow-up as KC is desperately trying to retreat. Kalist has no mana available to him, so he can't contribute anything else. And this is where some of the disconnects come through from KC, because you can see Yike and Kana are thinking, we can make a flank happen. But on the other side of the fight, Kalist is saying, I've got nothing left in the tank. Vladdy realizes that there's no way for him to get out, so he tries to trade 1-for-1, and he ends up losing his life.
Fnatic fans in loud voices. Oscar in. Oh my god. Well, that's a yellow star moment if I've ever seen one, Betty.
An oopsie-daisy. Slip of the wrist.
Also, he could just be really cosplaying as well. It's like, I don't really want to hurt these guys.
True.
You know, I'm just a nice, cuddly...
I often like to think of it as a moment of tranquility.
Yep.
Because it shows to the average player that even some of the best players can make mistakes as well.
Call it relatable League of Legends.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
My stream is full of it.
I thought of so much flame in my head then, and I decided to move away from all.
You could have gone. Targamas channeled his 2024 performances.
I
There's
thought
a
of none
bunch
of
of
that.
things you could have said.
No.
You decided not to do any of those.
I didn't think, nor did I say any of those.
He's been having a great year, Targamas, but I think it's, man, whatever Kalist is doing to him, whatever sort of meditation or discussions they're having behind the scenes, Kalist has helped transform Targamas
It just
into a
goes to
top-tier
show
support.
that when all you need is a good partner, someone you can trust in, someone you can rely on, which is why I love casting for Dracos so much. Like, I feel like we really just get each other.
I understand that, man.
So great.
Here's the problem, Betty. You're my best man, and you learned how to play Magic the Gathering for my bachelor party. So,
well, I wasn't going to say that. That just ruins the bit, doesn't it? That ruins the bit.
Like, I'm never going to feel that you don't love me.
No, I love you a lot, man.
Yeah, I love you too, man.
Now, let's get back to the action, because you know what we love more? League of Legends.
True. Well, this is a prime Fnatic throw sort of game today in my mind. They're 6,000 gold ahead. They have control of the entire map.
Yeah.
It's Fnatic time.
Yeah, I see you've watched Fnatic before.
Yes.
Now, of course, with their gold lead, they are, as you rightly said, in prime position to win this game. I think Fnatic should wisely wait for Upset to complete that Infinity Edge, which he does seem very close to completing. The Dragon spawning in about 1:25. Baron, I think, should be an afterthought for Fnatic for the time being. There's no real need for them to force it. The pings are coming down, though. There is a question mark, but I feel like Dragon is the easier objective, especially given that both Humanoid and Upset are looking to complete their next major items.
I think it's also like Fnatic would just like a little bit more vision around the Baron pit, which is maybe where the question marks were coming from. You can see Oscar walks across, puts a control ward in there. Yike does the same. They had some vision in the Carmine Corp red side jungle, but not enough, as Kana will clear out that ward. 75 gold, Oscar it's just... why ever buy them? No point, you know? I'm just going to get cleared by enemies. 40 seconds on the Drake Vedi. It would only be Fnatic's second of the game, but for Carmine Corp, it's a way back into the game. If they can find this, then they're on soul point. They do have a 2.5 item AD carry. Well, they've got 2 of them, in fact, as Vladdy has finished his Mana Mune, all upgraded to the Mura Mana alongside that Triforce. Yike has Ryles and Leandri, so he's in a good spot as well, at least in terms of where he can be relative to Razork. For Razork, though, that Seeker's Arm Guard is going to do a lot of work if he is the one caught out by Carmine Corp.
See how things transpire as Kana is doing what he can to help maintain vision on the top side of the map for his team. The specks of vision that have been dropped by Fnatic are being quickly cleared out. KC, they haven't spotted that ward, and they're going to start the Baron off.
They think that they're safe, but Mickey, the sneaky devil that he is, placed that ward just outside of the control ward range. Oscar and Kana trading towards the top side. Oscar going forward, looking for that wallop. Kana still winning out on the trade. Carmine Corp forced away because Upset's here. The Drake secured by Fnatic. And Carmine Corp's little foray into taking a Baron is interrupted.
I like the idea from KC. If they were able to sneak that one away, of course, it could flip the game on its head.
Arrow?
Ash Arrow.
It's a great engage tool. And Razork's the one who's caught out. Vladdy looking for the damage, but doesn't quite have it yet. Razork holds on to his flash.
The tier 2 tower in the bot lane was protected by KC. I think the good thing for KC is, thanks to Yike's great smites from earlier in the game, they're not at risk of a soul, which Fnatic would love to be fighting over right about now. Of course, securing that last dragon puts the timer at about 4 minutes, which means the next main objective to play for is this Baron. Of course, with Upset being as strong as he is, as a Fnatic fan, you should feel confident about your position, but that Baron can be a very scary thing to fight against, especially given the Baron that we have. You can see these narrower choke points where the Misfortune can do a lot of damage, but the Braum can also mitigate a lot of the potential damage that comes through from Fnatic, who right now are getting control over those waves and are getting control around the Baron pit.
Something Fnatic has done really well, though, is separate the Braum from the carries. Often Targamas will be on one side of the fight, and then Vladdy and Kalista on the other, so the Unbreakable isn't stopping the bullet time. Like, Upset's getting a few good channels of that bullet time down in the last couple of fights, and all you need is a couple of the waves to hit, and you're going to absolutely melt Kalista and Vladdy. Now Fnatic stepping forward into this red side jungle, gaining vision control. The wave a long way away. You see Carmine Corp fighting into the darkness.
List. Just trying to chip away the HP bars, but Upset has a very chunky shield to keep him safe. Fnatic with position on the mid wave. Maybe they want to escort this towards the tier 3 tower.
They can. Vladdy's not there. Upset walks forward. There's the arrow. Upset cleanses it. Yike with a bit more damage onto Razork, but Fnatic able to walk away. Slightly wounded, but not too consequentially.
So you can see a degree of hesitation from Fnatic. They do get the arrow out from Kalista, and I'm sure they'd love to be playing around his Baron, but again, it's still a very scary objective to play through. You can't afford to underestimate KC, even though they don't have the easiest composition to play when it comes to the 5v5s. I will say, now that the death cap is finished for Humanoid, this is a build that I like.
Okay.
Because if you go for the Rod of Ages and you go for more defensive itemization, then you're just lacking completely. But if you go Leandries plus death cap, you're still going to hit hard. You just have a little bit more survivability behind you as well. It takes a longer time to get there. This is an expensive build. But he's there. And now he's level 18 Victor, fully upgraded, ready to do some very serious damage.
Farmed well this game as well. About 10 CS a minute or so. Upsetting Kalista up at that scoreline as well, as Mickey was chunked out a little bit. Blaze damage hurting him, the right eye slowing him, but he's able to walk away. He should be fine. We saw Oscar winning the trades against Kana as well on the bottom side of the map, taking that tier 2. The gold lead extends for Fnatic, 7.3k, a 4th item on Upset as well, who has that rapid fire cannon complete. In a very solid spot are Fnatic. They are just being intensely patient.
I mean, it's one of those things where if you're a KC fan, you should still be a little optimistic. And I know you were just making a joke about Fnatic earlier, but we've seen many teams in this position where they have such a huge gold lead, but they then don't actually convert it into a win. And it's because you now have to take the risk. You're the one that has to force the play and put the pressure onto KC. They have a lot of wave clear. They have a lot of disengage tools. They have a lot of defenses in place. So you've got to drag them out of their defenses, and you've got to be proactive.
Oh, Targamas is caught. He flashes the ward, puts the Unbreakable down. I think was Upset just autoing the ward?
Control ward, yeah.
And then Targamas thought he was going to get autoed as well.
I wonder if that's small pocket of vision.
No, because you just see the control ward. I'm pretty sure. I don't think
you're right, because like 2 autos went into that control ward.
Pretty sure Upset just saw the control ward. Targamas
here
was
we
like,
go.
I need to get out of here. Baron begun by Fnatic. Targamas will have that Unbreakable backup. Kana just recalling in the bot lane. Ooh. Mickey's on the wrong side of the wall, and he'll take a blaze towards the Baron. Humanoid trying to put the damage down as well. The arrow hits Upset. He's not got cleanse. Yike's going to put some more damage into him as Oscar Winning's looking for that Mega Narc. Kalist doing a good job. In fact, well, we went, and now they've gone, but Carmine Core will start up the Baron themselves.
Look at Kana on the flank. He's fishing for an angle.
Mickey looking for him. Shadowing Strike not going to hit. Targamas puts the Unbreakable down. Mickey goes in with the Magnustorm onto Kana. Targamas chasing forward here as well. And Kana will kill off Mickey. Humanoid knocked up with the Glacial Fissure. Razok trying to get in here for the smite fight. Yike off towards the back. It will be secured once again by Yike. Is there anything this man can't do?
2 games in a row now. He's been able to win the Baron smite fight against Razok. Kana put down so much value coming in from the flank and just drawing so much attention. I think 3 members of Fnatic were trying to deal with him as he was committed to getting that kill onto Mickey. And even though he trades his life for ultimately just Mickey, it works. Again, keep your eyes on Kana, and look what he's doing. The ulti gets committed by Mickey. They're trying to stop him from collapsing, and it's crucial that they do. But now Upset is being taken away, and KC have position on the Baron. Humanoid, as he's trying to stop Targamas from providing assistance. Fnatic is now disorganized. Razok is in a very difficult spot. And the smite is then secured by Yike. It's a 1-team fight by Fnatic. But KC find another angle to stall the game for longer.
Importantly for Carmine Corp, they got 3 people out with that Baron as well. One of them being Vladdy, who can split push a little bit on this Corki. At least has the safety. He's not just going to be caught out. Targamas. He's going to look for a stand beside me onto Kalist here, but he's already rooted up. And yeah, Targamas, he's dead. That was greedy positioning from him. You saw people in the mid lane going for that ward when you don't have your teammates around the arrow though. And now Mickey getting chased down by Kalist. Fnatic greedy as well as Carmine Corp find 2. Kalist will flash and cleanse his way away from Humanoid. Will just flash as Yike and Vladdy are now getting chased down. Oscar in and about to go Mega. Humanoid opening up with a big deeps. Yike tries to turn it back around, but Yike will fall as well. Humanoid takes 2. And just like that, Carmine Corp lose most of their Baron buffs.
The game is getting very messy as picks are happening across the board. It starts with KC finding a pick onto Razok, and they turn it into a pick onto Mickey as well.
Kana's just gonna go. Humanoid has flash here. Infernal Chains won't get the pullback. Kana needs those wings to fly him out of here. Upset's on the chase as well. Kana will turn around in that gravity field. Realizes there's nowhere for him to go. Humanoid 5-1 now on the Victor.
Yeah, the Victor is quite good at kiting, especially when you have that gravity field to be put down. Kana losing his life, really not gaining much value off the back of it. The good news is that Fnatic have no real objectives to play for, so it ends up just being a kill. The goal difference was 7k earlier, so the good news, thanks to securing that Baron, is that KC have been able to claw some of that back, but as you can see from the Baron power play, only about 500 gold. Yeah. I think we're in for a long one. The pressure continues to mount, and the thing for KC though is even though they still have decent enough itemization that they could win out on a fight, I just have concerns around how their comp actually functions when it comes to finding a good fight. I think it's so much easier for Fnatic to play, and I think we're seeing that in so many of the ensuing fights, as Fnatic have now set their sights on the top tier 2.
Should be able to get us here. The wave there, all of Fnatic are just circling, looking for that tower. They'll take the tier 2, cleared out the mid lane. He's going back to base. I wonder, he's up towards that next item. Still a little bit of time before he gets there, but he swaps a small sword for a big one, as his Dormant has been sold back to Boris, and he has grabbed himself a BF sword.
We enter a moment of respite, as no objectives on the map, as we highlighted earlier. Both teams just looking to clear what they can, try and finish itemization. Yeah, a lot of poke at his disposal. Void Staff now finished with 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. I wonder if he will upgrade that to a Medjai's. For now, it's not necessary. He's just gone full damage from here out, which I like a lot. I really don't think the Zhonya's is necessary in this game either as well, so I like the direction that he's gone with it. Fnatic back on the offensive with a wave. They've set their sights on mid, and they're just going to melt this.
Vladdy was clearing out top wave. Immediately, the inhibitor tower in the mid lane is gone. Upset stepping forward. Yike takes a double up and is chunked out as well. Upset will step in by himself, has cleanse and flash, very safe in this sort of position. So you say minimal engage from Carmine Corp. Kana trying to catch the wave a little bit earlier here, but Oscarinin keeping him at bay alongside Humanoid. Force him back. Wave already cleared out. Kana low though. Oh, you can see Carmine Corp looking for that engage. KC, you can smell it sometimes. There's that opportunity, but don't want to overextend, especially with Upset still having that flash.
Upset taking a lot of damage, but he's able to heal it back up. Dragon 45 seconds with KC having the wave in mid. They're going to escort this towards the tower, which remains standing. We're 36.5 minutes in, and they haven't been able to knock down that tier 1.
Let's Ultimate already half the way off cooldown. Did get Upset's cleanse in that last little exchange, and now Upset without cleanse, concussive blows, and the arrow, and the sear, the stun from Yike. Could be enough. Even the slow from Kalist can do a little bit of work. Fnatic, though, keeping him at base still. Now doing a really good job of just chunking Carmine Corp out that little bit before they get towards the Drake. Humanoid very willing to step up. This Rod of Ages giving him a lot of safety. There's the arrow once again into the Glacial Fissure. Vladdy trying to get in from the side, but Targamas is the one who's already chunked out. Oscarinin falling low as well. Doesn't have that Mega Gnar yet. The Sterak's shield into the Gnar. Upset trading onto Vladdy. He'll take one. Kana now in the middle of 4 members of Fnatic. He'll dive forward looking for the healing, but this isn't G2, my man. Fnatic don't die to the Aatrox in the river. Humanoid flashes in for the double. Kalist tries to trade it. He'll get one out of it, but it's the only one that Carmine Corp will be able to find. Yike. He's going to put the damage down onto Razork, who will...
He gets him.
Does he? Does he get him? He does! He gets him, but at what cost? His Nexus towers are laid bare. Fnatic will start on them. Upset Oscarinin and Mickey looking to take us to a game 3. Yike comes back alive, but doesn't have a way to clear out the wave. Mickey stomps him down, and Fnatic will take us to game 3.
A really nice bounce back performance from Fnatic as they found some great fights, and with a much better early game, they came out swinging. A little bit slow to close things out. They did lose a Baron, but ultimately they will bring us to game 3. I didn't like the draft from KC. I thought they were really limited in their options, and we'll see how they adapt as we get closer and closer to that 3rd game.
Yeah, very much agree with you. It did feel like, does the arrow connect onto the same person twice in a row? Cool, maybe we can kill them. And even when it did, they started falling behind. But Law is standing by with Razork to take us through what happened in that game.
Thank you, guys. And I don't want to take too much of your time, Razork. Thank you so much for joining me. Talk me through the end of the game. You had an immense lead. Why did it take so long for you guys to close out the game?
Yeah, I don't think we're being that good on objective setup, and yeah, I think my smites are not that good right now. So yeah, I think the fact that they got Nas was a bit dangerous. But yeah, I think next game gonna be better for sure.
A couple words for the Fnatic fans to believe here, because they have been cheering for you a lot so far.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna do our best as always to get the win. So hopefully in a few minutes, we will start getting the win.
Well, I'm going to let you join your team, Razork. Thank you so much. Doing their best. Fnatic fans believe they are taking you to Game 3 in this match of the week.
Give me chaos. Never gonna settle for those boring plays, no way. Give me chaos. Never gonna feed, but we will create some space. Give me chaos. Greedy for the glory, so we're only chasing dreams. Making titles, trophies, highlights, international memes. Give me chaos.
Gets himself a plate as well. TP is going to come out from Vladdy. Arrow in the mid lane. It's an engaged already. And they engage perfectly with Humanoid. Has the flash, but doesn't really have anywhere to go. Kalist gets the kill.
Tower first. Like they face check. If Karki is mid, they can delay it, okay?
Flash on this guy. I eat him?
Yeah, he should be there.
Okay. He's dead.
If Karki is mid, okay, Karki is dead.
Nice, well played.
I need heavy. Heavy. I want to send TP, okay? I want to send TP. Ash still not flash. Yeah, chase him down, they should die.
Brand is here, I'm gonna cancel him.
Flash flip him in 1 second. Very nice. GG.
And they canceled him all right. Okay, he got his hands on some of the objectives, but it doesn't matter. Fnatic got the W, and they're back in this. And let us cast our minds back to winter, to that finals weekend. And it's not really, I think, conducive to go like, well, if they would have won that, maybe they wouldn't have won the split. But they went to Game 5 versus KC. They were toe-to-toe with the then future winter champion.
Well, I don't know if they would have won the split, but that's where the Fnatic curse started. Because from that point in Game 5, when they drafted the Volleyball Misfortune, that's when everything went downhill.
No, speaking of curses, because
well, now it's a redemption story.
Yeah, this is where they turn it around, because I do think that we have to give them some props in terms of kind of mental fortitude, right? Because as you say, after that SK match last week, it was going down a bit. Then the ending of the last game with that Baron steal. But no, they recouped fantastically.
Yeah, but what does that mean for Fnatic? I don't know. I haven't learned a lot from their journey in terms of like when this happens and when they peak and when they falter. I mean,
that's true, actually.
Yeah,
it is
so
the most Fnatic
yeah,
thing,
you're lining up all these things and I see it, but also
You line me up the good things about them this match. Where, how did they get so far ahead, rather? How are they so convincing versus KC in game 2?
Well, I really cared about Razork this match, and I cared about the fact that he had pushing lanes. I cared about the fact that he was able to be everywhere
Love
every
that
time.
picture.
It's one of his best he's ever taken. But in this scenario, right, matchup was a bit rough for Arcana, or for Oscar rather, but he's able to trade flashes with them and get the kill. Cool, so now you salvage your topside position, but he's also able to get his bot lane ahead, which is what we wanted with Upset getting a couple of kills.
Exactly, this cross map is everything he had, albeit he did collect the free kill on the top lane and then did a full clear into bot and get this, but at the same time the tempo usage was just great, and on objectives and in all of these skirmishes, the Zyra pick is just so great when the enemy team has to constantly walk into you.
Yeah, and I think that brings us to the next conversation as well at that point, doesn't it? Right? It brings us to the draft, because I think we had a lot of compliments for KC in the beginning, except when it got to the second ban phase, right? But in this one as well, we've already learned...
let's just say it. I don't think you like KC's draft in either of these games.
No, second ban phase. I like the first 3. Second ban phase is where I definitely...
That's about the full draft.
Well, even in the first game, the Nafiri pick was
Can't win a game with half a draft.
But my point is, how many times have we seen a Zyra and then see it get dumpstered by a Mundo? We have tools where we can punish first pick Zyra, and this time around, I actually think Fnatic did a great job at building around their Zyra, and I think KC missed the mark in terms of building around what stopped the Zyra.
I just feel like they walked into the trap where they see MF, they see Zyra, and they think Braum is a great pick, but they didn't really think enough going into 4-5 what's going to be our perfect answer into the Zyra, and they fell for this brand and went for the 5-pick Aatrox, and it just really felt like they didn't have enough of skirmish power at all.
But I think it really comes down to, like, you're seeing the Zyra, right? We knew we need someone to go on that Zyra. I'd love actually if we get the draft up again, but you see the Zyra, you pick all these low-range champions, but also who's going to engage in these scenarios? Right now you kind of have a kite-back comp. You have a Braum, you have an Aatrox. Aatrox doesn't want to necessarily go in first. Like, he'd love if there was some CC he could then follow up. I mean, Ash kind of want to kite around the Braum, and so does the Corki, but then Brand, what is he left to do? So I think it missed an identity where it needed engage, and it needed some, more synergy.
Exactly. The teamfights are just not static enough for this sort of team comp that you have with the Corki and the Ash. You prefer everything to be a little bit more localized, not really flexible everywhere. And honestly, we have a great replay that if we can bring up would perfectly showcase the problems that the K-Corp draft had, because later in the game, it felt like they had to cook a lot. It felt like they had to bring plays out of everywhere. Like, if we look here, Vladi, Yike, Targamas, they're just, it's a 4-man flank, 5-man flank, even the ADC is flanking because there's just no reliable win condition. It's just everyone's running for the hill, trying to make magic happen, and Fnatic is just in this sort of dead ball, and everyone on K-Corp is like, okay, I'm gonna try to cook something. I'm gonna try to make some magic happen. The Braum has to flash forward to try and create a winning situation, and it's just, this is not what K-Corp team comp obviously wants to do.
I didn't even notice it when it happened, but you're right. They literally came from every corner.
Everyone's flanking.
It's like, I got it. I'm flanking.
We don't have a front line.
I'm flanking. Yeah, it was crazy. But I brought that up about the drafts is because you also said a similar thing in game 1, and I think maybe often in teams that are doing really well, right, they tend to also win with suboptimal drafts because they just know how to play things better. But you actually said, no, I feel like the inconsistencies in draft is something that I have noticed from them.
We do have noticed it, and in game 1, it did save them the fact that Kana just got so far ahead, because in this game, you know, if you have the same story in the top lane where the Aatrox counter pick is popping off, then maybe you have a similar story, but even when you go in the draft phase, you think of Aatrox in our matchup, it's not consistent enough where you get this sort of leads. While in the first draft, it at least made sense. 80% of the times, the Jace is going to pop off, the Nafiri has to do a little bit of a suboptimal play, just cover the Jace. But now I just didn't see it at all.
No, that's fine. But I think that came down to Razork, because individually, I have seen Kana do some nasty things on that Aatrox. So I do understand that R5 from that point of view, but I also think it goes wrong way before that, right? At that point, you're trying to salvage it. I don't necessarily, I mean, maybe someone engaged like an on or whatever would have made it easier. It totally would have. But I don't think that's the strength of KC, and specifically not on red side. But that also just means going forward now, you really just need to make it simple for yourself, right? And I think for KC, I have seen them get lost in some fearless situation when it gets later into a series. Yeah, exactly, where it gets a bit difficult for them. So I'm hoping this is where maybe we see some improvement, but also for Fnatic, where you don't drop the ball, now where you crawled your way back in the series.
That's a great point, and in terms of crawling their way back in the series for Fnatic, I think a reverse sweep for a best of 3 is kind of whatever, but winning this game would be absolutely huge, right? Grabs came out and said we have to make sure that this happened last week and that's that. Now we can attack that. It can just be a blip on the radar. I don't think we can overstate how absolutely humongous this would be for Fnatic if they win this game 3 and if they can say we won the match of the week versus KC.
I mean, Fnatic is just like... This is the weirdest team in our league because they lost to the last place. Yeah, but they lost to the last place team last week. Now they're up against our first place team of last split, and now they might win it, right? You never really know the quantity of this team, but I do think that this is so important, not just for Fnatic themselves, but also for their fan base to finally feel like, okay, this team is getting somewhere against the better teams.
But Odo, with your observations about the KC draft, their trap card has been activated because KC is on blue side. You know they get extra strength when they are on their own color side, I guess. But what are the choices they need to be making here?
They really need to be going back to Targamas on engaged support. Even now that it's game 3 fearless, there's still plenty of them open. The Nautilus is still open. I think the Leona is still open. So there is enough stability in the draft for them to be opting for this. And especially now that you're blue side, it's a lot harder to come up with these crazy support counter pick situations that Targamas would maybe go off course.
Can we bring the casters up? Let me get them in another screen. I'd love to get a 4. Wow, Fetty's going to opt out of predictions because he doesn't want to do it, I'm sure. But Medic is there, and he's a great support. So where do you think we should go in terms of the support picks here?
Ooh, okay. Well, Vetty, what do you think?
I think Targamas hasn't played Leona all split.
That's true. Also hasn't played Nautilus.
You know what I think is great game 3 support? Elise, actually.
Yeah.
Elise really...
Fnatic fan spotted.
I mean, it hasn't lost.
Pike could be good.
Pike also, yeah. I mean, I feel like you two just don't expand your minds enough.
True.
The support pool is a very diverse space.
Rox actually plays a lot of Lee Sin support, and I'd love to see Targamas play that.
Hey, don't set yourself short for Fnatic just like that.
Yeah.
You know, these are options.
Okay,
I want to see Yorick jungle.
You
just
do?
as a note. We haven't seen Yorick jungle yet, and it's really strong. So.
All right, well, maybe we'll see that. And you can take over now. You've been having a fantastic cast.
Thank you very much. Let's talk a little bit about the draft, because what's interesting is I disagree with them on the game 1 draft. I liked KC's draft. I didn't like the Neferi in the draft.
Sure.
But the fact that they had winning top, winning mids, I think it's just an easy game plan. And I think that basically what we've seen so far in this series is that a lot of this series has been determined by who can get priority in the solo lanes.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And so, I mean, just play for that. The mid pool and the top pool is going to be super important, I think. Bot lane has largely been not instrumental in the outcome. It's not until later on into the game that we really see Kalista and Upset have that impact. So instead, just prioritize having strong pushing solo lanes. And with a lot of these wave clear champions gone, I do wonder what direction our mid laners will go. Potentially Hui will rise in priority, for example.
It's very possible. I'm wondering if we see a rumble out from Carmine Corp here with the Galio already banned away. It does.
Maokai's up.
Yeah, that is very true.
Rumble Maokai could be easy.
Yeah, I like Rumble Maokai.
Gwen Maokai could be solid.
Can you play Rumble into Gwen? That's a question.
Oh yeah, you definitely can. Yeah, I think Rumble's perfectly fine into Gwen. Like, I think Gwen will reach a point where
at the tip of her needle.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. But also when like she gets a certain item threshold.
Okay.
I think she will start to beat out on the Rumble, but then that's the whole teamfight value debate, right?
Yeah, with the equalizer and everything that Rumble gives you. It is Maokai instead, and Fnatic are like, oh. Well, the Rumble is available.
But this is a little... I wonder if this is a mind game where you hover the Rumble.
We'll ban the Galio as well.
I've got to get the Maokai. Quick, I better get the Maokai. Oh no, we've left Rumble up, and then Kana's been like, psych, I've got something prepared.
Pike top.
Okay, I don't think that's what he's got prepared, but maybe. Now, Razok, will you prioritize your jungle, or instead will you go a different direction?
It looks like, I mean, you could always go jungle on third pick on red side here. It's not too much.
Wow, that's an early lock-in.
Buffed on 25.6, locked in for Upset, something he's been very comfortable on over his years. We talked about Yorick jungle as well. Yorick top, still very strong.
Okay.
Look, Yorick is really good on this patch.
That
and
is
I'd like to
not
see
where
more
I was going to
Yorick
go
play.
at all. I was going to comment on how last split, the best version of Fnatic, I think, was when we saw Razork and Vi upset on Kai'Sa, and they were just diving in together, and it was very much like an all-in type of composition. I think the Nautilus takeaway is really smart. Kai'Sa Nautilus, something Fnatic likely wanted to get for themselves, which they will be denied. Leona will now likely rise in priority. Unless Fnatic have something else planned, but I can't really think of many other supports that would pair nicely alongside the Kai'Sa. The great thing about Kai'Sa here as well is with Varus, Ashe, MF all gone, you'd have to look at something like a Caitlyn. I mean, Xayah is also quite good in terms of the laning phase at the very least. So Xayah Nautilus, I think, is a strong bot side of the map for KC.
Also really nice safety when you're looking at a dive comp, right? If the Solarfly comes down,
100%.
Featherstorm. If the Equalizer comes down, Featherstorm. Just get out of there. Carmine Corp already building towards a composition that can cope with all-in from Fnatic, and they will lock the Leona as their final pick for Mickey. It's the first time he's played it this split. Also the first time we will see Targamas on that Nautilus.
So already, both comps are very much a lot more about the team fight. It's very clear that on the side of Fnatic, they have a lot of backline threat just because of Kai'Sa's ultimate to be able to get there. The Rumble ultimate stacking alongside the Leona ulti. There are a lot of cool combos there. Meanwhile, KC just have a lot of control. Nautilus to lock down a single target, provide a huge amount of utility. The Xayah Feathers posing that zone control in the fight. And of course, the Maokai ultimate and the Saplings just means that these fights are going to be really important in terms of the setup and how they are executed. Interesting that Fnatic chose to ban away the Sylas, because back in the day when Zeka was rising to become world champion, he was deliberately picking Sylas into the Maokai to be able to steal that Maokai ultimate away. So Fnatic clearly having a different game plan with the Gwen quick to follow.
Yeah, no surprises that Gwen has been banned out. Fnatic will have the final pick. They have counter pick for either mid or top lane, depending where they want to do it. I will utter his name, Cassante. We have not seen yet this series. Would be a very safe pick for Carmine Corp if they wanted it.
I just don't see Kana playing that. I feel like he's going to have something else prepared for us. We'll have to wait and see, though. Again, like, a part of me feels like that the Rumble was a bait in a sense, but it very much will depend on what the final lock is. Now, I thought about Pantheon. I don't love Pantheon.
It does give you some physical damage, whereas the Kai'Sa will go into AP later on. Obviously,
well, we've been seeing a lot more of the AD crit Kai'Sas these days as well.
That is true. We have Rumble obviously does do magic damage in the top lane though, so having a little bit of physical damage on that top side of the map will help.
My concern about Pantheon is, like, I think when you get into like the later game fights, he just falls off so hard.
It's really hard to do anything.
He's just so single target. His ultimate really isn't that scary, and yeah, we'll see how it works out, because it gives you a lot of early game agency, especially when paired alongside things like the Ahri, which is going to be denied. You did call the Cassante, and it is going to be locked in. So KC going for a much safer top side of the map alongside the Ahri. I mean, Ahri, Maokai.
Ooh. Trist mid, okay.
So they're going for the double AD carry composition. I mean, ooh, I have many thoughts.
I mean, okay, so let's go back to what we talked about. Pushing lanes seems to win games 100%. At the moment. Who has the pushing lanes,
well,
Betty?
Fnatic definitely have pushing mid. Ahri does not match the wave clear that Tristana does early on. And similarly, on the top side of the map, Cassante will get durable enough at a point where he won't be as afraid of the Rumble. But early, he's going to get pushed in. So top side of the map, very much favored towards Fnatic. Bot side, I think I would give that advantage to the Xayah, just because of her trading power alongside Nautilus is very scary to deal with.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the Kai'Sa can get, but then you're using your Cathian Rain to push the wave rather than to trade, which is not the most effective of plays. We'll see how bot lane goes. The rest of the map, as you say, likely pushing for Fnatic early on. How do we feel about the compositions as a whole here, then?
I think KC's comp is a lot simpler in terms of its execution. I mean, how much more simple can you get with Maokai plus Nautilus and a front line of Cassante? You just basically play front to back with Ahri. But this is why I don't love Ahri in front to back comps, because she doesn't really do that much damage. She's not really like a control mage. She needs to find a pick, which means that you're very reliant on Kaliss or Connor getting onto the backline, which is kind of why I like Fnatic's comp a little bit more. But again, their comp is just harder to execute. And I kind of don't trust Fnatic that much. So I'm hoping for an exciting Game 3. Fnatic bounced back nicely in Game 2. They took a little while to close the game out. But I think both sides have gotten what they want, I want to say. And I think the biggest early game advantage that Fnatic does have is that they do have a strong pushing mid lane with this Tristana. Ari really doesn't get wave clear until she gets to like the 3 or 4 points in her queue, and then also the Lost Chapter. Whereas Tristana just, I mean, you get level 2 and you're already pushing those waves in, so...
You can do a lot of work on that. Triss is lethal tempo for both Humanoid and Upset. On the other side, Vladdy running the Electrocute. We'll see if he goes for the Rod of Ages build. Oscar winning, charging up his overheat bar here. Just wants to have that little bit of extra pressure in the lane when he gets there. Both the junglers going to start on the top side of the map. It looks like Razork on his Razorbeaks. Yike. We'll see if he goes to his blue or his wolves first. Maokai obviously does like to clear AoE camps because of that Bramble Smash. Can do quite a lot of damage to those camps.
Yeah, the more I think about it, like, Kalista is so important in this draft. If he dies, I think KC just lose so much of their damage. Which might seem obvious, like, oh, lose the AD carry then. But
they don't have damage threat from top lane, really, is one of the major things.
Exactly, and like, look at it, Rumble, Tristana, Pantheon, Kai'Sa, like, if any of them even get slightly ahead, all of them can do a lot of damage. So it's a multi-threat comp from the side of Fnatic. But anyway, I digress. That's all theoretically in the future. In order to even get to those points, you have to have a strong early game. And already we talked about the pressure that we're likely to see. In the mid lane, Humanoid getting that quick push. On the top side of the map, Kana just looking to get a few trades in. Gonna get level 2 first.
Looking for those, and Tofus will get the knock-up on, as we see Upset forced away here. Mickey going back in with the Zenith play. Targamas has to flash. The Plasma was on its way. Flash shield and Daybreak for the stun. And Targa is done. Upset and Mickey still chasing Kalista out here. Immediate cleanse from the Xayah to make sure that he wasn't second on the menu for the Fnatic bot lane.
A very nice punish from the Fnatic bot lane. You can see how they were getting zoned away, but in the aftershock from Targamas, it gets procced, and immediately Fnatic fully commit to play, knowing that a level 2 Nautilus against Leona Kai'Sa with Ignite is very killable.
Yeah, that's the problem as well. As soon as you proc that aftershock stepping forward, you don't have it for the retreat. You are just a sitting duck for the Fnatic bot lane, who do get that first blood. Humo jumping onto Vladdy, dodging away from the charm.
A sitting anchor, you could say.
You could say that.
Because they're submerged and they're heavy and they don't move.
Yeah.
See? Yeah. That was funny.
No, it was good. It's got concrete shoes on.
You just didn't laugh.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks, man. Yeah, thanks. Anyway, Dragon going to be spawning in about a minute and a half. Something that we've been seeing around the world a lot more is, of course, the lane swap changes. For those who don't read the patch notes, to give a quick brief, Riot basically said, don't lane swap anymore. And so pros haven't been doing it. But once the timers fall off, you start to see bot lanes in particular move around the map a lot more, especially what can be challenging bot lanes. Now, again, we expected Kalista and Targamas to have the advantage in the 2v2, but after conceding a kill over to Upset, I wonder if they're going to be moving around the map a little bit more. It looks like they're just right now working with their jungler. Look at this congregation in the bot side of the map.
Hex Smash across. Mickey only level 2, goes in with the stun. Razork there for the follow-up. Upset trying to get onto that backline, but doesn't have the flash. Mickey still chasing Kalista down. Razork will fall, as will Kalista. Now Upset's a 2v1, but he can trade into this. Targamas forced away. Yike with the Bramble Smash will get the knockback. Vladdy's on the rotation. Yike with a good twisted advance to get away from Mickey.
Ooh, I mean, the good news for KC is that they were able to get a kill onto Razork, and that went over to Yike. Bad news is that their AD carry died. He ended up losing his flash, and now he's going to lose this whole wave and the bot side of the map as well. So more experience is going to be denied away from Kalist. But Hex Flash over the wall from Targamas. They chain CC Razork. The target focus is pretty good initially, as they just try to shut down the Pantheon as quickly as they can. Kalist finds himself isolated. Mickey knows that he can get that kill, but then KC turn it around as Upset. Even though he did get first blood, I mean, Kai'Sa's still not that crazy strong this early on into the game. So ultimately, an even 1-for-1. But again, Kalist losing a decent amount of farm.
Razork now on his way to the top side. Kana going in with that Pathfinder. Razork looks for the stun, finds it. Kana does still have the flash, and Tofo will get the knockback, but isn't even going to be able to use the flash to get away. He used it, but he definitely did not get away.
Razork being super proactive on the map is exactly what Fnatic needs. Pantheon thrives in the early game with his single target focus, his ability to set up for his laners, and his raw ability to skirmish. He gets a nice gank up in the top side of the map, sets up Oscar in for success, and now look at this, Upset with a 400 gold lead. Oscar with a 500 gold lead, and now that swap we were talking about coming through as KC prepare for the Crows.
Oscar TP back up to this top lane, but should be okay just catching the wave here. With Targos not having flash, with Kalist not having it as well, setting up a tower dive would be pretty tricky. Mickey goes in, will be pulled back here, doesn't have a flash of his own, but can walk out of tower range. The Prey Seeker, Void Seeker not quite hitting there from Upset, so no Plasma procs. Targum is on his way towards mid. Humanoid just wait and, oh, he'll burn the flash. If you use your rocket jump, you can get hooked out of it by Targamas there, so better to use the flash than to risk getting CC locked.
Yeah, I mean, Casey's in a good position. I really thought that Fnatic would try to contest this. Instead, they set their sights in the bot lane. They're threatening the dive onto Kana. How close is he to level 6? We don't actually see. He's very close.
Level 6 has been reached. Zenith played forward. Pathmaker back. Mickey's going to tank it. Kana can go all out and will kill off Mickey and will survive. But the redive comes out. Razork puts the spear through the heart of Kana. He'll fall, get a 1-for-1 and get the grubs on the top side.
They will likely want to convert this into the Dragon, but they did spend a lot of time committing to that dive. Keep my eyes on the minimap. Yike hovering around the mid lane. They really convert this into a play that looks like he's not going to commit, but instead just wants to focus on the Raptors. And crucially, Razork realizing that if he goes to the Dragon, he will be overstaying his welcome. So just returns back to his side of the jungle, clearing out those camps. And I think this is something we've seen a lot this series. Yike is very objective orientated. Getting the early grubs was clean. There was no cross map happening. Well, the cross map was this play. The attempt dive. They realize that he gets to level 6. Mickey, he just accepts that he's likely going to lose his life here. Kana does what he can to get the 1-for-1. But I think the valuable thing here for Fnatic is they get a kill handed over to Razork. They deny a lot of farm away from Kana, and all that gold and experience and plates handed over to Upset as well. So it's all red at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, about a 2,000 gold lead for Fnatic right now. Upset going in with a killer instinct, looking for Kalist here. Dodging away from the root caller as well. Targamas just around the corner, does have the flash. Upset will supercharge his way away for now. Dodges away from the dredge line. Mickey looking for the flank here. No vision for Carmine Corp, but they should know that something's happening. And Mickey...
That's a rough one.
Yeah, just misses. Just a little bit wide on the flash there.
I mean, Kalist also had cleanse. Wasn't forced to use it. I guess he was worried that Kalist might flash. I mean, his flash is very close to being up, so maybe there was a bit of a missed time on when it was available. In any case, doesn't connect. Fnatic don't convert it into another kill. They will set their sights on the Dragon. Yike is in the area. The bot lane needs to catch that wave, and Vladdy really can't move given the push that Humanoid has.
It would be really greedy for Yike to contest this. Just like bot wave pushing, mid wave pushing, like you would be walking into a danger zone if you went for that. So Fnatic will get the first Drake of the game and even out those early objectives. Grubs for Drake is the exchange in the end.
Vladdy once again doing very well in the laning phase, regardless of how much push Humanoid has had. He's staying relatively even in terms of the gold. Keep your eyes on the Panthult.
He's going down with the Grand Starfall towards the bot lane immediately onto Targamas, who's stunned up and taken out of the action by Razork.
I mean, just a fantastic early game from Razork. He's found bot gank, top gank, bot dive, bot gank.
Yep.
The man has been on a mission in this game, and pretty much every play that he's been a part of, he's made a kill happen. He's been involved in 4 of the team's 5 kills, and he is really kicking off Fnatic's early game.
He really is. Got that 2-1-2 on right now, and 2,000 gold lead for Fnatic. 9 minutes in. Oscar Inin doing a good job in this matchup now as well. Has about a 25 CS lead or thereabouts, and obviously got that kill earlier on. Kana has had a bit of a struggle bus of a game, but he is on Cassante, who can do a lot with a little.
What I think is really interesting about this game is, you know, when we were talking with Shocks, one of the things we talked about is what we thought was important for this game, and we talked about how priority in lanes, right? And then after the draft, we talked about who has that priority, and it was Fnatic's solo laners that had it, and the bot lane where we thought Casey could look to play through. So what does Razork do? He attacks bot. He knows that they're training summoner spells, he knows that they want to fight, and so he gives control back to Fnatic's bot lane. He makes one gank happen for Oscar so that he can be accelerated. He has the Leandry's already finished, and he knows that he can just leave him to just push in the top side of the map. He doesn't want to play around Humanoid in mid because it's a hard gank to make happen. But he's just set up everything very nicely for Fnatic in the early game across the board.
And you do have to give credit to Upset and Mickey in isolation in that 2v2 as well. They were able to pick up the kill on Targamas. So good job all round by Fnatic in this early game. A 2,000 gold lead for them. And now they up beginning to group up around mid. It's a Rift, second set of Void Grubs up in a moment's time. Yike's going to go across towards it. Targamas looking for the dredge line. Will land it on terrain, get the staggering blows off. Into the depth charge. Vladdy chasing forward. They really want Mickey, and they will be able to secure the kill. He's not going to flash across the wall because he only had his Hex Flash. The kill going over to Vladdy.
Look at the cross map though. Fnatic have set their sights on this tower. It's going to go down slowly, but I think they should be able to secure it with everyone committed to the top side of the map for the Grubs and the base coming through for Vladdy. He does have TP, which if he commits it, I think he could actually save this tower.
Yeah, he's going to go. Razork comes back. He's like, oh, now Vladdy, you got no Spirit Rush.
Okay, no, Razork just hit
Targamas is on the way as well.
Tower. Yep. Wise choice by Razork. So Grubs exchanged for the tower.
Upset jumping in here with a killer instinct, though. Targamas going to have to flash the wall. Humanoid's going to dash forward as well with that rocket jump, and Targamas is dead. Razork so willing to get the smite for the slow into the jump in, and the follow-up from Fnatic is sublime.
Supports have been the focus in this game as Mickey gets caught out on the top side of the map. Targamas is caught out on the bot. Neither had flash available in those exchanges, but really it's Fnatic that's continuing to extend the gold lead. The top side of the map, Kana with the Spirit Visage now has a bit more resistance when it comes to faring against this Rumble. Still, it's not an easy matchup to play into. We're getting closer to one of these big fights. And I come back to a conversation we had earlier about damage, Medic. The Rod of Ages Ahri build very much centers around the idea that Ahri doesn't really, in the meta, have the ability to one-shot anyone right now. So you go for a little bit more of a durability build, you go for a little bit more of the chip damage.
Sure.
But again, that just, like, it's a very low damage comp on the side of KC, which means on these first item spikes, Fnatic should feel very confident.
They definitely should. They've got Yuntal already complete for Humanoid, Kraken Slayer already complete for Upset as well. They're in an incredibly strong position.
Right now, they are super strong, Fnatic. KC really want to be careful about finding fights because it's this type of window where, especially in like LPL, you'll see them on these spikes really force things because they know that this is where they can blow the game open to a point where you can't really recover. We'll see if Fnatic can deliver that level of aggression. That's what I'd love to see. Razork has been super aggressive so far this game. He needs to keep that up because at the end of the day, the longer this game goes, KC do have scaling avenues and they will find ways back in.
So Fnatic are going to play on this next wave that's coming through top. We saw pings on it. They're looking to push forward with it. There's the Solar Flare going down onto Kalist. He'll pop the Feather Storm. It's a 3v4 in favor of KC, though. Depth charge going down onto Upset. Kalist able to get away. Razork having a flash for his life and will maintain a hold of it for now.
So what summoners were used? Flash from Yike, flash from Razork. They get the cleanse out from Kalist. But notice that it was Kalist that was immediately forced to retreat because they realized the damage that was going through from Fnatic. And the moment that Kalist was saying, I can't really do anything else in this fight, KC thought that they could maybe chase a little bit more, especially with the arrival of Kana. But it ends up in Fnatic really just burning a few summoner spells. Ultimately, Dragon now alive. Fnatic have reset. They make their way back out onto the map. Yike still hasn't. Finds himself at 50% HP. Don't think KC can really contest.
Yeah, you're not going to. Oscarinin also has the level 2 equalizer. Has just hit level 11. He's a whole level and a bit ahead of Kana in that top lane now. In such a strong spot. Upset almost a level ahead of Kalist as well. Fnatic will get the second Drake of the game. Encore ceded any pressure around it. Just wanted to farm up, get themselves towards those first or second completed items. Kalist still waiting on his first completed item.
Leona ultimate already back up. Kalist, no cleanse, no ulti. It's a very dangerous window for Kalist as he completes the Essence Reaver. Mickey needs to be on point with these ultis if he wants to connect onto the Xayah. You talked about it in Draft Medic, that self-independence, thanks to the fact that you have that ulti to provide you with your own peel, is going to be a crucial ability and necessary for Fnatic to be able to make that dive happen cleanly. KC, though, they've been able to stabilize just a little bit. Of course, the gold is very significant between the two.
Yeah, I think Riftar's going to be the key fighting point here. Mickey looks for the Solar Flare. Kalist still caught out by it. Upset jumping forward. Depth charge going to hit onto him. Kalist still alive. Cleanse away by Upset. And all of Fnatic are here for the fight. Kazante diving in, but Razork's already killed off one. Targamas has fallen. Kalist still standing. He'll get the counter kill. Humanoid caught out by Yike. He'll manage just about to get the kill. Kalist falls back. And Topo's with the Q3. Kana going all out as he dashes forward onto Mickey and Upset. but can't find anything more. 2 for 1 the exchange.
I mean, good news for Calist is that he was able to get away. Bad news is it's a 2 for 1 fight in favor of Fnatic. Vladdy, very little mana, but he should be able to hold this mid wave. And ultimately, Fnatic can't really convert it into anything, which means that it's ultimately just a few kills. Calist gets CC'd thanks to the Leona ultimate, and Vladdy, I mean, it's that ultimate from Pantheon. He commits onto the front line, and it ends up just being a front-to-back. A massive Maokai ultimate buys a bit of time for KC to, at the very least, get a kill back onto Razork. Unfortunately for Yike, he's isolated away from the rest of his team, making it much easier for Humanoid to turn it into a 2 for 1. Credit to Kana, though, recognizes a window where, at the very least, he can get something back. Mickey's found Calist again.
Calist doesn't have Cleanse, but does have the Featherstorm this time. Now he's walking on the Equalizer. And Upset's on a killing spree. Solar Flare just clipping the edge of Targamas there, only getting the slow, but with Rift Herald up, you have to think Fnatic will put that in their sights. They'll take the top tier 1 as well. Rift Herald should be able to help them crack through mid-tier 1.
And you can see the game plan. We talked about it. Fnatic seems very aware of it. Just bully the damage dealer. Calist is so crucial as one of the main damage contributors in this composition. And Mickey, when his ulti's off cooldown, he's setting his sights on Calist.
He's doing a really good job of it as well. Calist now does have the Cleanse. Featherstorm only a quarter of the way off cooldown. Targamas the next target. Razork jumps in with the CC. Nature's Grass coming out. Kana looking for the flank. Mickey down to half HP. TV's coming in as well. Spirit Rush immediately by Vladdy. Mickey falls low, but Humanoid kills Targamas. And he looks for another. It's Yike who's going to fall. Kana in the middle of 4 members of Fnatic. He's going to burn to a crisp. Oscar will take it.
KC tried to respond to the aggression of Fnatic, but they're the ones that are pushed back. They only get a single kill onto Humanoid. Mickey is somehow able to survive off the back of all of that, and it's another one team fight in favor of Fnatic. And again, they don't convert it into an objective, but the goal difference continues to mount.
Let's have another look at this, because Mickey does decide to go back in onto Targamas, and at this point I'm like, oh, Mickey, maybe you're a little overextended.
I very much agree, Medic. I thought that Fnatic, especially with that Maokai ultimate, could have been in a very dangerous position, but the instant stun onto Vladdy makes it difficult for him to get that initial kill. He then turns to help out Calist on the bot side of the map, leaving Kana isolated, and Fnatic can then utilize all the damage that they have to just focus the frontliner in front of them. And remember what we said earlier, these one-item spikes, you can see how much damage Fnatic have, and they're saying, no, we really want to fight, and every single fight they find, they're always getting a kill or two up.
Yeah, and they're building that gold lead as well. 5,000 now their advantage. Drake up in a minute's time. Carmine Court are reeling. Backs against the ropes here. They need to find something pretty special to get back on into this game, or they need Fnatic to be Fnatic. Imagine being a fan of this team. Game 1, they were routed. Game 2, and played well and closed it out. Game 3, who knows? It's only 5,000 gold ahead. Fnatic have been in this sort of situation before and have not managed to close out the game.
I definitely think fans want to be reassured when it comes to Fnatic. Their early game has been fantastic, and they need to continue the pace. They've been super aggressive. They've constantly been looking for fights. They've been building their lead continuously. Razork has been involved in 10 of the team's 12 kills. He's been incredibly proactive on the map. Now with the Herald, should be able to break open this mid-tier 1 and set their sights on the Dragon.
Kana coming across will be stunned up. A little bit of the damage going into him. Calist with a good Blade Caller will get that root. Rift Herald charges forward. And with Carmine Court investing 4 players towards the mid lane, they won't see Fnatic taking that tower yet. Targum is chunked out though by a spear from Razork. The Drake has spawned. Mickey looking for anyone on a potential flank, but he knows where Yike is, and the rest of Carmine Court are in the mid lane. Fnatic trying to gain control of the mid wave, but Carmine Court have cleared it out first. Razork started up the Drake, no vision in this bush for Fnatic. KC will put a bit of vision around the corner. Mickey, Solar Flare. Only really clipping onto Targamas. Equalizer going down as well, but immediately Fnatic are jumping forward, and Oscar Ridden splashing in with the Flame Spiller. Humanoid kills off Kana. Calist falls as well. Fnatic are routing Carmine Core. Vladdy having to flash away. A 3-0 in favor of Fnatic. Sole point for them as well.
Fnatic showed no hesitation when it came to engaging that fight. Mickey doesn't connect his ultimate onto Calist, but it doesn't matter because he forced him to retreat and the follow-up was enough. Humanoid, if his jump hadn't been interrupted, that would have been a 5-0 ace. But Fnatic will be more than happy with that as they set themselves up with Soul Point and will follow up with another card.
It is a stomp so far for Fnatic. 3 Drakes buffed up by that Atakan. We'll have another look at the fight because Mickey Solar Flare only clips Targamas. And after that, Fnatic are just all guns blazing forward.
That Rumble ultimate was huge. Oscar just finds the target that he's looking for. Shuts down Kalist. You see that jump from Humanoid getting interrupted so he doesn't get the resets to come through. The flashes as KC are forced to escape. And it's a situation where even in this front to back, like KC just don't have the damage, especially at this point in the game. Now that second items have come through, you can see how accelerated Humanoid is with the Infinity Edge done. Oscar on his second, Black Cleaver finished as well for Razor. It's just, this is Fnatic's game to lose.
If you're upset, you're a very happy guy right now. Not killed in this game, playing against the player who replaced you on Carmine Corp. Now, really being the superior AD carry in this game. Kalista's been very much targeted by Fnatic, but Upset constantly finding the right angles.
Guess who he's targeting again?
Look for Kalist, Solar Flare comes out, goes wide, but Mickey just walks back, then goes in with the Zenith Blade. Void Seeker coming out from long range. Yike looking for that flank. Nature's Grass coming out. Razork still clipped by the edge of it, and Kalist begins to open up. And just as I said, he wasn't having an impact. Kalist is going to find 2 quick kills. Mickey and Razork are dead in the dirt. Humanoid is pushing bot lane.
Fnatic overstepped their boundaries. They tried to put the pressure onto Kalist once more with no summoner spells. He could have been another easy target, but instead they hand 2 kills over to him. Just like that, he feels a lot more confident. His itemization not that different from Upset as they unlock that mid-tier 1. KC showing that they're not down and out just yet.
Have another look at this because the Solar Flare going wide. Okay, Mickey then decides to go back in with the Zenith Blade, and they just don't anticipate Yike being here.
I mean, it just becomes a matter of Kana arriving, the TP comes through, Upset realizes very early on that he's zoned away from the fight, and KC, they committed a lot of resources to making sure that this play doesn't swing back in Fnatic's favor, which, given the deficit that you're at, I think is fine. Downside is that Humanoid was given a lot of free reign on the bot side of the map, but again, to Vlandy's credit, he's been able to keep up in terms of farm. He's only just short of level 15. The gold is, I mean, pretty significantly different. However, he has completed his 2 major items, so keep your eyes on the bottom of your screen as this mid tower is now the focus for Fnatic.
Kalist trying to defend. Solar Flare clips him, only gets the slow. There's the equalizer, and Kalist will come down on top of it, and will go down on top of it too. Upset now on a rampage. Kalist just trying to defend that tower when it was on a sliver of HP. Probably not the wisest of plays, perhaps thinking the rest of his teammates could collapse on Fnatic if they overextended.
Overstays himself, and he pays the price. Fnatic opening up the map a lot more now as they immediately make their way into KC's jungle and invest that vision, stealing away what camps they can. Humanoid quickly ramping into this game. However, KC set the sights onto top lane. Oscar.
They're going to TP Kana in here. Oscar is over-pushed. Kana goes forward. Oscar goes into that overheat. Targamas on his way as well. Oscar doesn't have flash, so at most he can get 1 out of this. Dredgeline does go wide, but Kana has enough shields to survive. Twisted Advance will root Oscar in place, and there's the kill. Meanwhile, Humanoid gets a tower in the bot lane. Charmed up by Vladdy, but they can't really push any further. They don't know where the rest of Fnatic are. 1 minute on Ocean Soul for Fnatic.
Exactly, so what was used? Kana's TP, Kana's ultimate. His ulti may come back in time, but he's sticking around to make sure that he can push out this wave. He needs to get back out onto the map, but I want to highlight this mini-map. Look at all this vision that was invested by Mickey off the pressure that they had in bot. So much control has already been set up by Fnatic, ready for this Dragon Soul that KC are going to have to claw back. And they're going to need to steal this Drake in order to stay relevant in this game.
Importantly, Kalist will have Flash, Cleanse, and Featherstorm for a fight around the dragon. So he has enough tools at his disposal to get away. Yike going for Bloodletter's Curse, second on the Maokai here, to try and give himself a little bit more damage. Looking for those saplings to really eat through the enemy. Not too many tanky members on Fnatic, so if you can get a sapling down and it just, ticks that damage, can work quite effectively, especially since Vladdy's damage isn't quite there yet with just the Leandries and the Rod of Ages.
Fight for the mid-wave continues. KC get the clear off first. Kalist is so close to his Infinity Edge, but they have to fight now. He doesn't have time to wait.
And Fnatic are poised, ready to pounce.
Razok goes over the wall, solo play on the backline, Spear rush away, Nature's Grasp being used as well. Targamas the first to fall. Good roots coming out from Kalist. The Equalizer not doing too much work, but Targamas is already dead. Vladdy's looking for a little bit more with that Spear rush forward. Razok down to about 1,000 HP. Yike still on the chase towards Upset. Mickey and Kana chasing towards the top side. Humanoid goes in. Featherstorm from Kalist into the flash will get him to safety. The Drake begun by Oscar Rinin. Upset keeping Yike at bay. Fnatic should be able to secure this. It will be Soul for them. And with Yike on the red buff, Fnatic will take the Soul. 26 minutes in, an Ocean Soul to their names, a 6,000 gold lead. Fnatic are staring down a series win versus Carmine Corp.
They didn't overcomplicate it. They just saw someone from KC clearing out a ward, and this Rumble ultimate was just perfectly placed. This is exactly what they need to do. They can't give time for the Maokai ultimate to set up, make it an awkward position. Nice stun onto Targamas to follow up Leona ultimate, splitting the fight into two. The Rumble ultimate doing so much damage. And then you can see half of KC retreating upwards as Yike retreats downwards. And the moment that they've split apart, their front to back just falls apart.
Yeah, it really does. Targamas just eating all the damage there. Not much he can do in that sort of situation. Upset now has the Nash's 2-3 items as well, though, for Kalist, with that Infinity Edge complete.
And this could be crucial for KC, because this Xayah really is online now. If he's given the freedom to dish out the damage, there's a world in which KC can turn this game around. The problem is there's still a 5.5k gold deficit. A lot of it sitting in mid and in jungle. Humanoid doing a lot of damage himself. The question is, can KC find the pick that they're looking for as Fnatic set their sights on the Baron?
And remember that Humanoid burnt Kalist's flash at the end of that Dragon play as well, so there's one less tool in his toolbox to actually escape. Fnatic trying to deny vision around the Baron right now. There is a Scuttle Crab, Solar Flare onto Yike. Mickey, that would have been very deep if you'd followed up on anything there. Isn't going to be able to find anything. It was tentative at best from Mickey.
Nice vision control once again from Fnatic. I mean, we heard from Razok, their objective setup was very poor in the second game. That's why it slowed the game down a lot. This time, much better, following the correct steps, pushing in that top wave. Humanoid now regrouping with the team. KC still have specks of vision here and there, especially thanks to the saplings. But Fnatic taking their time, looking for a member to overstep.
No one doing so yet for Carmine Corp. Targamas might be the one. Razok going for him. Will get the stun. The chase in as well. Nature's Grasp coming out as Targamas is going to be able to flash away, but Kalist is not here to put out the damage while everyone's rooted. Equalizer goes down. Mickey falling lower. They dive back in onto Kana, and Kana's down. Mickey at 100 HP survives. Yike and Kana do not. Fnatic find two again and will turn their eyes towards the Baron.
Kalist wasn't able to get a single auto attack off in that fight. It was a very awkward position for KC to fight from. And Fnatic, they just wanted the pick. They wanted to create the numbers advantage. They committed very hard to getting that kill onto Targamas. I thought it was way too deep, but because Kalist really couldn't get involved in the fight, it was a guaranteed victory for Fnatic. Keep your eyes on Kalist. He's still in the mid wave. He only now just arrives after his front line gets torn apart. He realizes that Humanoid is fishing for him, so he feels too scared to approach. He's zoned away. Yike falls. Vladdy's forced to retreat. Or actually, maybe he got knocked back there by Humanoid.
Buster shot, yeah.
But Fnatic, they got what they wanted. Baron, quick, decisive play. A significant turnaround from what we saw in Game 2.
It really is. And now with an 8,000 gold lead and Baron at their backs for 2.5 minutes. And a very strong position to start pushing in towards these inhibitors. TP to the top lane from Humanoid. He's going to join Oscar in on the push over here. The next wave from Upset in the mid lane on its way as well. Carmine Corp have done a good job of clearing out the wave in top, and only Upset here in mid means that he can't really push too much further. All on his lonesome. Fnatic just gaining control over that blue side jungle and letting the minions do the work. The wave's not synced up as well as Fnatic would like, but now with 4 members on top side, they should be able to take this tier 2.
Fnatic slow and steady does it. They've moved Upset over to mid. I think I prefer it when the Tristana is in the mid lane just because of the split push pressure he has, but they're keeping him with the main team.
Nature's Grasp. Mickey should block that, and he does. Yike goes in with the twisted advance, but he is not tanky at all. Mickey knocked up. Upset can dive forward with the Killer Instinct. Doesn't even need to as Targamas falls to Humanoid. Upset now, targeting that mid lane inhibitor tower. The next wave in top lane, well on its way as well. Upset will take the mid lane, inhib alongside Razork. Fnatic will take the top side as well. And for Carmine Corp, you're looking down 5 members in 20 seconds before you have your support back alive.
Fnatic with clinical execution as they set their sights on the Nexus, they flash in.
Let's cleanse, flashes away and will escape. Root Caller, Blade Caller will get some damage down onto Razork. Mickey going forward again, and Carter is burnt alive. The second Nexus tower falls. Kalist with the Feather Storm, but it does not do a damn. A clean game from Fnatic, a surprising game from Fnatic, as they'll secure the win over Carmine Corp.
Fnatic looking to revitalize trust amongst their fans as they get a massive win over KC. They lost to SK last week and there were so many question marks. But this game 3, they solidified their authority. An impressive performance over the Winter Champions.
It really was. Great stuff from Fnatic. We asked after game 1, would they be able to bounce back from losing to SK, then losing game 1? Well, bounce back they did. You can vote for one of them in your Kia Player of the Series. Vote Razork, Humanoid, and Upset are your options. I will say, Upset didn't die in that last game. Razork had a blinder, though. I look at his scoreline now. 19 kill participation out of 24 kills, 5-3 in 14.
It's a tough one, for sure.
It definitely is. But he did miss smites earlier on.
He did. That's why I think the Razork fought. He had a great game 3.
Yeah, but the rest of the series, maybe not quite
player of the
as good.
series, guys. Player of the series. I'm definitely leaning more towards Upset, I think, but it's a tough one. I think it could easily go either way. Overall, impressive stuff from Fnatic. A few more questions rising now for KC, especially concerning their drafts. It definitely seems like that they are kind of playing harder to play composition. Some of their priorities seem a little bit skewed, and as the desk was talking about earlier on in the day, you can understand some of their decision making, but then in the first half, if they have a plan, and then the second half sometimes doesn't coordinate with the first half. And so I think back to the drawing board a little bit. KC definitely not down and out. Losing to Fnatic doesn't put you in a bad position. Both these teams are fighting largely for top 3. That's kind of where their sights are set when it comes to the end of the regular season. But overall, a fun series between some of our top teams here in the league.
Yeah, it really was. And we're going to hand it over to Law and see perhaps where Humanoid sights are set here in Spring.
Thank you so much, guys. Welcome back to the stage for the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in with Humanoid. Thank you, Fnatic fans. And I think they can thank you guys, honestly, because from beating GX to whatever happened last week, Grabset and Oopsie, we're going with that, to taking down the second best team in the world. Marek, who are you guys?
There's a 50-50 chance whenever we go on stage that we're gonna either completely run down or we're gonna play normal. So we flip a coin.
You guys are laughing, but you were not laughing when they were losing last week. So how do you guys make this less of a 50-50? Because talking to Grabs, something that I've mentioned is the fact that there's a lot of personalities, a lot of experience, but also a lot of voices in game, I feel, and maybe a lot of different opinions. Do you think that's the issue?
I think definitely there is like a thing with us playing against like the worst teams on paper, where it's kind of harder to play. I think against the good teams, sometimes we also run down kind of, but a lot of the times we play normal, pretty good. So I think it's just we just have to avoid the lower tier teams, and then it's fine.
All right, avoid the lower tier teams. Riot, you heard them. Revamp the schedule, make something happen for Fnatic. What are you guys working on, actually? I want to know some insights on Fnatic. When you get out of a series as the one you played last week against SK, to show up on stage the next week and pull that one, like, what did you guys talk about? What did you eat for breakfast?
Yeah, I mean, after the last series, there was not much to talk about because we were just running it down in literally every single way. So we can't really review that one. But usually when we lose like a more close series, we just talk about the reasons why we lost and then try to work on those in that week, coming into the next week so that it doesn't happen again.
What about you, Humanoid? Because I hear a lot of things positive and negative about you on social media and everything. What do you think about your level of confidence and level of play in game right now, overall?
As I said, it's a 50-50.
Who was the best player in the team today and who was the worst player in the team? Razork Smite. That's, I mean,
Razork Smites were the worst,
All right.
but Razork was the best.
Razork, okay, 50-50.
Razork, without his smites, he was the best, but with his smites, you know.
All right. Talking a bit more about the general level of the league, something I've talked about with Casey at First 10 is that with you guys, if you get your things together, G2, actually the top 4, top 5 of teams, I feel like the LEC can get stronger than we've seen in years. Is that a sentiment that you share?
Well, definitely.
Beyond the good 50-50 side.
I think throughout my career, for most of it, there were only like 1 or 2 good teams in the LEC, and the others were pretty trash. But now there is actually like way more good teams that will for sure improve the league. And I think at least the top 3 teams are looking really strong, and even the top 5. So yeah, it's pretty good.
Let's make our region better. I believe that we have Mickey in PGL, if I'm not mistaken. Do you have something? Do you want to tell him?
Thanks for the game, man.
Thanks for the game. Thanks for the game. Thanks for the interview. And thank you to the Fnatic fans. Shocks, over to you for PGL.
Oh, sorry, my mic is already on. Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks for the game, he says.
Yeah, thank you as well, Mark.
Yeah, thanks for.
That's like the. Do you guys hate each other or something? Because that's like the absolute minimum, right? Oh, you had to be in this game with me, so thanks for the game.
Nah, I don't know. We're just like trolling a lot, but I think.
Oh, you were trolling game 1 for sure.
Yeah, I mean that was honestly on grabs, but moving on. I think yeah, Marek played very well. I think both the games we won, he was a big reason why we won these games. So yeah, props to him.
Do you think he gets too much flack on socials?
Yeah, I mean sometimes it's deserved, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes he runs it, but like so does everyone.
Did he play good because Tomorrowland is coming?
It's possible. He didn't say that, but maybe.
Does he have tickets? It's hard.
Not yet.
I'm Belgian, so you know,
We'll see.
who to talk to. What was I gonna say? Oh, was this Victor? His Victor or Chovy's Victor?
Probably right now Humanoid Victor is like one-upping him.
I see.
But,
I'm sure.
Yeah. Like honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows?
They're both like they're quite even right now.
They're both
match.
good. They're both really, really good. Our Kia player of the series, though, was Razork. Absolutely smurfed it as well. Let's just talk about everybody else. But you. No, but you, but you, but you. But for Razork, I often feel like sometimes he's a bit inconsistent, right? But when he's on, right? So how thankful are you for him for really turning it on from game 2?
Yeah, I mean, when he actually locks in and plays like very confident, he's like a completely different beast than, you know, than when he runs it mercilessly. So yeah, I'm very happy that he showed up today. Like even game 1, he was finding a lot of plays and he was just very confident and he was leading the games a lot. So yeah.
But that's kind of also been the Razork thing. Even in winter, you guys are playing good when he has his champions, but then you go game 4 or game 5, and everything goes off the rails. So,
yeah,
is it fake info because it's game 3?
Maybe, but also Zyra, I wouldn't really say is like his champion, but he still played pretty well in it. I think what did he play game 3? Pantheon. Okay, that's kind of his champ. Fair enough. But yeah, I mean, I feel like he does have a lot of good champs he can actually pull out. I think it just depends how confident he is. I think. Today he made a lot of good calls and he was just like very confident in whenever we were fighting, and it was, I guess, same for upset. Besides game 1, maybe game 1 I think we were all kind of choking, but yeah, game 2, 3 I think was kind of how we normally play, I feel like, and yeah, the games felt a lot easier.
Were you clenched in game 3 because they got you sometimes in the mid game, and I was like, oh no.
Nah, I think after like level 2 I thought that the game was over. Like
it's over.
I think the draft can't win unless they like really snowball early. So when it didn't snowball early, I was like, yeah, it's pretty chill.
Makes sense. Laura asked Humanoid already, right? And he said, well, there wasn't really much to say after last week, which is funny because, you know, the fans probably think there's a lot to say about what happened there. I guess it's frustrating because now as a player, do you now feel like, oh, this is now on the cards all the time? I mean, not that I want to put things in your heads.
I mean, it's definitely annoying that we lost last week because, yeah, we just played like complete bronze players. So it was like really, I guess, like, yeah, it was disappointing, right? Like it should have just been like an easy win, especially like game 2. Like I was like, okay, sure, we drop game 1, right? Happens off game, but like game 2, surely we'll just like win that one in third game as well, and we were winning.
Very hard.
But yeah.
But I'm curious, is it one of these things where, because I had it as well, every time you play one of these lower place teams and you're like, oh, I'm gonna walk into this game, it's gonna be, you know, the biggest morale booster game of all time, you know, confidence booster, you're gonna do great, and then you just get your ass kicked and you're like, oh man.
Yeah. I was trying to fix my Alistair win rate, but it stays low.
Still not doing too well. So Duffman joined, I guess it was last week was his first games, right? So can you see the ripples already? Is there like a big influence? Is there a big change, or is that more gradual? And is there something that for you specifically has been important?
I mean, I think the biggest change or like difference is you could see it in our Drake approaches. I feel like last split, we would always be very inefficient with how we approach it. And if there's a Drake, we will fight it no matter what. Like there was no other option but to fight it. But now we give ourselves a bit more options to like go side. Like I think it was game 2 maybe, we just got like a free Atakan when they went for it or something. So yeah, I don't know. But basically we just like play more on sides. We actually look at the waves now. So those feel a lot nicer because we got like huge leads by just actually not tunneling on the Drakes.
But also I feel like you've worked with Duffman for so long, because I feel like even in XL, when the panic button was kicking in, Duffman is coming in. Wasn't he with you
XL,
as well?
No.
No?
In XL, he was currently in BDS in the 10th place department.
Oh.
Grabs.
Wait, where was Excel? Like 9?
Yeah, because
I was number 6.
Okay, okay.
Because I feel like there was this trio of you, Grabs, and Duffman, and every time the panic button kicks in on any of you three,
you got to join up.
Everyone is joining someone else. So I feel like it's been going on for a couple of years now.
I mean, I guess for me, the last 3 years, yeah. I guess when... Actually, I guess after 2023, where we lost in G2, then I got Duff from C9. And then now, I guess, that we were kind of shit. But other than that, not really, I guess. I joined them in 2019. We were together until 2021. Then I went XL, then I went BDS. And then, yeah.
But do you think you're shit, though? Because when we were watching this best of 3 as well, right? You were so close, even in the winter playoffs, to beating NKC that then went on to win the championship. And this is week 2 of winter. And I feel like I do it as well. I hold Fnatic to an extremely high, what's the word? Standard, yeah, a really high standard because of kind of the legacy of the org, but also the caliber of the players. But I feel like maybe we're a little too harsh indeed.
Nah.
No?
I think it's fine.
Okay. If you say it...
We should like win, right? Like
yeah,
I think our players are... Everyone is very good individually. I think the problem is just getting on the same page, right? And I think that's the most tilting part, I guess, because everyone is good enough. Like it's a lot more forgiving, I guess, or like it makes more sense when you lose, when you're just not good enough individually and you just get like outplayed or you can't like lane against someone. But like we're all doing great individually, I think. Just like when it comes to being on the same page, that's when it kind of falls apart because everyone has a lot of different ideas. I think now we're getting better at that, but still like that's like our biggest obstacle, I would say. So that's why it feels worse, because everyone has very high expectations of ourselves as well, because we know we're very good players, right? So we should, in theory, win. But yeah.
Oh, it's so frustrating.
Sometimes it doesn't pan out.
No, it doesn't pan out indeed. Tomorrow we've got Rogue versus GX, and we've got Team Heretics versus Movistar Koi. And this is a very short PGL because LTA is going on, so we need to make way as we do for our colleagues. And I'm sure Mickey wants to rest because he has to go play some GB Sports actually, so that works out. So if let's go. So if you want to watch some more League of Legends, the LTA is on right now. It's Shopify Rebellion versus C9. So have fun over there, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye. Okay, bye.
Which I wasn't expecting, and it ends up being Bukara going down, but we got crazy trades top.
Relevant. Boom!
This is solo kill.
Blank.
Penta. Give penta. Kill him. Still.
Down, Relevant trying to find the snip on a Gen X. Nice shuriken flip, but still that's first blood for BDS.
That's the cost of not having flash. As soon as you use that Akali W, 113 is behind, he's ready to punish.
And then it's like, I can handle it. We do. Are you sure? Are you sure? Enemy jungle is Bukada, we can end.
Bot lane though, Benny. AC, there's no one here to help Oscar, and he goes in. Upset East, a true shot barrage, and now Carmine Core can turn it around. He want to try to put the dash down onto Bladdy, but Bladdy flashes the Emperor's Divide. Can he do it? Yikes, the Smite King of the LEC again! And he dodges the Emperor's Divide, eviscerates them. Gets himself a plate as well. TP is going to come out from Vladdy. Ammo in the mid lane. It's an engaged already, and he engaged perfectly with it. Humanoid has the flash, but doesn't really have anywhere to go. Kalist gets the kill.
Ash still on flash. Yeah, try to down there, should I?
Brand is here, I'm gonna cancel him.
I'll flash for him in 1 second. Very nice. Yeah, Rumble is. I want to get him.
Yeah, Cassante. Kill the Cassante, I can block with you.
Flash on the
No flash, I can
flash on the Ari? Yeah. We can go Drake, I guess, and Atakan and Drake, Atakan and Drake.
Yep, yeah, go fast.
Green flag G2, the path